2026 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And that carries. Item number 3, public comments. Is there anybody who would like to address bids and purchases this morning? Seeing none, we will move on to item number 4, which is award of a contract for the construction of the Long Point Road I-526 slip lane. Ms. Hartness.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Staff requested bids from interested and qualified bidders to construct the slip lane at Long Point Road and I-526 to delineate turning movements and provide improved accommodation for pedestrians and bicyclists. The work consists of construction of concrete medians, construction and demolition of concrete sidewalk, installation of concrete pipe, and traffic signal equipment modification and installation. Work also includes pavement markings and signage. The construction time for this project is 120 calendar days from the commencement date and the notice to proceed. Staff received one bid and determined that IPW Construction Group, LLC was a responsive and responsible bidder. Staff therefore recommend contracting with IPW Construction Group in the amount of $445,715.04 to construct the slip lane.
Thank you, Ms. Harness. Did have a quick question for you. With it being one bid, I wanted to find out if this was within sort of the budgeted or anticipated amount for the project.
Correct, it is. And actually this is like a 90-10 split between CTC and the town. So our portion is closer to $45,000 that we will be paying of that total amount.
Great, thank you. Mr. Aton, could we bring you up real quick to explain the project a little bit?
And we're on. Good morning.
Good morning. Just if you could just kind of walk us through big picture what this does for the town, I think that'd be helpful for us and those in the audience.
Yes, sir. So this was a 2024 CTC application through the normal annual process, and the county was good enough to approve it. And really, it does two main things. It improves bike and pedestrian safety by removing the existing crossing at the intersection, which currently somewhat conflicts with left turns, and placing those on the north side of Long Point and continuing down to the Wando Park intersection where there's additional pedestrian crossing facilities. And then also it does some vehicular improvements by essentially mirroring the other approach of Long Point to 526, where if you are now going to get onto eastbound 526 to come into Mount Pleasant, you will no longer be controlled by that traffic signal, and it'll be a free flow right turn onto that on-ramp.
Excellent. Any further questions from the committee? All right, I'll take a motion on this one.
Thanks.
Motion
to approve.
Second.
All right, we have the motion to approve in a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And that carries 3-0. We'll move on to item number 5, which is award of a contract for Rivertown on the Wando sidewalk repair. Ms. Harness.
Yes. The Bids and Purchases Committee previously approved the establishment of an agreement with IPW Construction Group, LLC, to perform curb, sidewalk, and concrete slab or structure replacement on an on-call basis. Staff have determined that areas in the Rivertown on the Wando subdivision require sidewalk panel repairs. The work includes demolishing, removing, and replacing marked sidewalk panels to ensure safe pedestrian access and improve neighborhood aesthetics. Additionally, the project consists of installing surface-applied detectable warning material to ensure compliance with ADA standards. The repairs will be conducted on the following streets: Rivertown Parkway, Sandy Point Lane, Laurel Springs Lane, Shields Lane, and Alderley Lane. The construction time for this project will be 30 calendar days from the commencement date and the notice to proceed. Staff have determined that this project will require the services of IPW Construction Group, LLC, to perform the necessary sidewalk repairs for this project. Staff therefore recommend contracting with IPW in the amount of $134,426.55 to repair the sidewalk panels.
Thank you, Ms. Harness. Any questions from the committee? All right, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And that carries 3-0. Brings us to our final item, which is to adjourn. Thank you, everybody.
Good morning. Lots of green. Oh, that was so sad. Oh, yeah.
Especially particularly outside shooting. And that's what UCLA did. We're just gonna like back in the face and just let you do it.
Yeah.
You never sent me an email, did you? I'm just winging it, but that's okay, that's what I do. Okay. We'll talk to you about it. So, I plan to be you know, I didn't hide eggs anymore, so that's cool.
Yeah, cool. How you doing? Good morning.
Including Friday.
Hello. Better turn my ringer off. God knows the second I sit in the chair. Okay, it works.
This is like
Turn it on after church. I didn't. It's been on silent all along. Look, we match, except you're like reverse neutral.
Also Friday,
Huh?
there's not as many like baseball games and soccer. You know, like you want to do it at a time. I mean, some of it's changed. Right by, it's like that middle section, right?
It's somewhere back. I don't know. I know there's
Did South Carolina win last night?
oh, yeah.
I was hoping it was gonna be South Carolina, Texas, but
Yeah, I watched that game.
so in other words, they're gonna suck next year. And which team is this? UCLA?
I'm like, y'all into this? Wait, yeah. That is cost like I feel fine.
TJ, man. Is Keely supposed to be here? I talked to her Thursday. I don't know where she is, but I mean, I have all her updates right here. So, but I told her to be here, email, and I talked to her. You're gonna be people who talk. Yeah. We got the one lady who don't. Yeah. Wasn't it Anissa?
It looked like you never got
She might stroll in here late.
You're outside. You think all this. It was raining.
Those little plastic things.
You should see how these space.
Thanks. Grabbed a coffee for the marathon day. Gonna need another. Of course. Mm-hmm.
Are we good? All right. It is 8:15, so we will call the April 6th Health, Recreation, and Events Committee meeting to order. Second thing on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the January 5th, 2026 meeting.
Motion to approve?
Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And the motion carries unanimously. Up next is public comments. Is there anybody here from the public that would like to make a comment? If you'll just please give your name and address, and you have 2.5 minutes, please.
Marie Louise Moretto, 1133 Liberty Court, and I represent the East Cooper Arts Advocates. We are delighted of the success of the venue. However, there still seems to be a lack of information and coordination with the local arts groups. Now, Alhambra Hall's website is very, very clear. It lists the availability of the space, it lists the prices, the cost of it, and all the amenities. Could the venue have the same type of website so that those arts groups that are interested in using the space can see what the availability is and the cost? And when we go to cost, it seems that the fees that the venue is charging are very high for a community arts center compared to what other venues are charging. The Mount Pleasant Artists Guild would like to do an art exhibit there in the fall. They are also looking for a space to do art classes. They do their art classes now at Perspective Gallery on Sundays, but it's a very small space and it's so limited attendance, and so they would like a larger space to do that in, and so they do need more information. And thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Schnipke. I live at 185 Mossy Oak Way here in Mount Pleasant. I want to thank you and commend you for the community garden project at the Jones. We're very excited to watch that go in. My neighborhood is excited about the possibilities and the planning opportunities. About the Gary Santos Park, I'm much less enthusiastic about installing artificial turf on those fields. Not only does it present possible risk to the players using it with heat and cushioning, but it also presents potential environmental hazards. We're all aware of the microplastics showing up in many of our waterways throughout the state and the nation, even the world. The runoff from this turf can move into our wetlands, impacting water quality downstream and the immediate environment in regard to wildlife. Please consider pausing this, investigate and educate the decision makers, making sure that this is safe for our environment as well as our players using it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to make a public comment? Going once, going twice. Okay. Thank you to both of our public comments. We will move on to item number 4, budget review for fiscal year 2027, and I will turn it over to you, Mr. Roston. Or Mr. DeBoer.
Okay,
I
Mr.
apologize.
Chairman. Please do not apologize. Good morning to you, Chairman Rambo, members
Not
of the
that I
committee.
don't want to hear from you.
Oh, it's
Of course.
okay. That's okay. Good morning. Hope everyone had a nice Easter weekend. Please, if you have your budget book, flip to the Recreation tab. It's about center of the document. And I'll make a few comments describing the highlights in the Recreation Department budget. Obviously, TJ knows it very well as his team members. But if you're there, you'll notice that the budget is reflecting an increase of 2.7%, which is fairly stable under the rate of inflation. Keep in mind that with this budget and all the other budgets presented today, the wage plan as well as benefits are incorporated into the numbers here. So it's all encompassing is the budget. No new positions. If you go to contractual services, which is just a few pages back, page 83, I'd like to highlight 2 items. The first is item number 2, which is South Carolina Youth Soccer Association. We've had a fairly substantial increase there, and it's required certifications, which are pushing that increase. I'm not sure there's any way around that budget.
Is that like coaching certifications?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. And in addition, the item just below that is the item I mentioned during the initial review of the budget, presentation of the budget. Item number 3 is environmental assessment of facilities. This is the initiative to look at our existing active recreation complexes around town and unutilized space, looking to enhance them environmentally if possible. And this money is to hire someone to help us do that. Moving on back to the main page for recreation, under athletic program contractual services, I mentioned $10,000 due to referee costs. You'll see under athletic materials and supplies, we have an increase in this line item. It's an initiative of the director to upgrade the uniforms for the team members, which is a good idea.
Much needed. Thank you.
Right around that area, you'll see water supplies. That has increased $41,000 for supplemental water service of the fields using MPW's water to do that. And then under repairs and maintenance, there's an increase of $25,000. That is to paint the Jones Center pool. Next is facility maintenance, increased $10,000 due to the director's initiative of the food forest. That seems to be very popular, and to implement that. And then the Maker's Mart. It's discussed, I know, later on this agenda, and there's money in the budget for the Maker's Mart for next year. Now, if I can, I'd like to discuss capital and maintenance. Perhaps if you have any questions on operations, I could stay here before I do that.
Can you? Oh, I should ask my committee members first. Does anybody have any questions? Can you talk a little bit more about the water? What specifically does that involve, and why the increase there?
Yes, sir. So, Carolina Park, for instance, the onlining of more field and field space. We can't always utilize the stormwater pond water that's there. And so in certain areas around town, we utilize what we can, but then we have to rely on Mount Pleasant Waterworks service for the rest. And there was a rate increase. And so you add them all together and we get an increase in that line item.
Okay, got it. So is that new service that we're just tapping into at the park, or just we're going to use more of theirs?
More.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
Go ahead.
Silly question. Is it not possible to have a well to water our things instead of paying by the gallon for town water?
I am sure we discussed that and looked into that. However, Ms. Hyde, we'll go back and check it again and see what
Just
those
curious.
possibilities are.
Because that you're not paying for the water, you're just paying for the electricity to run a pump.
That's true.
Just was curious. Once you install it, I just don't know the volume of water needed for fields.
Yeah.
But seems like a reasonable backup. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll go back and check.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, and I will just point out, as the town's representative on that board too, that so as part of the MOA with the town does have a greatly reduced irrigation rate versus the normal household customer, so it is relatively inexpensive in comparison. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. Please see the tab in your budget titled Capital Asset Fund. And if you flip to that and then on to page 118, you'll see our capital maintenance plan. And okay, we have 400,000 in here for playground renovations, and I think every year this seems to be something that needs to be done, as we have a lot of play areas around town. They age, need to be replaced. There's newer and better out there, and so 400,000 is in the budget for that. I'd like to take you lastly to page 130. If you keep flipping a little further, that's our CMP. You've seen this already. There's a tab titled CIP as well. Page 130. And we'll see in here the combination of the projects of the Jones Center and potentially a redo of Fire Station 2. This was the item discussed, and you thought it may be best, if we can, try to combine all the projects together. Keep in mind, we're still in the bubble study, a portion of the project, and soon we'll be engaging with all the stakeholders nearby to include the school district. But I want you to know that was in here in the budget. Okay, and so, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have, and happy for questions.
okay. Does anybody have any questions? Councilwoman Hyde?
I was just going to ask about the 400,000 for renovations. Is if we wanted to add a few items like at Alhambra Hall, would it come out of that budget? If we made some decision like to add some picnic tables or an extra swing set, I mean, is that where the funding would come from?
I think so. Ms. Hyde, if it was a swing set and some picnic tables, we'd probably take it from a different type of budget.
Oh, a different budget. Okay.
Yeah, if it was a major piece of playground equipment, then the line item you just spoke of would be the one to pay for it. But we've got other sources we could tap into for a fairly inexpensive type items like the one you mentioned.
Okay. But so we haven't determined exactly where to spend that 400. We just know we have some plans to do some renovations.
I'm sure there's a plan.
Yeah, we just finished an audit. We had an outside company come in and do an audit of all our playgrounds to see what is needed to be replaced and kind of a timeline for that. So we're going to use that data to make sure we're kind of getting the older ones out and keep the newer ones now. So I don't have that data in front of me, but I can certainly get it to you. But yeah, we have some data on that.
Okay.
Ms. Hyde, if there were a couple locations for picnic tables and things like that, I'm quite certain we could achieve that out of this year's budget.
Okay.
We just do it. Some of our line items are performing very well so far. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments on the budget? Yes, ma'am.
I'll just point out, I asked earlier when we were reviewing the budget where the venue resides, venue MTP, because it's not listed here and it's in the capital fund. So page 120, if anybody's interested in that. That's just where that is there. And I know we're going to be talking more about the venue later. And so we come back to that in terms of costs.
And so, Chairman Rambo, if you're comfortable, if everyone's comfortable with the budget, we would appreciate a recommendation back to Budget Committee of Council.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve this budget and a recommendation to council.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further comments on the budget? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. DeMore. Item number 5, update on the venue.
Yeah, so the venue is going very well. Ms. Keeley is here with us today if anybody has any detailed questions they want to ask. But I've given a few kind of overview highlights. They're doing quite a few things, so in the interest of time, I've kind of pared it down to a few highlights here. But the Theater 99 show had 160 total patrons. The Something Rotten show had 10 total sellouts. So that's a pretty good start to the shows that we're having. And as you can see, the new one, Watch on the Rhine, will begin here in a few weeks and continue on through May. So the productions and the shows are going very well. I know all of you have been inside the venue and to see how they perform and change all their aspects is pretty cool. So if you can get by and check it out, that'd be great. And kind of on a smaller scale, but still very important in the community, we have a lot of classes and things going on each day. A lot of folks, probably not the big ticket items that you would see as a production, but we have classes 4 days a week, improv, comedy, dance, tap, you name it. We also have the Drama Academy of Mount Pleasant coming in to do their annual children's performance. So we have a whole lot of classes going on during the week. Obviously, in the interest of time, don't want to name them all to you, but it's going really well here in the first 3-4 months that we've been open. We feel that the community's very interested and certainly happy to be able to present this arts to them. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer for you, or Ms. Keeley's here as well that can answer.
Question. So just to address the questions that were brought up in public comment in terms of the website and the cost, I know that our lease is not insignificant for the space, which I assume is the reason for the cost, but would love to just kind of hear a little bit more about those, just the availability of the space and then the cost, the fees to reserve it.
So, hey, so the availability of space, I'm meeting with 4 people this week. If you reach out to me, either through the website, through our email, through our Instagram, through our Facebook page, go to info@thevenuemtp.com. I will get back to you immediately. It is very frustrating when you have public comment made when those people have not reached out. I'm so easy to get a hold of. I'm so easy to talk to and tour the facility all the time. So the costs are absolutely commensurate with the rest of the community. We've said this several times. It's very, very inexpensive when you compare it to rates in certainly downtown. But we were very thoughtful and very careful about those rates. They're so reasonable. And we are willing to work with everybody in the community. And I have absolutely had nothing but the most positive response from people who toured the space, who've seen the space, who've talked to me personally. But you have to reach out. Walking into this space and making public comments when you have not ever reached out isn't fair. It's not fair. It's not right. But we're doing great. And the people that have come in have loved it. And the website is for the things that are going on, but those are open classes. Like there's no Theater 99 stuff listed. Their classes, they're running through their website, but we're building out to put as many of these individual groups onto that website as they want. And then all the Village Rep stuff's there. Every public show, anything you can buy a ticket to, you can get through that website. Any other information you need to reach out through those various ways I just told you.
And can you remind the public the website address?
So it's info@thevenuemtp.com.
That's the email, right?
That's my email. And the website is thevenuemtp.com.
Perfect. Thank you.
As a follow-up, so groups like the Theater 99 and stuff, so do they just rent the space from the venue and they do their own ticket sales, or
That's
do
correct.
they run ticket
So
sales through? Okay, so
the
that's how
venue
that
MTP
works.
does not is not selling tickets to
Okay.
anything at all. We are
Got it.
the venue, so there's a rental, and then everybody comes in. They do all their own. So Stage Door Drama Academy will be doing their own. Heart Initiative will be doing their own. Dance Initiative will be doing their own. They all do their own ticket sales. So if they are having a free event, or they're having, they want to charge you $150 and it's a gala, whatever they want to do, that is on the individual arts organizations themselves. The venue just takes the rental fee and facilitates the use of the space.
Got it. And I apologize if I missed it. Are those fees Are those fees posted on the website?
No.
Okay.
What's on the website is events that you can come, that the public can come to and buy tickets. So if you go to, if you email me, we'll immediately send all that information out.
Okay. Understood. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Hyatt.
I think we mentioned when it came to the fee schedule that we were doing profit and nonprofit, and I suggested that we had resident and non-resident
Yeah, TJ can
options
send you
to be,
all of that. We could
make some adjustment in that regard.
Those are all there. That's
Okay.
all there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Well, I do want to say congratulations on the success
Thank
of the
you.
venue so far. I've heard
Very
nothing
exciting.
but really great things about the performances.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And the community's been thrilled, overwhelmed, and just so joyful. I've had so many people come up and they just can't thank y'all enough for providing this space for our community members.
Of course. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Keely. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
All right. With that, we will move on to item number 6, discussion regarding the Mount Pleasant Makers Mart.
Yeah, so last year was our first year of Maker's Mart, and I'm bringing up Miss Nicole Harvey, going to give you a few details on how last year went and some suggestions for this upcoming year. So we've got some slides, won't read them verbatim to you, but Nicole's going to give you kind of an overview.
So, in a nutshell, we produced a really lovely event last season. We had, from the beginning of the season through the end of the season, there was certainly a vendor attrition problem because there was just not a lot of community support for the event. So we can't really identify why that was. Some of the things that we thought we built in that would help drive some attendance, like school pickup time. We thought, these parents will come and during school pickup have their kids meet them. That did not happen. Football game nights, they didn't come. It was a lovely event. I don't know how many of you came, but when you would turn into the complex, it was really just a very nice welcoming event. It just never really, this is not Field of Dreams. We built it. They did not come, unfortunately. So we did a survey at the end of the season and had a lot of conversations with people in the community and the vendors throughout the season. And like TJ said, I'm not going to read all of these bullets. You can read through them. But essentially, we had, some people said we should have more farmers. Well, we could not have too many more farmers because the one we had barely covered his costs. So as a result of the survey and the different percentages you see here, I'll just really kind of, do you want me to go through these? I really just go through the recommendations, I think. So our recommendation is that we, based on the things that the community said and the vendors said, we think that we should try, if you guys would like to continue trying to do this event, which, like I said, it's a lovely event and it was very well. It just needs more attendance. So we think a monthly market would make more sense. We chose last Thursdays to not interfere with the IOP market. They have a monthly Thursday night as well. And so what we want to try to not do is dilute the vendor pool too much. There are many, many farmers markets in our area, including, in addition to our Tuesday market, of course, Boone Hall and the Bend are now doing very successful markets. So we just want to try to, Thursday evening, my one concern is there is a large market in North Charleston. The one farmer we did have, I believe, attends that market. I'm not sure he will leave it to come. to this, but we'll do like we did last year, very heavy recruiting, calling a lot of people, trying to get these farmers to be involved. So we think pushing it back a little bit in the time frame of the day will separate us from the car rider, student pickup issues that we had that really didn't produce the additional participation. And then I think I would recommend a few things. I think maybe we consider doing a minimum number of vendors, potentially that we get a farmer. There were some, people said there weren't enough farmers. Well, that was not by lack of trying to get them there. And so maybe, I don't know if we want to consider implementing a minimum by a certain date potentially. But we also considered trying to get more food trucks. Food trucks are kind of tricky because they don't want to come if the people aren't there. And we don't really have a proven track record of people coming to this. But perhaps if we marketed it that way, in addition, it might bring some more people. And then we definitely recommend the same location. I think of all of the recreation facilities in the north end, it definitely has the best visibility. We had huge feather flags at the entrance to Park West, which is on a very busy street, Park West Boulevard, as you know. And so I think that is still the most viable option for a location for this event. And hopefully making it once a month will make it more of a kind of a special event feel for that area of town, which, as you all know, is also my area of town. So happy to answer any questions, but that's kind of what we've come up with for this year.
All right. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
I do. How did this come about, and how did we? I think it's a great idea to move it to once a month. But were the people in that area wanting a farmer's market for them, and they just didn't show up?
Yes, correct.
That's unfortunate. I understand Friday is a little bit tricky. Have we surveyed the people in that area that would attend and why they're not attending and when they would attend?
Yeah, so that was actually one of our questions, and Friday and Thursday were dead even, Ty. I think Thursday was 3 percentage points higher for the vendors. Anyway, basically Thursday and Friday were dead even on the survey from vendors and the community members. So I don't know that Thursday will fix it, but we figured that was the next best try. Some people did say Saturday, the vendors. However, the problem with Saturdays is there's like 9 markets in the Low Country. Yeah. In addition to the downtown, there's a whole lot of Saturday markets, and I think that dilutes our vendor pool terribly.
Do you have another
You
question?
still have the floor, Ms. Crosby. If you.
I'm good for right now.
Okay, Ms. Whitaker.
I appreciate the Field of Dreams reference and that they did not come once we built it. So I do. I mean, it's my town as well, as you know. I appreciate that we were responsive to requests. I don't think it's a great use of our town's resources to continue to put so much time and attention into trying to build something better that we tried that didn't work. I know our resources are already stretched. And so, my thought here is we tried it. It didn't work. Let's move on. So that's my thought. Wonder if anybody has reactions to that. And Nicole, certainly would appreciate your thoughts on discontinuing it.
I serve at the pleasure of council.
That is the correct answer.
What's the budget item on that one? It's 40. I was thinking it's somewhere around there.
I should know that. 44,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got
It's not insignificant
Mm-hmm.
for something that, didn't work. And again, we don't really know why, and that's okay. But I imagine it's because there are so many other alternatives for this kind of thing over the course of these months in our area, the Low Country generally.
And of course, I'll offer an opinion, which is just that nowhere in this town is a food desert, really.
Right.
So the idea is to create a community event that brings people out to hang out and enjoy each other's company. So I don't know.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Ms. Hyde, it's 44,000.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just kind of give my thoughts. I appreciate all of the efforts that you put into it. It was done really, really well. and unfortunately, it did not get the turnout. Um, I think it would be good. In my opinion, would be to give it one more shot. Moving the day, I think, is good. Doing it less frequently would potentially also drive more people if it's only a once a month, and it's kind of easy to remember last Thursday of the month kind of thing. And I think we could push that out there, and giving it kind of a one more shot. But I do think it's a number of things. One, you've got Boone Hall that's there, and I mean every time I drive past it, all the time, and there's always a lot of people there, and constantly getting fresh produce and things. I think this is a compromise from not completely just ending it, but not just continuing it like it was, particularly with vendors not being satisfied or not being able to make money. I would be afraid if we kept doing it like it was, they wouldn't come back. Does anybody else have any thoughts, though? Hi, Ms. Hyatt.
How often is the one at the Bend? They're still doing theirs
Yes, Saturday mornings once a month. It's the first Saturday.
once a month. I think when we started this conversation, we considered once a month, and then we went more often. And this is the same amount of money in the budget as previously. Whether we're doing it once a week or once a month, it's the same.
Yes.
It's going to cost the same, no matter what.
Advertising expenses won't change. You know, we still have to, everywhere we promote the Tuesday market, we promote this market. So, and we kind of share some expenses on that, but there's certainly, you know, a lot of the expenses involved with the event were not necessarily related to the weekly nature of it. It was things that will have to be bought and done no matter how often it is. So,
Okay. All right.
Right now, do we have a farmer lined up or vendors lined up? No.
no, because we weren't sure what the
Yeah, we
plan.
weren't
We don't know what to tell people yet. So we do have to do some hustling to get it put together before the end of May, but we can do that.
I share Miss Councilwoman Whitaker's thoughts as well about this, but I also share Mr. Rambo's thoughts as well about giving it one more shot. I just think it's really unfortunate people demand it and then don't come to support it.
Is this something that we would recommend to council to take action on, or is the committee able to take action on it?
If I may, that's a committee decision.
Okay, that's what.
Yes, yes.
Well, I have a motion if anybody wants that.
You have the floor.
All right. I move to discontinue the Maker's Mart in north end of town for this fiscal year.
A second.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. Does anybody have a comment?
I'm just going to reiterate what Mr. Rambo said. Maybe one more year, and putting it out there that this is kind of a last ditch effort, and once a week may bring a little more attention to the event. But I feel like we're in competition with what's already going on at the Bend on the weekends. So I'm okay with trying it one more year. But anyway, we can call a vote.
So Thursday, our biggest competition is going to be North Charleston.
Yes. Correct.
Okay.
But you said that IOP runs a once a month on a Thursday. So
Third Thursday.
Third Thursday.
So
which is a nice
potentially
little-
we could piggyback on some of those same vendors.
Correct.
Those vendors might not, well,
Correct.
clearly don't go to North Charleston every
Correct.
Thursday if there are
Right.
IOP
Certainly.
one Thursday.
Yeah.
And then North Charleston's once a week.
Theirs is weekly, yes.
And you're thinking we could do the second Thursday of the month? Third to compete with
Or
our
did you say?
No, Isle of Palms is third.
Oh.
This suggestion is last Thursday.
the last Thursday.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we have a motion on the floor. Any other comments? So the motion is to discontinue. So a yes vote would be to discontinue. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
No.
Split.
All right. So 2-2. Would anybody like to make a different motion?
There's no way to get the budget down.
We can certainly go ahead.
Can I
I
make
don't plan
a
to change my vote if that helps.
Do you have any thoughts? Because you seem to be the swing vote. Not to just put you right on the spot.
I'm still reading. How many people showed up to these?
I mean, I will be honest, we were lucky to have 50 people in a week, and it was relatively painful to
Change your vote?
Yes.
look at the vendors.
Agreed. For the times that I attended.
And how many vendors are there?
Well, we started the season off with, I think 30 or 40, and by the end it was like very difficult to have 15 or 20.
I'm not changing my vote.
Okay. Well, in search of more compromise, what is the thought if it was even less than once a month, like a special event, like say
Like
3
maybe
times?
a spring and a fall or something.
Yeah, something like that, like where we could really be like, this is the, I don't know, because I know didn't we have pretty good success in the same location with the holiday crafts and that kind of.
Well, we do our holiday market at the Moultrie Middle School
It's
farmers
Moultrie. I
market
thought it was
location.
why did I think it was?
There has been, the Bend does a holiday market up there that is pretty successful. I will say there was the kind of a church near Park West Rec tried to do a farmers market last year. It lasted a few weeks, I think, and then they ended it for lack of participation as well. So just giving you all the facts. There's another thing that was kind of disheartening, I will tell you from a staff perspective, is the community member survey that we did. We put it out many times, and we got 73 responses. 73 people will not maintain a market. It's just an observation.
And then the vendors that participated last year, have you reached out to them to participate this year?
Yes, and I think we'll get some participation back because we're trying. They wanted it to succeed very much. They were very supportive, but it just didn't happen. So it was by the end kind of disheartening.
And then can these types of farmers markets like organically start themselves without town input? Like can they rent?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like that might be like if they prove that, like you said, you build it, they'll come, and then we get town participation and money. Would be my thought.
Ms. Hyde?
Now, is this something that once we commit to it, we're stuck with it for the entire season? Like contractually in some way, or can we try this or shorten the duration and then renew it in the summer if we want, like do a spring? If nobody shows up.
One of my recommendations somewhere in here is to make a mid-season review and do it for a few months and see how it's going and give ourselves the opportunity to say, okay, this is working or not working. I think if we do it, that would be a wise thing to do.
And then at that time, if there's no participation, then we can just
I believe so.
Put an end to it.
I don't know.
I mean, it's a slippery slope. I mean, if you're going to tell the community you're going to do something for 6 months and then you pull it 3 months later, I'm not trying to get elected, so it's not.
No, I mean, we wouldn't say we were doing it 6 months. We would say we're going to do it for a quarter and let the public know we've had
I think
low
too, as Nicole
interest.
mentioned, the vendors want to know how long it's going to go
Right,
because
that's
they're
fine.
thinking about income. So it's it is a little difficult to kind of stop something in the middle.
Mid-year review.
That was one of the best staff comments I've heard in 6 years.
I'll just say one more thing. I know we need to move on. We've got another agenda item. I do think that Ms. Crosby's point's a good one, that there's opportunities for these to pop up organically. I know our neighborhood has a couple every year that pop up that are just kind of that kind of thing. I think we're oversaturated, which would be my theory for why this didn't work, is that there's other places, as you mentioned, a couple of those. So I really just feel like it's better to go ahead and nip it in the bud.
I think just from a town resource staff too, and spending time doing it.
Yes, agreed.
Not even the monetary part, but I would love to see an organic one start, and then
Okay, I don't know if this needs a motion. Obviously, committee could have taken care of this, but since it is at a 2-2 standstill, my recommendation would be that it does get sent to full council to take a vote on this next week. Does that need a motion?
So, sir, and I'm curious about time. What if it's in the budget?
Okay.
What if it went to council through budget committee?
Okay.
For the discussion along with the rest of the budget, is that acceptable?
Yeah, that's fine. I just know there are some other council members that were actively
Yeah.
involved in starting this, and so I don't want to just, we only represent 4 out of the 9. So, yes, ma'am.
I would just say when we started this conversation, we were concerned that this might be the outcome.
Yes.
So,
And
but we
actually-
did want to give it a try. So really, this first time was the try. So I worry that it's never going to be successful. But I was hoping that if we reduced it to once a month, that people would show an interest. But anyway,
And
this
just
is
to throw it
not
out there,
unexpected.
I'm also I also would be interested to see a proposal that was like a fall and a spring, like a once in the fall, once in the spring. What does that look like? And would vendors participate in that too? We'll see. All right. Any further comments or questions on this item?
You need a motion to send it to budget committee or no? Okay.
Okay, great. All right. With that, we will move on to item number 7, discussion of the town capital project known as 516 Coleman. Mr. Rossi?
Yeah, so this is the project at the parking lot across the street from the farmers market.
Okay.
And I think obviously, as you all know, farmers market starts tomorrow, and it's a very large event weekly here in the town. It's a wonderful event. We get a lot of folks, so obviously having a few more parking spaces is always beneficial. Now, how that fits into the entire project, I know there's some boat parking areas there as well. But again, from a recreation standpoint, more parking spaces certainly benefits the farmers market.
Okay. So I asked for this item to be on the agenda as a result of some of the discussion from the last budget committee meeting, as well as talking to other council members individually afterwards. As far as we know, the boat parking was a big deal. However, the county did purchase some land over there to add some boat parking recently, as well as concern for just the overall cost of that project and how many new parking spots or boat parking spots would result from that when you look at like a cost per parking spot kind of return on investment, as well as some concern as far as if there is boat parking there, you have a beautiful Tuesday and then there's boat trailers parked there instead of those spots being empty for people visiting the farmers market as well. So anyway, just putting that up for discussion. And does anybody have any thoughts on this?
What is the cost, the dollar amount it's going to be for that parking lot
Yes, ma'am.
renovation?
So 516 Coleman is the name of the project. It is an approved project of town council. The budget associated with it is $605,000. I believe we have slides and people who can talk on it, but I will say that it does incorporate in a heavy way the town's low impact development elements, as well as not removing trees and replanting, but literally spading trees and moving them over, and that does drive the cost of the project. We have been committed to working with Charleston County, and we have committed in some way to trying to relieve the boat parking at Moultrie Plaza. And so Mr. Imbo is entirely correct that Charleston County did go ahead and purchase those properties for it. As we left it a year or so ago, it was still the expectation that we would try to provide some additional parking because of the volume at the boat landing. And so we bid it out. It came in too high. And now we're value engineering the project, trying to bring it back into the budget. And we're happy to talk more about it. And we have slides, like I said, and people who can discuss it.
So in the interest of time, since our last one did, any action taken on this would need to be an action of full council anyway, and or budget committee, I guess, which is full council. It has now appeared on an agenda. My request would be that we send it without a recommendation to either budget or, I would guess, budget committee would be the
Yes, sir. That'd
Okay.
be great.
All right. Does that need to be in the form of a motion?
No, sir. We'll add it to the list.
Is everyone okay with that in the interest of time?
Save my questions for budget committee.
Oh, you
Oh,
can
yeah.
also ask it now. Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna ask a few questions. Like, where is that county property purchase that they're gonna add boat parking? And I'm curious how often or how many spaces, because you may not have it. I use that boat landing several times a week, and I do think there's a need for it. But also, because we use, I'm assuming, because in front of bottles, they're not gonna allow that anymore. Is that
So the new ownership has expressed strong interest in the town and the county helping to solve that problem.
yeah?
They haven't committed one way or the other, but I think it's safe to say that they represented not a strong desire to continue to accommodate trailer parking.
Okay. And then, where is that county property?
It's on Simmons Street, and
I'm trying to envision where.
last time I went by it, it's there and being used.
Oh, right.
Mhm.
Okay. I know exactly where it is. Okay. And the two trees that are right there, I see one has the orange
Yes.
stuff around, the one further to closer to Vintage. And the one you're talking about moving is the one closer to the street.
No, ma'am. So
You're
the
not-
one with the orange fencing around it is, and if we have a slide, we can put it up. It's close to center of the property,
Mhm.
and it prevents making it into boat parking during the weekends and extra vehicle parking during farmers market days. So to follow our where we're going with things, we plan to spade the tree, give it time to recover, and then move it on the property. It'll be a significant cost to do that.
How much is that?
I don't know yet. Staff may know, but I think it's going to exceed $50,000-$60,000.
Miss Hyatt.
Does that tree prevent any boat parking because it's in the center? Or it just causes us to lose
I'm
two or
starting
three?
to get to a point where I realize I'm talking about details of this project best left for our engineers. So I'd hate to comment on something that others could.
Do they
speak
know?
to.
I mean, it may prevent trailers for all I know because it's in the center of the property
Yes.
and nothing will be long enough, but maybe it just limits how many we get. I'm curious about that.
Good morning. Yes, ma'am. You are correct. Given its current location and the turning radius of those trailers, it would need to be relocated to accommodate those 5 additional parking spots for boat trailers, which are also able to be utilized by vehicles as well. And of course, say a Tuesday, if that parking is more desired for the farmers market, there could be some regulation implemented there to accommodate that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Is everybody good with the recommendation that it will just go to full council with no recommendation? Okay. All right. With that, we'll move on to item number 8, approval of requests from the Recreation Advisory Commission to hold a special meeting in April.
Yeah, so this we have some items that we want the Recreation Commission to kind of review and give us our feedback on, and obviously, if they do that with a quorum, that has to be a publicly visible meeting. We tried to do one back in last month, didn't work out because we were trying to do it virtually, but we'd like for your approval, which is required, to have an additional meeting. Now, let me also say we do have a regularly scheduled meeting in April. So if the commission decides that they just like to have an extended meeting, it may be in lieu of another meeting, but would still like your approval to have an additional one if needed.
Yeah, and specifically, they were going to be discussing the individual handbooks that are for each sport. Correct.
We
All
have
the
some coaches
playing time
handbooks.
rules and all that's associated with that.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We'll get some feedback from them on kind of our coaches' manuals, different rules and regulations that, again, it would be feedback from them, and staff would decipher, what items would be needed for change or anything of that nature. But always good to get a second look, especially from folks who are volunteering their time to support our department.
Okay. Yes. Ms.
I move to approve the request from the
Second.
commission.
Okay. I would have one additional ask for a potential amendment would be to keep it more open-ended as not necessarily just approving one additional special meeting, because as they get into these handbooks, they can have feedback and then need to have like a follow-up meeting. So just say if it's related to the sports handbooks. I don't know if the sports handbooks is even the correct term for it.
Good enough.
But that if it's related to that they can have multiple special meetings if they would
A second.
so desire.
Second your amendment.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anybody have any further comments about this? Oh, and I also will say, as far as a special meeting, I don't know. I know and I was very involved back coming out of COVID as far as saying, particularly our design review board, planning commission, things like that make decisions that are in stone need to be in person. However, all this is doing is advisory things. So I'm also comfortable if they need to do a virtual meeting. I mean, all these people have jobs and other responsibilities, and it's much easier to hop on a Zoom than to come all the way to town hall. So anyway, all right. Any further questions, comments? All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. And the
That was your
motion
amendment, right?
carries unanimously.
Or do we need?
I guess not.
Great.
Give that man a certification.
Good morning.
Thank you, Howard. I could have talked about Gamecock basketball. I talk about Gamecock sports all day. Oh, that's when the gavel does work. I need one of these in my house. That worked well. Jeez, that was impressive. Is the recording ready? Okay. All right. We will call the April 6th Water Supply and Resources Committee meeting to order. Second thing on the agenda is approval of minutes from the March 2nd, 2026 meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments on the minutes? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And the motion carries unanimously. Item number 3 on the agenda is public comments. Is anybody here from the public that would like to make a comment? Going once, going twice. Okay. Moving on, we will move on to item number 4, discussion of clean water credit policy. And I'll invite up Mount Pleasant Waterworks General Manager, Mr. Alan Klum.
All right, thank you, committee, for having me today. I'm going to present a short presentation. Seems like it wasn't that long ago that I presented to you an update, so enjoy the time. All right, opening slide. Love this picture. This is at RO1. This is our staff working with community to plant a rain garden at RO1. Great picture of our staff alongside community members. Today we'll talk about 2 particular opportunities, the Clean Water Credit update along with MPW easement update, and we'll close out with an FY 2027 budget planning calendar. Wanted to show you the MOU. I know you are familiar with this and the importance of this. I want to thank Will Haney's leadership, the mayor, thank town council, thank this committee along with the town administrator for allowing this to happen. This really has made a difference in our town. So the town supports MPW's mission to protect public health, and its agreement that contributes $50,000 a year to septic tank abatement. So what has that done? Well, since 2022, we have removed 12 septic tanks in the town. Most of that effort has focused on county septic tanks, but we've removed 12 in the town. 12 doesn't sound like a large number until you really understand that's 12 families and potentially about 3,600 gallons a day of wastewater that may be partially treated, making it into our waterways. So certainly it is a big difference for the clean water in our community. 334 to go. So we still have a long ways to go, but we are chipping away at it. Our board recognized, Mount Pleasant Waterworks commissioners recognized that there are also commercial properties that are impacting our water resources. If you look at the table and the legend, 1 REU, that's a residential equivalency unit. I know you are familiar with that. We have 34 commercial properties that have a single REU, and you can go down the list. But roughly under 40 commercial properties that are served by septic tanks. Our commissioners recognized that protect public health and the environment, it was important to offer them a similar opportunity that we had offered residential properties. So we have amended our policy to include commercial properties within the town of Mount Pleasant, limited to 1 clean water credit regardless of the number of REUs. The Commercial Clean Water Credit Fund is in addition to the Residential Clean Water Credit Fund and not to exceed $22,500 per year, equivalent to 5 commercial properties. So our ask today, together we have built $100,000 combined investment. That's on the residential side, $9,000 per home, $4,500 from the town and Mount Pleasant to make that happen. And so what we are asking is a potential partnership opportunity which would expand the clean water credit to include commercial properties. That would be 22.5 each, shared commitment, and it would have a smaller footprint than the clean water credit, again at 5 commercial properties per year. Moving on, I wanted to give you an update as well on the MPW easements that we have worked on. We're calling this a habitat upgrade. We've installed 4 pollinator gardens with the community, one that we're calling a pollinator meadow, pond buffer, along with rain gardens. The importance of this, not only does it improve habitat, but it really encourages community involvement and engagement with the community. So we are targeting 1 event per quarter, that's 4 per year. Approximately 92 community members have attended and helped us with these rain gardens, pollinators, or different events in Mount Pleasant. So the opportunity here, the ask would be to create a pollinator partnership. It would be a $2,000 combined investment. We would intend to issue $200 mini grants, literally seed money, for different HOAs or communities that wanted to plant a pollinator-friendly garden in an MPW easement. It would allow up to 10 pollinator habitats per year. And so the partnership opportunity would be $1,000 from each entity, MPW and the town, to allow 10 gardens yearly to be planted. Interestingly enough, MPW, we own roughly 800 acres of easement in Mount Pleasant, so a relatively large landholder in the town of Mount Pleasant. And I thought you would find this interesting. MPW account growth. This is almost a 10-year look back, but this is new accounts, water and wastewater new accounts. And you can see that in 2017, roughly 3% growth per year. And currently, the last 3 years, we have been just under 1% per year in new account growth. And in closing, FY 2027 budget calendar, obviously budget workshop number 1 and 2 are behind us. But May 1st, we will have budget workshop number 3. Encourage the public to attend if they are interested. And then June 17th, we will have our annual commission meeting to adopt the budget. Fiscal year 2027 will start July 1st with our new rate and fee structure implemented. So, Chairman, to ask today for your consideration 2 opportunities to partner together, and I certainly appreciate the work we've done to date. So, thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about what has been asked of us? Okay. Does anybody have any motions?
I'll move to approve partnering with Waterworks for the pollinator partnership.
Okay.
Should we do one thing at a time?
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. So the motion is to partner with Mount Pleasant Waterworks to do 10 pollinator gardens per year, which is a $1,000 investment from each entity, right? So that'd be a $10,000 match each year. Okay. Any comments on that or questions? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And that motion carries unanimously. Are there any motions resulting from the ask on the commercial clean water credit?
Yes, I'll move that we work with Waterworks to help remove septic tanks from the commercial businesses in Mount Pleasant. This effort, I'm waiting for a second.
Second.
This effort that we have together worked on with Waterworks has given the town and Mount Pleasant Waterworks recognition throughout the state for what we've done. And I think it's really a remarkable example of when we, together with Waterworks, can do this to help the waters surrounding Mount Pleasant.
I 100% agree. Thank you, sir. And I should have asked this, Eric, on the first one, but I guess these would be recommendations to budget committee.
That's exactly right, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So just the function of both of these are recommendations to budget committee. Okay. Any further questions on that? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And that carries unanimously.
Thank you for your time.
Yep,
Appreciate it.
thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments resulting from this committee? All right. Hearing none, with that, we will stand adjourned. Thank you.
Back
Looks good. Spanos. There we go.
Good morning.
Correct.
And then
So if you tap, it makes an arrow. If you draw, it draws. And then tap the lower left screen
Make it go away. Okay. Thank you.
You good?
Good.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that. And then push turn.
All right.
How you doing? Good. Good. You doing well? Yeah, doing very well. Can you present on the Copperwood campus? Yeah, me too. Please do. Please do. Lisa, right here behind the function. Yeah, I guess I would. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you. All right. Chief. How are you, sir?
All right, good morning. We have the Human Resources Committee that we are calling to order now at 9:30 on April 6th. This is my first time chairing a committee, so you guys are going to bear with me. And our attorney has said that he will call me out if I make any awful mistakes. Okay, first order of business is approval of minutes from the October 8th, 2025 meeting.
Move to approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, thank you. Any public comments for the Human Resources Committee? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 4, discussion and approval of the fiscal year 2027 merit plan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to introduce this and then I'm going to turn it over to Christy so she can kind of go through the details of this. As you're aware, all day today we're going through all the departmental budgets, and so included with all those departmental budgets is the increase in salaries, 3.75. I think we discussed that when we actually had the budget committee last time. So what we're reviewing with you all today and would like your input on and approval of is the actual merit plan. And so what Christy will review with you is scenarios or options of how that could be distributed based on evaluations that employees have received. And then department managers will then apply that as we move through the budget and move towards the salary increases for July 1st. So I'll turn it over to her and let her explain it in a little more detail.
Good morning. Okay, the proposed fiscal year 2027 merit plan, as Christine stated, has a 3.75 average merit increase. That includes a 1.75% scale shift, meaning that all of the existing pay grades would increase by 1.75%. So the minimum of each grade will increase by that amount.
So that'd be fair. I mean, that's the same, like a cost of living adjustment.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
So it would affect the existing employees, but it would also increase the scales for future new employees. Employees who are not eligible for merit increase, as contained in the handbook, are those whose evaluation score falls below a 3.
Madam Chair, can we clarify that for a second? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I want to make sure it's clear, and you probably already know this. It's not 3.75 plus 1.75. Right. The 1.75 is only the hiring scale for new employees, keeping it current with market. You already knew that. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
You're good. I apologize.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I actually did not know that, so I appreciate
okay,
it.
it's not one plus the other.
I was thinking it was a full COLA increase plus then a 3.75 merit.
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yes. So those who aren't eligible for the merit increase are those that receive a score below satisfactory or those that are new to the town. You have to be here a certain amount of time before you're eligible. So the range of the evaluation scores is 0 to 5.
Sorry, quick
Sure.
question. Back on the, if you receive a score below a 3.0, I mean, what is the process? I mean, does that automatically trigger an improvement plan of some sort?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that employee is then placed on a performance improvement plan and does not receive anything but the scale shift. And that has to be done to keep people from going below the minimum to keep their place in the grade.
Understood.
So that would automatically happen.
Okay.
So the scores range from 0 to 5. A score of 3 is the meets expectations. So anything below that is addressed with a performance improvement plan. So we're talking about the merit distribution in the chart there, and then the other thing to address with that is the employees that receive an evaluation score of 3.0 exactly. Oftentimes, that is given sort of as a measure of generosity. It is someone that doesn't quite measure up to that, but we don't want to go the other route just yet. So if we look at the scale the table there, the scale shift is 1.75, and that remains the same. The average is 3.75%. That remains the same. What we're looking to you for your consideration today is to determine the minimum and maximum. So with the average staying the same, the money stays the same. It's just a difference of how low to how high the range goes. In that first line, the minimum could be 1.75%, which is the same as the scale shift, with a maximum of 5.75. That spread is 4%. It's the largest spread. It attaches more significance to the evaluation scores, so that the difference between the top performing and the lower performing is greater, to provide a more of an incentive. And then there's different iterations of that as you go. So the next one would give 2% as the minimum, which gives a 0.25% differential between the scale shift and the lowest that somebody could get for the merit. But then by bringing that up, you bring that top number maximum down. So that's what we're looking for you to consider today.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I'm a fan of the first option, 1.75% across the board cost of living, with more opportunity for performance-based incentive increases.
Yeah, my question is kind of how the reality of how it's then applied. So, is the maximum given to those who have the maximum scores, or is it up to the department heads or supervisors to determine the actual percentage?
So the department managers assign percentages to the individual scores. It can get confusing because the scores range up to 5, and the merit distribution is up to around 5 also. So it can get confusing whether you're talking the points or the
Percentage.
number.
Yep.
But each department manager gets a list it's a spreadsheet for their department, and it has ranges. So if you got 4.0 to 4.3, that might be one of the groupings. So each grouping, the department manager can assign a percentage to. So it's not specific scores, but it is ranges of scores. So that top, for example, 5.75 would apply to that highest range. And I don't recall what that exactly is, but it could be like 4.5 to 5.0. It could be 4.7 to 5.0. So each department manager would assign that based on the distribution of their scores.
Got it. Okay. So, do you want us to go ahead and make a recommendation then before we move on to the next?
Would this be a motion to budget committee, or would this just be?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to budget committee to do the option on the first line on the previous side.
Second. Any discussion? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No opposed. 3. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final matter today is regarding the employee dental plan. Right now, it's part of the medical plan. That would stay the same. It's a very minor change, also a very positive change. So the provider would be moving from PAI, planned administrators, to Delta Dental. There's more dentists, providers in the area that participate in Delta Dental. It would also provide increased coverage for the employees. The amount of the coverage would increase slightly, and there would be no change to employee premiums. So there's really no downside to it. It's all positive with no increase in the cost.
This would start July.
It would start July 1st. That's the new plan year.
And Madam Chair, we're empowered to go ahead and do it. But we wanted to make sure you and committee were comfortable with the decision before we move forward. So this is really a matter of awareness. And if you're comfortable with it, we certainly are. We think it's very positive. We can just move forward. No vote is necessary.
Move for approval of the switch in dental plan.
Okay. All in favor?
And, sorry, I have one quick. So does
Discussion,
this?
sorry.
So does this mean we would have a An employee would have a health card and a dental card, like 2 separate cards now. Okay, just curious.
That's probably the only change the employees would see.
Would see. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Did we answer your question about what 3.0 receives?
Yes, because with the one that you've chosen, the 1.75 is the scale shift and the bottom of the scale. So, yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good point. I love it. All right. And dental plan, we have motion to approve.
Yep.
All in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Thank you. Sounds like a good change. Okay. And with that, yep.
You did
we have
an
more.
excellent job chairing your first committee. Beautifully done.
Well, I
Ahead
didn't
of
hit the gavel,
schedule.
though,
It was
first.
amazing.
That's
Nail
the
it.
best part. All right. And we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. I love it. No, I think it's great. Yeah, agreed. Well, we had.
Is that abnormal?
You heard a story about our fearless recreation director?
I was trying to be an overachiever and accidentally deleted something. I owe Tammy lunch.
Yes, you do.
Maybe even dinner.
So yeah, we started with business.
We'll find it eventually.
We started today with bids and purchases. And first comments were we had to greet Mr. Brownstein by telling him the slides that we had for the committee weren't there. What a way to start the day. That's true. That's true.
Delayed April Fool's joke.
Tammy, I expected flop. I heard it's going to be a lot quicker.
I'm sure. No,
No one said that. We made that up.
saw Mr. Brownstein, Mr. Chapman and stuff, so I kind of,
My paycheck comes every 2 weeks. Yours. I've already heard the words. None of the register.
I'll call the Finance Committee Monday, April 6th to order. My name is Howard Chapman. I'll be chairing this committee this morning. And with that, next item of business is approval of minutes from the January 6th, 2026 meeting. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve of the minutes for for the January 5th meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the ayes have it. Next item is public comments. Anyone wants to give public comments for the Finance Committee, please come up and give us your name, and you have 2.5 minutes to speak. Anyone? Seeing none, move on to item number 4, which is the budget review for fiscal year 2027. Ms. Harness.
Good morning. I'm going to start by going over the general fund and capital fund revenues. I know you've seen this slide before, but to walk you through the general fund revenues again, this chart does show the proposed versus current budget revenues. This chart is on page 6 of your book behind the general fund tab, and then the details of everything begin on page 7 under the revenues tab. So property and other taxes are proposed at just over $60.2 million, or 3.5% above the current year's budget. Licenses and permits are projected to increase $3.2 million, or approximately 7.6%. And this is due to business license tax. Even with the continued reduction of nonprofit revenues, business license revenues are expected to remain flat in fiscal year 27. Public utility licenses are projected to increase only slightly at 2%. We're budgeting conservatively here since no rate changes yet have been approved for Dominion. I know they are looking at kind of a larger percentage, but that's with state regulators being discussed right now. Insurance license revenues are what is really jumping up in this category. They are increasing 15%. You'll see corresponding increases as well. And then building and electrical permit revenues are also increasing to bring them in line with actual collections. So state and federal grants, the third line, shows a reduction because in fiscal year 26, we had the carry forward from the COSIP grant. That is one time, that does not hit, that will continue to roll. So fiscal year 27 goes back to our normal $1 million budget. Charges for services is increasing in fiscal year 27, primarily from building plan review fees. And then fines and forfeitures is trending slightly higher for next year as well. Investment earnings are budgeted flat to prior year as economic forecast regarding interest rates is still pretty uncertain. So fluctuations, we are being conservative in keeping that flat. Rents and royalties reflect a 9.5% increase for next year. This is primarily due to Alhambra Hall bookings. For fiscal year 27 will reflect a full year, whereas for fiscal year 26 it was a partial year. Sale of capital assets is also expected to increase with the vehicles that we know are going to be deadlined and put up for auction next year. So overall, our operating revenues without transfers in from special revenues or the use of fund balance are projected to increase 3.8% over the current budget. Now moving on to capital revenues. This summary is on page 99 under the capital asset fund of your book. And then all the revenues, and there's a lot of detail, begin on page 100. So hospitality and local aid tax revenues account for 19% of the capital fund revenues, with funds supporting projects such as the public safety training facility, Stockdale intersection at Park West, pavement preservation, and other capital items. Intergovernmental revenue includes grants, greenbelt, special permit, and county aid tax funds. And this also includes $1 million in greenbelt funding for Mount Pleasant Way within this category. Charges for services. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Chapman.
I have a question, and I'll suggest to my colleagues, if you have any questions on the line, let me know. On the intergovernmental revenue, I know there's been some discussion about funds for several of our projects, federal funds, being lost in 2026, but there have been some suggestions that we might be getting those back. Are you including that or not? I'm talking about like the Edwards drainage, where we lost over $5 million.
Correct.
And now it is possible that that may be coming back.
We have some of that still in a reserve on the capital fund because that was originally budgeted, and then we took that out. It's sitting in a reserve, so if it comes back, we can pull from some of that, but the grant monies associated with that have kind of been redistributed to some of our other projects, so we would have to find matching funds for some of those other grants.
And sir, it wouldn't be shown as a general fund revenue.
Say
It would not be shown, sir, as a general fund revenue.
Okay.
Yeah, which is what we're discussing right now.
We're on the capital
Yeah.
revenues now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. So charges for services, that third line, those are your stormwater fees, for which stormwater repair, maintenance, improvements, all that gets funded from the stormwater fees. Special assessments revenues, those are impact fees, and these funds are going towards Stockdale intersection at Park West, Mount Pleasant Way, and the public safety training facility. Contributions and donations include the tree bank donations. Other revenue sources are primarily proceeds from vehicle lease purchases and also a reserve account in anticipation of additional grants. The transfers in are from the general fund for infrastructure from the fund balance policy. Those CMP and asset replacement accounts not eligible for special revenues, plus transfers in from the state ATAX fund to support capital projects, which for fiscal year 27 is the public safety training facility. And then lastly, use of fund balance. Generally, this is from the fund balance true up from the prior fiscal year. These funds are going towards Pitt Street Bridge and Boardwalk rehabilitation, stormwater repair and rehab, townwide facilities maintenance, and other items. So any questions on the general fund or the capital fund revenues?
Any questions of committee? No, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Moving on to general government expenditures. This is on page 11 under the general government expenditures tab. And the budget for fiscal year 27 is just over $9.8 million. There are no new positions added. The salary increases that are shown are all for merit and related taxes, and then a 5% increase to the employer health care contribution that's being applied across the board in all departments. Economic development costs include consultant costs for the Long Point Road Initiative, which is the Beers and Gears project. Economic development costs are also increasing because we moved some of those funds over from non-departmental. So you're going to see a reduction in non-departmental economic and the increase over here. Ms. Whitaker?
Thank you. So the HR committee just approved a scale for the merit distribution, but these, I assume, reflect the 3.75% average?
Correct,
in terms of
which
salary.
is what you just approved, yes.
Great, thank you.
So the economic development increases are also offset by reduction in the expenditure accounts, audit and services, and also election costs, since there is no election this year. So that's a savings. And then there are no proposed funded CIP projects under general government for fiscal year 27. So moving on to non-departmental expenditures. This begins on page 42 under the appropriate tab. And again, some of the main increases in this budget include streetlight expenses have increased with additional lights and anticipated rate increases. That tends to go up every year. Contractual service costs have increased with the shift from cable to Segra fiber optic cable. It also includes additional funding for digitizing documents in fiscal year 27. The contractual services for EV charging stations has also increased, but that is partially offset by higher revenues as well. And then the contribution to risk management has increased with increased rates to property and workers' compensation insurance. And again, this is partially offset by the 15% increase in the revenues on the insurance side. And some of the main decreases that you see are the group health insurance. We are not budgeting for a health fund adjustment in fiscal year 27 as we just did with the mid-year, but we will reevaluate that after year end, after we get the audit findings in, and see if another adjustment is needed at mid-year next year. Again, economic development expenses, some of these were moved over to the general government economic account. Our emergency reserves are being reduced back to normal levels. They were slightly increased last year, but we have not used those at all this year, so we are reducing them down back to normal levels. And then the police department equipment and video reserve expenses have been moved back to the capital fund going forward, so that's why you see that reduction.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Mr. Brownsfield.
Thank you. Just a quick question. What are the affordable housing fees? It looks like $20,000. Just curious what exactly those are.
We have those budgeted in last year as well. We did not use them. I think it's really up to council, knowing that they are there to use for any items that may come up throughout the year. I know every now and then we do have different people request funding, so it's
so that would be
if needed.
Like if council decided to partner on an affordable housing effort, that's what that's for.
We could use it for that, correct?
Okay.
Community investments are also included within non-departmental. They are on page 44, which we'll go over next. But before that, there are no CIP projects associated with non-departmental. However, both technology and vehicle replacement expenses are in the capital fund under asset replacement or ARP. Any questions on any of that so far?
No,
If not, sorry, Mr. Chapman, did you have a question?
No,
No,
I
okay.
said, no, ma'am, go ahead.
So then moving on to community investment. This is on page 44 of your books. And you can see that we received 17 applications in fiscal year 27. These were assigned points based on their responses to the ranking criteria questions, which are shown here. Each ranking criteria category receives points based on the applicant's self-reported responses, so the scoring is very straightforward and objective. So we then sorted this list from highest to lowest points received to determine how the funding would be distributed. And we came up with 2 funding options to consider, which I'll walk you through. The first option is in the pink column, and this follows our basic rule of only allowing a 10% funding increase over the prior year award amount. By doing this, and also by reducing the Hibben United Methodist Church amount down to $10,335, would leave an even $3,000 to be equally distributed to the 3 organizations earning 10 points. The second option, in the blue highlighted column, is to hold the award amounts equal to the prior year and further reducing the Hibben award down to an even $10,000. This would allow for the 3 10-point organizations to each receive $2,500. The goal was really to try to equitably distribute the $100,000 to as many organizations as possible. So those are the 2 options that staff recommended, but we're open to discussing all other alternatives if committee has other opinions or options they'd like to look at.
Mr. Brownstein.
Thank you, sir. One organization that I wanted to highlight that is not, they're at the bottom of the list, My Sister's House. We funded them last year for $2,000, and they did send in a letter requesting that same funding request. Unfortunately, it's just after the deadline for the budget. I would humbly ask that we consider that request. It's an organization that provides domestic violence shelter and services to residents throughout the region, including Mount Pleasant. And so our police department works with them. And so when the time's right on second reading, I would ask that we look at that request and consider including it in the list of community investment funding for the next fiscal year.
Okay. Ms. Whitaker.
Yes, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate that sentiment. I also would just point out the D. Norton Low Country Children's Center. I understand their request was for $20,000 last year. We were at $8,000. We're talking about $2,500 here. That's obviously a crucial part of what is needed, I think, just kind of in our area. I know they have a location here in Mount Pleasant, whereas some others don't, including some I think that we funded here, though I could be told if that's incorrect. So I would just like to look at that one as well as we go forward, potentially changing that amount. My only other thought was for the Scouting America. As much as I love our scouts, I don't know if that is as crucial as some of these other things to our neighbors in the community. So that would be my thought there.
Okay. I have one question, and it deals with the different entities that provide food and or services. It appears, I think we have either 3 or 4 agencies that are being funded for providing food. Am I correct? It's Low Country Food Bank, East Cooper Meals on Wheels, East Cooper Community Outreach. I believe that's it. I think the Low Country Food Bank is in the area outside of the town. Do we know how much is used by Mount Pleasant residents for Low Country Food Bank versus East Cooper Meals on Wheels and East Cooper Community Outreach.
I would have to look at their individual applications that they sent in to pull that data, but I can get that for you and see what they self-reported.
And I know Low Country Food Bank is very well used throughout the metropolitan Charleston area. They're located in the neck area of Charleston, whereas I know East Cooper Community Outreach is in Mount Pleasant, and obviously Meals on Wheels is in Mount Pleasant. So I only brought that out. Ms. Whitaker?
I would just add Mount Pleasant Community Outreach to that as well, because it mentions a food pantry. So that's a fourth. And so, again, I agree with that and would just add that to your list.
Mr. Brownstein?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Rambo hasn't gone yet.
Mr. Rambo?
So while I agree with all of these comments, all of these, Wynwood Farm does incredible work. The D. Norton Children's Center does incredible work. Patterson's Academy does incredible work. My sister's house, same thing. I think almost all of these organizations do. And I think we need to be careful as a council to we have a policy that rubric is scored based on these points. It's tough as a council to then say, oh, but we like this one, or it looks like we're picking and choosing favorites when all of these people do really good work. And so I do hear what you're saying about the food, and maybe the answer is to look at the scoring rubric and adjusting if there's multiple requests that kind of serve the same thing. I would prefer to look at it more of as a system change than a picking individual people to move up and down the list. I think that's tough to get into. So that's just my thoughts.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
It's tough looking at the whole budget too. Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brownstein?
Just a quick question, pet helpers. So I know we contribute a considerable amount of money to the Charleston Animal Society through the police department budget. And so I'd be curious to learn more about what the pet helpers line item does that we're not doing within the police department budget.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Harness.
With that, do we want to make a recommendation yet, or just take this to budget?
Answer Daniel's question? Is there an answer to Daniel's question?
I can get back to him with what they replied in their application. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but it would be interesting to get that information.
It's similar, I think, what they say to Charleston Animal Society, but yet there are some different specifics that they list in their application. So I will forward you what's in their application.
Do we need to make a recommendation, or should we just send this to the full council for the budget committee?
I would recommend you send it to the full council, to the budget committee, and also the other questions that came up, similar to the food issue, as well as the D. Norton Low Country. Let everybody take a look at it.
We'll pull all that data and send it to the committee.
The extra information too, that would be great.
Okay.
Any
So we're sending it to budget committee just without a recommendation.
That would be my recommendation, but if you want to make a motion otherwise, go ahead.
No, that's okay. If I had to choose between 1 and 2, I like 2 better because it spreads out the funds a little bit more. But everyone's made some good points, so I'm not ready to make that informed motion necessarily.
Yeah, I would just say to that point, I think I'd probably look at it the other way. Whereas if we spend more in certain areas, might have a bigger impact than just like
That's
seeing how many we can fund. So
it's also a good point.
And Mr. Chairman, at the next budget committee meeting, this is always a large topic of discussion. So up until that time, we can make sure that you have all the applications and the scoring matrix and just have all the documentation ahead of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So moving on to the debt fund. This is on page 95 under the debt service fund tab. Total revenues and expenses equal $17,588,793. The revenues are based on debt millage of 9.6 mils, plus some additional funding from special revenues, as well as a transfer in from the general fund. These revenues go towards paying our 5 current and 1 anticipated general obligation bond, our state revolving fund loan, as well as our 5 existing lease purchase obligations, plus the lease purchase we're proposing for fiscal year 27, which is a $2.5 million 5-year lease. Any questions on the debt fund?
Any questions? No, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. And then lastly is the state A-tax budget. This is on page 98 under the state accommodations tab. And per state code, the first $25,000 plus an additional 5% of state accommodations tax revenues must be allocated to the general fund and are used for general operations. The remaining 95% balance is included in the state A-tax budget and must be used for tourism, promotion, and related activities. That balance is the $2.845 million amount forecasted revenue you see here. That plus the use of fund balance of just over $109,000 and an anticipated tourism advertising or tag grant of $40,000 is what brings you to the total $2.994 million budget. On the expenditure side, 30% gets allocated per state code to the Charleston Visitors Bureau to be used for the advertising and promotion of tourism. The remaining 65% balance is used for various contributions and town events. This includes marketing expenses, our funded contribution allocation of $150,000, which gets distributed to organizations applying through the ATAC committee, plus our local recreation events, including Blessing of the Fleet, the Christmas Parade, as well as a contribution towards the Patriots Point 4th of July event. And the ATAC committee met last week and did request an additional $50,000 for their funded contribution. So we will be looking at that as part of the budget committee next month. And then the last section are the transfers out to both the general fund to support 3 events positions within the town, plus a transfer to the capital fund to support capital projects. And for this year, the only capital project we are supporting with state ATAX is the public safety training facility.
Mr. Brownstein.
Just a quick observation. I noticed you're predicting a 2% decline in ATAX for the coming year. I presume because of some of the economic uncertainty that we're experiencing.
That's actually an anomaly. There is an entity that their reporting got set up incorrectly, so it's going to another county right now. They have up to 3 years to correct that and get their reporting right, but until then we still can only budget upon the true revenues coming in. So we don't know exactly when we're going to get that uptick, but there will be a correction at some point in the future. It won't be huge, but we should be showing more a 2% increase rather than a 2% decrease.
Yeah, I was just going to point out, our current budget for this year is 2.91, let's say, million, and then the year before is 2.8. I think it's interesting to me because we have one fewer hotel operating right now, which I think is like 120 rooms the Days Inn. I was just going to say that's kind of a testament to the strength of the tourism industry in our town, and that we're producing more revenue this year with fewer hotel rooms than we've had in the past, which is just kind of an interesting observation.
And I'll just add, one of the things that was discussed at the ATAX meeting was the fact that we're getting more come across the river because the rates in Mount Pleasant are lower than downtown. And a new hotel just opened up, and its rates are somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,000 a night. So that some of the rates downtown have helped us considerably. I had a question about the State Guard. Where is the State Guard not part of ATAX?
The State Guard, there is a line item for State Guard. It's an individual line item, $10,000.
Where is that on page
It's
98?
It should be. Let me get there. Yes, it's the second funded contribution line. There's actually two. You see one funded contribution for $150, which is the amount that goes to the ATAC committee. Right below that, there's a second funded contribution because we decided to pull the State Guard out and just start to fund them $10,000 per year with all the work that they do for the bridge run.
Right.
And not have them apply every year.
And did they send in their
Not yet.
Because I talked to them
Okay.
the day before the bridge run, and they're in the process of putting their request for funding in.
Okay.
To their
We've reached
invoice.
out to them
Their invoice.
multiple times, so I'm glad that maybe they will respond to you.
Well, the same person that I've talked to in the last 3 years, and I've mentioned that that somebody needs to be responsible to send in their invoice timely, as well as their request in future years. So, let me know, please, when that check request is received.
Will do.
Because I'll make another call.
Okay.
One more question.
Mr. Brownstein.
I noticed in the prior year, we used $300,000 for the Community Arts Center. Was that for the upfitting of the facility?
Correct.
Okay. But we don't use it to subsidize the ongoing rent of the space,
No,
right?
that's actually a transfer in from the general fund, so we're using general fund revenues.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sure.
One point of clarification on that. I thought my understanding was the upfit was higher than that, and the lease was more like what you're talking about. So just want to make sure I understand those costs associated with the venue. The upfit is done, obviously.
The upfit is done, but we
lease
still
is
had
ongoing.
some of that in the budget from last
Okay,
year.
got it.
Correct. Yes.
And then the lease obviously will be ongoing.
Correct.
Once we have the space. Okay, great.
Any other questions?
No, ma'am, but I'd like to also mention to the committee that at the ATAX meeting where their request came up for an additional 50,000?
Correct.
An additional 50,000, that some of that may be better presented by working with Explore Charleston, whereas in the past, we've just given Explore Charleston an amount that we're required to do by state law. And it may be that there are some expenses that Explore Charleston can help individual groups coming in instead of just asking us for another $50,000. So we'll see how that works. Go ahead, Ms. Harness.
If there's no other questions, then we would just ask for a recommendation back to Budget Committee on all of these items.
I'll move that we recommend approval of these particular categories to Budget Committee with the caveat that the community investment grants would be discussed at that committee.
Right.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to recommend to the Budget Committee that the individual budget items listed on our agenda go forward to the budget committee? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Go ahead, Ms. Harness.
Okay, next is discussion of the issuance of up to a $20 million Public Finance Authority bonds for the benefit of Crown Leadership Academy for purposes of Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended.
I think we're
We
going to
have
hear
a
from
fearless attorney.
attorney,
Yes.
Mr. Paglerini.
Good morning, sir. Members of the committee. This matter is back before this committee. We'll also be taking it to PJL later this afternoon and potentially to council. You may recollect a few months ago, council voted to approve this item. A brief history so that you can consider where we are at this point. The town was approached by Crown Leadership Academy. There is a provision under federal law that when in this case, a school applies for this specific type of bond issuance, it requires local approval. It is certainly a mystery as to why. I can only presume that it is that the feds are feel it important for local councils to understand what is happening in their community. Let me stress that this is not, it is not an obligation for the town of Mount Pleasant to pay any of these bonds, be responsible for any of these bonds. But that is what federal law requires them to have. We went through and cooperated with this organization, with Crown Leadership. I was able to speak with their legal counsel out of Los Angeles to make certain that council had all the information. They, at that time, presented us with a written resolution. We, legal, felt that the resolution was not appropriate. It was a significant amount of language essentially indicating that we were involved in this bond issuance. We felt it was inappropriate. I had specific conversations with legal counsel who indicated that a voice vote was appropriate. And let me also say that federal law, federal statute does not require, it doesn't read that way, does not require a written resolution. Everything seemed fine. Council approved it. We were approached again several weeks ago that the Crown Leadership has been told by whom I am not certain that a written resolution was required. Whether I agree or disagree with them on that point, that is why they are back before council requesting that. We have taken the proposed resolution and changed it to language that, that they were not, that they wanted in the beginning, but I believe we have written it at this point to where I believe it meets our standard. And that is the history and where we are right now. It would ostensibly appear on the agenda next week for consideration by council. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Mr. Paglerini? Ms. Brownstein.
Just to be clear, if we approve this, we are not on the hook in any way, shape, or form. If, let's say the school becomes insolvent and somebody's got to pay back the bonds, that's not the town, correct?
Correct. And that's essentially what the resolution provides. You may recollect in the fall, what we did is put explanatory language on the agenda as well. And if this committee believes appropriate, and what I mean by that is it said in big bold letters to the public so that the public understands that this is not a town obligation. I am happy to do that again, subject to town administrator's approval and your request. We can put that language on to make sure that the public is made aware of at least somewhat of the purpose of this request.
I'll make a motion to recommend approval.
Second.
Okay, under discussion, in recommending approval, I want to make sure we're getting the language that Mr. Pagarini specifically said. If we request it goes in. We have a lot of schools in this community. I don't want to be saying anything in any way saying one school is better than another. So please, if everyone agrees with that, I don't know that you need an amendment, but I think it's very critical that that language gets added.
Yes, sir. It will be very similar to what we saw before, and I believe council felt that that was appropriate, and if necessary, I can always expand on that to make sure.
Great. Any other questions on the discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Pagarini. Next item is an update provided by Trident Technical College and discussion letter of intent to renew the lease agreement with Trident Technical College.
Yes, sir. We have Darren Felty here today. He's the Mount Pleasant campus dean for Trident Technical College, so he'll walk us through his presentation.
Members of the committee, thank you for having me today. Thank you to the town as well for our ongoing relationship, which we value very, very highly. I have personal thanks, one to Ms. Harness for helping me arrange my visit today, and to my two primary contacts with the town, Ms. Barrett and Mr. Demora. They have always been extremely responsive to any question we might have. So this is the front face of the campus. Internally, we like the slogan where community creates opportunity, because it's that community that we try to create on the campus. Please don't tell the marketing department I put that in the presentation. I have not approved it with them yet. But what I want to, where we are is right at Midtown. We're behind the Wando Crossing Shopping Center right by MUSC. And it's a great location once folks find us, but it's a little bit hidden, but that's fine. And because it's a tremendous campus, and the location right in the middle of the town is very helpful. Wanted to give you an overview of what we do, who we serve, and how we serve them. So basically where we've been, we opened in fall 2011, and we had technically four classrooms and only 3 staff members at that time. We expanded in 2015. We added a science lab. We added more classrooms. So now we're at full capacity with a couple extra spaces as well. Our campus tends to focus on general education courses because we are very much a transfer hub for students transferring into one of our programs at our main campus or to a 4-year. And so as a result, our student demographic has certain characteristics that are consistent. This is who we are. That's me. We have, like I said, we started with 3 staff members. I came on in the summer of 2017. My background, I was associate English department head, associate dean, humanities and social sciences. I still teach at the campus, so I teach at least 1 class a semester. Ms. Whipper Lewis has been with us since the campus opened. She's the director of our Student Success Center. We also have a campus generalist, Ms. Murray. Mr. Shepard is our missions coordinator, and my right hand is Ms. Metz, who is our business office specialist, and she's our front desk. We've long had a full-time math instructor on the campus, which is great. This past year, we've been able to add a biology full-time instructor and an English full-time instructor. So we now have our 3 subject areas with our most intense enrollment covered with a full-time faculty member. And that's been a great benefit. Who we serve. This is kind of tricky. I was trying to pull down the data in a way that was comprehensible. Basically, the enrollees since 2011, that's each different individual we've served at the campus since 2011. That includes the COVID years when we were basically a student services hub, so we had no enrollees. So it's over 10,000 students, so we average about 780 new students a year. That's basically students coming in through the front door that have never been there before. And because sometimes students will come to us, they'll be with us a semester, 2 semesters, some with us or through their whole program. Our total head counts are students who are both new to us and are coming back. So we've had over 12,000 of those since we opened, and we average about 944 folks a year who are taking 22,000 enrollments during that time. So basically our average, we have about 780 new folks a year. We have a total of about 940, 950 folks a year on the campus, and they take an average of 1,700 enrollments a year. Our campus tends to be younger. So our average age is 24 and a half, but most of our students are 19 or 20 because they are going to be transferring. And their transfer goals, 37% are in one of our transfer programs to a 4-year, 27 are to one of our non-medical programs, and 26 are to our medical programs on the Thornley campus. We do have non-degree seeking students. They're often transfer as well because they're coming in to fulfill requirements for like physical therapy school, etc. And we do have a smaller dual enrollment population. We do not have a designated dual enrollment population on the campus. Other campuses do. The Palmer campus downtown does, and others we don't. But we do have strong relationships with the high schools. And how we support them. So we're a full service campus. So we do advising, enrolling, business office. We don't have a full-time financial aid counselor. That's a goal that I would like to have. We do academic support and tutoring. I'm our writing center, for instance. We have counseling support, testing services, and grocery vault. And the grocery vault's managed through the college for students who have food needs. And so that's a weekly service that we provide. One of the things I'm most proud of on the campus is our outreach. We don't just advise students who are in East Cooper. We advise anyone who needs advising. So we do in-person advising, phone advising, virtual advising. So just as an example, in 24-25, in fall, spring, and summer, the college as a whole had almost 42,000 advising appointments set up with about 17,000 plus students, and those are repeated. Some might come in the fall, they come back in the spring, etc. For all of that total, for total appointments, we've had 15% of those, and student contacts, we had 22%. We're a 4-person team with that kind of a percentage. The comparison is TCSSC. What that means is Thornley Campus Student Support Center. That's our main advising hub. They have over 10 people working with students. And in that year, they averaged 1,284 appointments for 748 students in the year. We average more than that, and we're not in the main easily accessible space. And so our advisors are extraordinary. I think part of that is that we will advise for any program. There are some we can't. We can't enroll folks in automotive, etc., but we do know who to contact for that. But we have a range of knowledge that is very beneficial. And how we support the community in the town. We're connected in with the Chamber of Commerce committees, Chamber of Commerce events. I was on the committee that did their scholarship selection, which is an honor and very difficult to choose. Community veterans events, town events, we go to as much as we can. And for the high schools, I'm on the School Improvement Council for Wando, Beckham, and the CAS. And so I'm directly connected in with all of them, and they're great folks at those schools. We attend all the guidance and college events that we're invited to. I've helped adjudicate student projects at Beckham, which is always fun because they're terrific. And this past year, we've now have our advisors advising every dual enrollment student in East Cooper. That's the goal. So we have, for instance, I am a dual enrollment advisor for Oceanside. And they're almost all dual enrollment, so that's one of the reasons I was doing that one. But all the others as well. One of our folks just went out to Philip Simmons, and we also work with private schools, and we have homeschoolers as well who come in. So we try to be involved with the high schools as much as we possibly can. And Where we want to go, we want to continue expanding course offerings. We want to add program additions to the campus. That's difficult because outside of general education, you're going to need equipment for programs. We do have a large warehouse space, but that would be a major renovation. I'd love to have a technical program, but we have to do labor market research on that to make sure it'd be viable for us to be able to have that kind of expense investment. Expand continuing education offerings. COVID crushed our Con Ed offerings, so we've been trying to get those back up. Expand the dual enrollment partnerships. We'd love to have some designated times and spaces for the dual enrollment students to come over. Transportation's an issue for a lot of them. Local student opportunities. We try to connect folks in to internship possibilities, et cetera, but that's more of an ad hoc and relationship based opportunity more so than systematic. We'd love to see a way to make that systematic and continuing to engage with the community. And there we go. Any questions? Did I come in under time?
Mr. Felty. Mr. Rambo.
I don't necessarily have any questions. I appreciate the presentation. I thought it was perfect. It hit on the key areas. I appreciate all the community outreach you do, the partnership with both the town, the school district. Serving all the school improvement councils is also important work too.
Mm-hmm.
But with all of that, I will just go ahead and make a motion to approve the letter of intent, to renew the letter of intent.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve the letter of intent to renew.
Yep, and I'll say I think it's a very valuable resource for our town and our kids and adults.
Yep.
I would just add, thank you. I think all of this stems from having you and your teammates doing great work in our town.
Thank you.
Love the report. I really appreciate it. Look forward to continuing to work with you to see where we can go next with what you guys want to
That
do.
would be great.
Do going
That would be
forward.
great.
So thank you.
Mr. Brownstein.
Just a quick question for you, Mr. Felty. Everything in that letter of intent is suitable to the college and enables you to hit your goals?
Yes, that gets adjudicated through our business office and finance and lawyers. They don't let me touch that. So
sounds good.
Yeah, but we have good team working on that. It's been ongoing. Scott Pelker, who was our former director of the business office, he worked very closely with the town to develop that, and Scott was terrific. So
Excellent.
anything
And
he did,
same question to you, Mr. Demora. We're all good on that letter of intent?
Yes, sir. And
Okay.
we're excited about your support for it, and thanks to Dean Felty.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Rambo.
In the praise, I also want to add, I do appreciate seeing you at events and being very visible in the community too. I mean, it's important.
Yeah, I enjoy that. That's one of the reasons I took the position. So it was great to be able to connect into the Mount Pleasant area more so than I was able to before.
Thank you, Darren.
Any other questions before we vote? Seeing none, call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. So we will see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Seeing no other items on the agenda, call for adjournment.
So I guess, do we need to move anywhere?
We are so lucky to have you.
Just stay where we are.
Unbelievable.
We're good to go. Throw this over here so I can spill it.
Yeah.
It's cheaper and easier just to do your freshman courses there. Live at home, and then you can go to college for 3 years, and then you can get in easily after the kids go to college and party and flunk out.
You know? True. All right, you out?
I'm heading upstairs. We have the special
Am I?
Yeah.
I'll just go upstairs.
Run fire. We're almost on time.
Just a little bit behind. I feel confident we can make it up. That will be our mission.
Yeah, because lunch is next.
I haven't used your.
I'll call the fire committee meeting to order. Um, My name is Howard Chapman. I'll be chairing this committee. And next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the March 31, 2025 meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approval of the minutes. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the question. All those in favor of the minutes from the March 31st, 2025 meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Next item is public comments. Anyone here would like to make any public comments on the fire committee? Any items to go on to the budget review, FY 2027?
Good morning, sir. Thank you. I apologize. I didn't realize Mr. Demore wasn't sitting over there. I would have said let's hold off, but here he is. So I will let him start with this one.
Well, because I've just prepared so diligently, I just needed to sit and be ready. Thanks, Chief. Good
Yes,
morning
sir.
again to everyone. Please flip to the fire tab. It is fire committee, right? I was joking. It's a joke. It's a joke. And I'll do a quick review. Bottom right of the numbers on the initial page shows a recommended 7.6% increase. Remember, wage proposal and benefits are already woven in. But what this does have is 3 new firefighter positions. And if it's okay, I'd like the chief to say why.
Thank you, sir. As y'all remember in the fall, you gave us those 6 positions as part of the wage study. And that this is a continuation of our efforts to meet the NFPA staffing of minimum 4 per truck per day. Currently, many of our trucks are staffed at 4. Several are staffed at 5 through your work on this proposal. But we still have a minimum of some days where we drop to 3. So this additional 3 continues to push us toward that goal of having minimum mandatory 4 per day. And this 3, 1 per shift, builds out a single fire engine at the staffing level.
Quick follow-up question, if I may.
Mr. Brownstein.
So once these 3 are added, where do we kind of stand in achievement of that overall goal?
Yes, sir. So it leaves us with essentially 1 unit pushing toward that additional 3. So the ladders and the engines are staffed and the engines are getting very close.
And so, flip.
Let me
sorry.
just add to that, Chief. And you just recently had a graduation. For how many?
We did. Thank you. We had 18 that graduated. They're now on the trucks, and we're already feeling the benefits of having those personnel. Just today, we kind of joked on our morning staff meeting that they were going to have to find people at Station 3 where to put them because we didn't have enough beds for them. So we're going to have to detail them out to other stations and help bring up that staffing to 4 or more on other units. So yes, sir, 18 graduated.
Right. And I wanted to bring that up because we're trying to make sure we get to that point where we have sufficient staffing. That goes a long way to getting it done. Mr. Demore, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Oh, no need to apologize, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chief.
I just want to make one quick comment. Having attended that meeting with the 18 and having them realize they went through 27 weeks of training, I want everybody to hear that, 27 weeks of training, and very capable. And the video that was done was tremendous. And so they did it in-house. I'd ask you to go to it, anybody that's looking and listening. It's really impressive. So we're in good hands with the training. And so I want to thank you all and thank each of the new candidates.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Demore.
Thank you, sir. If I could ask you to flip to page 57. This details the contractual services line item on the cover page. And many of the same items are in here than like normal. The Charleston County radio user fee is there. We have to do that every year, as well as pay for the medical directors, which is number 2. But asking the chief to identify and explain to you items 11 and 14.
Item 11 and 14.
Fair and Weather Service.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you. So as you know, emergency management was moved into the fire department. And part of that, we're doing an overall study on what we need to build out the town and fulfill the needs of the town. One of those that we identified in working with REC and the other departments as well is that we need a dedicated weather service, a dedicated weather app, a service to help us not only for the anticipated disasters of hurricanes, which it'll be very beneficial for, but also just day to day. We know the risk in this area, especially in the summer, of pop-up storms, lightning. We want a system that can notify supervisors in the rec department when lightning is approaching in the area, or they can notify their part-time staff, hey, let's clear the fields. We got lightning within X amount of miles or a defined distance, so that we can have a safer overall rec program. And we believe this model, again, will help us in those natural disasters, but also those kind of unanticipated storms and just keeping the town overall more safe. We've demoed the program. We demoed it through the snowstorm. We found it very beneficial, and that's one of the items there. Number 14, ReadyOp. This also ties into that. We did a demo of this during the bridge run, and it has many facets, but it's accountability system for our personnel. They're able to check in and check out for these large events. Like the bridge run, we had hundreds of people working, not just from the town of Mount Pleasant, but tens of agencies across the state. So being able to have that accountability, but then also tying it into our Alistar system, which is that system where we report everything in there and get more real-time data from the field into one usable place if we need to request resources from the county or just in-house as well. So those are the 2 items that have kind of moved over from emergency management that we believe will benefit the town overall for this initiative.
Mr. Tinky.
Chief Mixon, does that give us a dedicated weather station, much like when you see the evening news, they're reporting to you from the bridge or from the airport, et cetera? Does that give us one or more dedicated weather stations?
It does tie into weather stations, but what this does really well is predictive modeling. And one of the areas, like you mentioned, is the bridge. How do we have real-time data on the bridge, especially as the winds get higher? Some of these anemometers begin to fail. This has a predictive modeling aspect to where we can look at elevation, because the bridge is not at ground level, as you know, it's several hundred feet in the air. So it predicts not only that elevation, but also that cross-sectional wind speed. And we feel it gives us a lot better picture of what's going on the bridge. We've had incidents during high wind events where it was kind of iffy if it was safe to be up there in emergency response capacity. And we haven't had a good solution to monitor that. We feel that this gives us that.
So we do or do not have dedicated weather station?
For the barren weather, we currently have dedicated weather stations, but this ties into that, but also gives us that predictive aspect as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Chief. I'm sorry, Mr. Brownstein.
Before we, I guess, move too far from the general fund operating expenditures, I wanted to get an update from you. This past fall, there were significant adjustments made to the salaries of firefighters with those additional 6 positions. Just wanted to get a feel from you about what those salary increases to firefighters is doing for the organization at this point.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And again, thank you for that effort. I know it's sometimes a heavy lift, but we've seen it to be very beneficial. It puts us very competitive with neighboring departments. There's big departments in this area, very good departments, and it puts us in a very competitive position. And things that we have been striving for years were part of this study and implemented, to include the build out of the education, college education, going all the way from associates to masters. That mirrors many departments in the area. Getting specialty pay for our 3 biggest specialties at this point: hazmat, tech rescue, and marine. So incentivizing those personnel who go above and beyond in training to get additional for that, as well as some of the current incentives like EMT and paramedic that remain the same for a couple of decades, really making that jump in EMT and kind of reflecting that work and that change. So to bring it around and answer your question, very happy with that. Thank you. It puts us in a competitive position locally and also throughout the whole state.
Great. Thank you.
Moving forward, please turn to page 55. I'd like to highlight item number 1, which is turnout gear. This item represents a $132,000 increase over the prior year. We are replacing 25 sets of turnout gear, and this is very important, not just because we have new hires, but these days, given health risks and advances in technology, we have to keep turning these over every so often, and so you're going to see that here. Wanted to point that out. Other increases in the budget: water utilities is up, both because of the rate increase and utilization, and we have a travel increase of $16,000. It's time for accreditation, and we're responsible for the travel expenses for those. Happens every 5 years. It's coming up this year, and we're responsible for their travel. Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, I'd like to move towards asset replacement, which is on page 121 in the Capital Asset Fund. And this is broken out pretty clearly on page 121. You see all the replacements for the fire department at the very top. There are 5. 3 are Chevy Tahoes and some smaller vehicles in addition to that. You know where we are. I think we spoke about it at the first budget committee meeting of where we are on pre-ordering larger apparatus and the status of those right now. But we're planning to purchase some others as well, and they are reported here.
Mr. Tinky.
Chief Mix, can you tell me a little bit about this Bearcat armored vehicle and its intended use?
It's a SWAT vehicle, sir. It's police department.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I thought it went the wrong one then. Sorry.
That's okay. Good question. And then on CIP, I won't ask you to flip to it. You know these already. But you know we continue to fund the public safety training facility. This budget includes funding to complete phase 1. And Fire Station 2, that project, the renovations to Fire Station 2 has now been combined with improvements at the Jones Center. So those are held together as we advance those projects. And that's all I have to report, sir.
And I'd like to add Fire Station 2 at Bowman Road, correct?
That's Station 7, sir. Yes, sir.
7. Fire Station 7 at Bowman Road is going to be serving a number of facilities that have individuals who really can't help themselves in various places like the Palms.
That's right.
And others, which we didn't have a specific station to serve those special needs facilities. So I'm so glad to see that coming up to help those facilities that are in that immediate area.
Yes, sir. And we'll talk a little bit about that here coming up when I present the Community Risk Assessment Standards of Cover, the demand model in EMS, and what that looks like for that station, and why this capital improvement project is so needed and perfectly timed.
Right. Thanks. Any other questions? Go ahead, Chief.
If it's okay, sir, positive recommendation to Budget Committee.
Is there a motion?
Sure. I move to recommend this budget to the Budget Committee.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to recommend the fire department budget to the full Budget Committee. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Like sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you all.
Moore.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll move on to item 5, presentation and approval of the Community Risk Assessment Standards of Cover. I'll kind of introduce what this is and why we're doing it. And please, if you have any questions throughout, I'll try to make it as simple as possible. As you may have seen, I sent it to you Friday. It's 350 pages. So it's a pretty robust document. So I'll try to make it as understandable as possible in 5 to 10 minutes. So the Community Risk Assessment Standards of Cover is one of the 3 foundational documents of our accreditation process. As Mr. DeMora mentioned in the budget process, we are up for our site visit again. And Document 1, strategic plan, which I'll approve last April. That's our 2025 through 2029 strategic plan. Document number 2 is our self-assessment manual. That comes from here. And there's 250 different criteria that we have to speak to as a fire department. That is going through the editing phase with our peer team now, and I'll share that document with you when it's done. And then document 3 is our community risk assessment standards of cover. So what is that? Community risk assessment, I think that's a little bit self-explanatory, but it's essentially the evaluation of all of our risk, fire-related risk, EMS, hazmat, weather, all those things. We do a snapshot of our district over a 5-year period and come up with a community risk assessment for many of the specialties that we perform. And then the standards of cover ties into that. It's kind of 2 documents in one that doesn't really begin or end in any particular place, but it's the written policies and procedures of our deployment model and how they tie into the community risk assessment. So there's a few sections here that I'll highlight. Community served. This is essentially, like I mentioned, a snapshot of several different things. If you weren't from Mount Pleasant, you could read through this and get a good feel of what it's like to live in Mount Pleasant, to be a fire department in Mount Pleasant, weather, topography, our population, traffic, response barriers, climate, all of those things are kind of in that community served, and it's an introduction to our jurisdiction. And some of the things you see in there, we track hurricanes, landfalls, we track population, several metrics throughout that community served portion. Section 2 is the services provided. That's where we outline everything that we do, from fire suppression to wildland to EMS and everything in between. And in the document, you'll find that that's broken out pretty granularly to all the different types of responses that we go to in that 5-year period and what it looks like, not only for each of these, but also based upon the jurisdictions and the specific districts and planning zones as well. Some of the things that you'll see in there, time of day analysis, the chart to the right is the hazmat calls that we see. As you see, most of them are natural gas or propane leaks. No significant hazmat calls, but we do those charts and breakouts for each type of service provided. Then we get into our community risk assessment. We look at target hazards. That's where the captains go out in their jurisdiction, look at the 20 to 30 buildings or facilities in their district that they think needs a closer look. Those become our target hazards. Special planning zones are things like Shem Creek or the Yorktown that take a little bit different response model than the rest of the district, and we outline those within each planning zone. Fire risk, EMS demand, tech rescue, all through those specialties. I'll go over a few of them right now. And like I mentioned when we were talking about Station 7 a minute ago and the level of demand there, you're seeing for the EMS, we do a demand model. So simply what each district sees for the level. If you look down at 507, that's the station we were talking about that is the greatest need, you can see the level of calls that they're running. They're very high when we do the demand model, but they're significantly higher than the other stations. And we're currently serving that population with a squad, which is 2 personnel, paramedic capable, but the increased capacity of District 7, Station 7 for personnel and apparatus ties perfectly into our strat plan. And a lot of those ideas came from previous community risk assessments just like this. Then we get into 2-axis modeling for our fires, wildland. We look at demand by jurisdiction, number of calls. And then we also add a second axis, which is our exposure. So these 5 categories for wildland, we look at wildland urban interface, fuel continuity, access and egress. This chart gives us a second level of scoring to where we get that 2-axis model. And then as you'll see, districts 5 and 6, which is the Dunes, West Carolina Park area, rate the highest. And as you can imagine, that's because of facilities like Laurel Hill, County Park, the airport, that are larger swaths of undeveloped land that are a little bit more difficult to access, but we're also seeing a higher demand in that area as well. So that's some of the 2-axis modeling that we use to develop this community risk assessment. We do that for structure fires. We do that for other call types as well. And then you see the final product when you blend the demand versus exposure. That gives us those jurisdictions and which ones have the low versus medium versus high risk. So that's the community risk aspect in a nutshell. And then we go to performance measurement. That's our compliance methodology, our benchmarking, which comes from the NFPA, the same one that gives us our staffing recommendations, also gives us time benchmarking that we have put in there. Our baseline performance, what we're actually doing, and then we break it down even further into planning zones by jurisdictions. So a little bit about response times and the benchmarking. We don't do averages in accreditation. They expect the 90th percentile. So if you have 10 calls, instead of blending those and dividing by 10 and getting your average, we sort those by arrival time or whatever it may be and go to the 9th out of 10th call, so the 90th percentile. So 9 out of 10 calls are quicker than that, and that's what accreditation looks at versus averaging. So here's an example of one of the charts that we create. This is high risk fire suppression, and as you can see at the bottom, it lists kind of what our high risk fires are: multifamily dwellings, commercial businesses, high rise. So we do the 5-year data, and then we do an aggregate of that 5-year data to give us those response standards within each of those categories that are defined by accreditation. So as you can see, the benchmark times is what we're hoping to shoot for, and the baseline are what we actually achieve. And the N is our total number of calls within that call set. We'll talk a little bit more about effective response force in the next category and how we get that number. But this is a typical chart that we do for each of our specialties. And then lastly, we break it down even further by planning zone. This is our jurisdictions and how they break out in Mount Pleasant for each station. And then as an example, we go into each district and look at each call type for those 5 years and the aggregate data to give us tons of response data that we can look at and analyze. I believe that's the last one. Any questions I can answer on the community risk assessment standards?
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, keep going, Chief.
All right, that's it. And as part of the self-assessment manual, and one of the reasons, not only to inform you, but also check one of these boxes in the self-assessment manual, is approval and presentation to the authority having jurisdiction. So that's why it's listed that way on the agenda.
Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the community risk assessment and standards of cover.
Second. Motion made and seconded to approve the community risk assessment standards of cover. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Chief, I have one question
Sure.
that I didn't hear discussion about, and that is the time that the members of the fire offices have to spend as opposed to being off. And I know we've made a change this year.
Sure.
And if you could just tell us a little bit about how that's worked out.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So as you'll remember, for many years we were on the 24-48 schedule. You work 24 hours, then you're off 48, then you work 24 hours, and so on and so forth into perpetuity. What we did last year and what came up through the membership, we believe that it's their schedule, and we wanted to give them what they wanted within reason, within that 3-battalion structure, the 3-shift structure. So we switched to the 1-3-2-3 or the Portland schedule. Same number of days work per year, but it breaks it up a little bit differently. Work a day, off 3. Work 2 days, off 3. So I believe it's a good blend between that 48-96 that other departments in the area work and that 24-48, which we did traditionally. We voted again, or the membership voted again in December, and it was overwhelming. There were 0 personnel opposed to it and 0 that same vote, but wanted to go back to the 24-48. So overwhelming support for the 1-3-2-3. I think they're finding a little bit better work-life balance. They're getting multiple 3-day weekends within that schedule to where you would have to take a day vacation to get that previously. So it's working well. We're continuing to monitor it, especially on those shifts that are working that 48, making sure that second day isn't overwhelmed with training, that we make it a little bit lighter day, still achieving all of our training objectives, but scheduling it a little bit differently to where if they have a busy first shift, they can get some of that downtime and some of that rest, to where we're not pushing them for the full 48 and making sure they're getting rested and fed and all those things they need.
Great. Thank you. Any questions about that? Okay, next item is update on delivery status of fire apparatus.
I believe it's number 6, sir.
I'm sorry, update on
Yes, sir.
performance of automatic aid agreements, which is
And it's been a few years since we started this trial, and we're way outside of the trial. But and talking to you, Mr. Travis, I just wanted to give an update on where we stand and why Auto Aid has been so beneficial to our department. We first entered this in the summer of 2022 with 5 area departments, and the Isle of Palms joined in January of 2023. So with 7 area departments in this automatic aid group. And some of the key outcomes that we've seen so far is the joint training and the benefit from that kind of collective mindset and having multiple people at the table when we make decisions on operational things, such as our standards and our tactics. So really seen a joint benefit of training to include things like high rise. We've we're rebuilding that part of our standard operating guideline now. We're using the Old Navy Hospital to do time training drills to determine the order of operations, how long it's actually taking to get to certain floors, where we have real-time data where we can reshape those SOGs. And that's multiple departments throughout the area participating in days of these type of studies as we rewrite that. And that's a key aspect in training that we get from that. Our community risk assessment, like we just talked about, we formed a local accreditation consortium with the departments in the area that are either accredited now or hope to be accredited. City of Charleston, North Charleston, and St. John's Fire Department and us are working on an overall community risk assessment. How we do that as a group, since we respond together, let's work on the community risk together. And then moving toward like a 3-axis model. We talked about the 2-axis model, risk versus consequence, but moving into that 3-axis model where it has impact on the organization or impact on the community that's added. And we feel we can get a better product if we do that as a community. And that's coming through the AutoAid agreement and partnerships that we have. And then finally, some of the operational gains, the faster response times that we're seeing. And I'll kind of lead into that with some technical terms of how we're seeing that. But I think it's important to understand that, to fully understand the gains. So critical tasking, that's our set of priorities that we have for each call type that we define. So fire attack, search and rescue, ventilation, water supply, command. Those are some of the critical tasks that we have to and we aim to have as we first arrive on scene. We set those out. Here's our critical tasking. It's not every single unit that's responding, but it's what we want to do in the first 5 to 10 minutes upon arrival to make the incident go well. You'll see that kind of outline in that chart there. That's our standard of risk model there for the critical task. And that's not every unit that's coming, but those 4 engines, ladder, squad, and battalion chief, those are the first ones. That 18 personnel is our goal. That's what our benchmark timing is based upon. So that is what defines our effective response force, a locally defined risk-based benchmark that identifies the number of personnel needed on scene within a target time. So again, ties back into our benchmarking and also what we believe to stay ahead of kind of that operational power curve of getting things done quicker and congruently instead of linearly. So that all builds in, I know it's a lot of technical stuff, of where we're really seeing response time improvement data. So that ERF, that effective response force, there's 2 units that stop the clock at different times. That's your first arriving unit, and then that last arriving unit in that effective response force. So we're seeing great improvements in the effective response force times because, as you'll see, in the moderate risk fires, AutoAid contributed 9 out of 11 ERFs in 2024 and 8 out of 11 ERFs in 2025. So 70-80% of the time, 1 or more AutoAid units was stopping that clock. For example, if we have a fire in this area, a large fire, instead of pulling units in the past from Dunes West and Carolina Park and Bell Hall that would take an extended time to get here, we're seeing units from the peninsula getting here quicker than Dunes West units could get here. So 2 things. 1, we're keeping those units in place to serve other calls in the community. But 2, we're getting that effective response force here quicker. And we're seeing that outlined in actual time. So if you look at the middle line there, the moderate risk fires, we saw a 4-minute and 38-minute improvement from that aggregate data from the 2016 through 2020 compared to the 2021 through 2025 aggregate data. So really getting us closer to our benchmarks. And you can imagine 4 minutes quicker to stop that operational clock is huge. And then even on the high risk fires, a 2-minute and 29 second improvement over those 2 aggregate comparisons. So we're actually seeing response time improvements, which leads to better incident outcomes. And just to kind of follow up, really, I wanted to show y'all how AutoAid has helped our district. And we're having that same impact in the city. We're having that same impact on Daniel Island because I'm sure they're seeing those effective response force numbers lowered as well with us in the AutoAid group.
That's great. It really is. And having encouraged the town to go with automatic aid, you can see what the results are. So anyone saying, why are we going to help Isle of Palms? Why are we going to help downtown Charleston? This is why. This is why, because we end up gaining more than we're giving, I believe. So thank you very much, Chief.
Yes, sir.
So I guess now we're up to update on delivery status of fire apparatus.
Thank you. So yeah, just a quick update. So this is our next apparatus that's currently in production. This is a tractor drawn aerial. It's a new style for us. We've talked about it a couple of meetings. It's a longer unit, it's a bigger unit, but surprisingly, it gives us increased maneuverability, especially in neighborhoods like Ion, the bigger neighborhoods that may have on-street parking. This unit with the double drivers, driver in the rear, you see that cab there, gives us increased maneuverability. We can get closer to the building at times with that ladder and reach higher on the building. So it's new for us. We're working out the training. We have outside training coming in to teach us, but we do feel this is a benefit to the department. So that's our next arriving apparatus. As you can see, they've started production in March. They'll be done in July. It's a pretty quick process once they get going. So we're happy and excited about that. But really, I think the victory that I wanted to talk about is comes from y'all. We initially had the insight and the vision talking to our vendors that, especially coming out of COVID, that it was going to be such an increased lead time, going from 12 months to 48 months plus on production. And through y'all's support, we were able to get in the line early. You've given us money ahead of budgetary cycling that we normally had. So here's kind of what that picture looks like. You see in the green, those are apparatus that have been delivered already. Yellow is in production. That's that tiller that we just discussed. And then the orange color is stuff that we budgeted, paid for, and is in the queue. And you'll see those delivery times there. So 5 engines and a rescue and a tiller coming up for delivery between 2026 and 2029. So we're in a great operational picture with these apparatus deliveries. You'll see you've committed $14 million over the past 5 budget cycles to help us get to this. This on top of a really good relationship with our fleet and improvement that we've seen there. We're in a great position with apparatus. So I just want to share that with y'all. Thank you for what you've been able to do in this replacement plan, and really highlight kind of this win that we believe that you've allowed us to achieve.
Great. Any questions? Hearing none. You have anything else, Chief?
No, sir. Thank you.
That's a great report. And I know we had some complaints about delivery of apparatus. Looks like that is really improving.
It definitely has. Thank you.
It's improving our whole availability to serve our community. Hearing nothing else, I'll call for adjournment. You got a long rest of the day.
Tiller.
Yeah, the tiller's kind of like the term. The guy in the back is called the tillerman. Tractor drawn aerial. I mean, it's got a couple of names. But yeah, we're excited, nervous, but I mean, the driving. I should have keyed in on that. But the driving pass is going to be crucial to training with that thing. So only other place is the airport. Yeah, you can't just do it in a car or up wrecking something. So
I think it was the Seinfeld episode.
yes, it's going to be somewhere like that for the first few months till we. And we're no rush to get it on the road either. We told them we're going to train. Y'all are going to be proficient. We got great apparatus now. So right here at Station 3.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah, blends perfectly with IO, color, building, everything.
All right.
Cool.
Thank you.
That's impressive.
They usually are.
What did you heard? Okay. Well, in mine, I've got like I'm pretty much year over year. I just want to make sure I'm not. Okay.
Pretty nice. Huh? Well, we don't believe in transparency.
That's like a once in a lifetime chance. Yeah. Cool.
Okay, we'll call to order our Economic Development Committee for Monday, April 6th. Next item is approval of minutes from the December 1st meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next item is public comment. If we have anybody here to address the committee, we need name, address, and 2.5 minutes.
Will Haney, 316 Mallard Court, Mount Pleasant. I just wanted to speak as y'all consider all this about the Harbor Entrepreneur Center that we were very fortunate to land for Mount Pleasant. I went over for a meeting last week with our economic development director. Just a few things about them. They now have 70 active mentors there. Those are people that that have been vetted, that have a lot to add to help our local businesses. They're launching a founders boot camp this fall. I think the number that we got last year was 109 resident companies. That is now up to 132. All told, for events there, they have 260 events a year. And the business scan base, which is the first one on the right as you go in. I don't know how many of y'all went to the reception there the other day. There was an article in the paper that said this might be South Carolina's next unicorn company, which is a company locally, based in South Carolina. It has a $1 billion market valuation. I understand they just raised $500 million in capital. So without clearing any lots or paving any land, this Harbor Entrepreneur Center is doing for Mount Pleasant what chasing smokestacks and developing business parks will never be able to do. So as y'all consider that in your talks and everything, please consider those numbers and that impact. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Lisa Schnipke. I live at 185 Mossy Oak Way here in Mount Pleasant. I'd like to just build on what the mayor just said. I had the opportunity to tour Harbor Entrepreneurial Center years ago, and I've been following their work, and I hope that you will continue to support them. They're a wonderful asset to our community. It's a beautiful building, if nothing else. I have several friends that are small business owners and women. They have the opportunity to attend many of those events, those networking things, and learn how to grow their business as well. I also want to say that Mr. Brady did at one of his meetings a presentation on an area on Long Point Road that they hope to build into a destination center. As someone who lives on Long Point Road in a very large community, over 1,000 homes, I think that would be great. I know that at one time we called it the Beers and Gears area, but having anything on there that would be less distance to travel and we can promote, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Hello.
Hey, good morning. So I have a letter from the Park West Master Association in regards to the George Browder Boulevard. The letter reads that the Park West Master Association, which represents 42 sub-associations and more than 2,400 households, recently sent a letter to the town of Mount Pleasant regarding the proposed amendments to the Dunes West PUD by incorporating an approximately 7-acre parcel, currently zone PI1, and permit 43 townhome style multifamily units. In this letter, the board voiced concerns regarding the impacts the development would have on the community. To be clear, the board still has concerns regarding the proposed development and believes that it is worth further deliberating. whether the parcel should remain as it is, current zoning to encourage alternative development opportunities that provide much needed services in Upper Mount Pleasant. However, if the planning committee feels it is appropriate to move forward with the proposed amendment and to assign 43 of the 50 remaining multi-family units available to the developed within Park West to this development, the Park West Master Association Board formally requests that the planning committee condition approval on the new development submission and to compliance with the Park West Master Association governing docs. The board believes that some of the concerns it has previously expressed about the proposed development could be mitigated if it was required to submit and comply with the Park West Master Association's existing covenants and restrictions that govern the rest of the community. The Park West Master Association covenants impose certain obligations and architectural standards that are designed to ensure consistency, protect property values, and promote the long-term stability of our community. We believe that requiring the new development to be bound by the governing documents will maintain standards across all phases of the PUD, ensure equitable allocation of common expenses, and ensure infrastructure responsibilities, and promote cohesive planning and the maintenance of natural buffers. In closing, conditioning approval of the PUD amendment on the new development submission to the Park West Master Association governing docs will safeguard the integrity of the PUD and ensure that all owners operate under the consistent framework. Respectfully, the Park West Master Association Board of Directors.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, sir, we needed to get your name and address. I'm sorry.
Apologies about that. My name is Eugene White. I'm the Park West Master Association General Manager.
Ma'am, do you mind if I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Just real quick.
Yes.
You're a little early. I think you probably want to speak at Planning Commission.
Oh.
This is Economic Development. Public comments always available, but just to let you know, we're not in Planning Commission right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll sit a little bit longer then.
The attainable units are considered economic development, I guess. Yeah. Right. Okay. All right. No further comment, then we will move on to item 4, review and approval of economic development budget items.
Good morning,
Mr. Brady, thank you.
Madam Chair. If it is still morning, we're right on the edge. Just wanted to go over my budget for this year, and I'm going to start with kind of a highlight and overview. Kind of framing this quickly, it's largely consistent year over year. The only material addition is the Long Point Road corridor study consultant that we're going to look at undertaking. The entrepreneurial funding is flat, just deployed a little bit differently this year in this budget. But of course, that's up for discussion, and the focus is on execution and leveraging the dollars y'all give to economic development, not expansion. One header here, the strategic partnerships that we have are not included in the economic development budget, but they are important. And I just wanted to mention that they're in other parts where we put our memberships, which is not in economic development. But all of these partners I have listed are very important, and they help extend the impact of what I get to do here in economic development. Moving on to the Long Point Road design consultant. As a reminder, this is a strategic plan implementation that we went over in January, I believe it was. It's one of the last corridors we can meaningfully shape ourselves, especially as changes occur with the interchange and the port and things like that. So what we're doing is without something like this, development will happen parcel by parcel, and we get to set expectations and guide private investment here and create sort of a cohesive corridor. We're looking for innovation, and it might be called beers and gears, but we're not 100% there yet, right? We're not designing a project. We're not committing to the town, deploying capital. We're not picking winners. We're just setting the rules of the game so that as it changes, it's cohesive. Then moving on to our entrepreneurial strategy. The mayor talked a lot about what the harbor has done, but he's right. There's 132 businesses there. They're supporting over 1,000 jobs, 220 million in annual business activity. So that's their revenue right now. 65 million in payroll in the region, and over their existence, and they started here in Mount Pleasant. They've had 350 entrepreneurs go through them as residents or learners. And when you look at our numbers, most of those now are here in Mount Pleasant because we've had such a big building. They're doing so well. So that's real economic activity. If you look at the slide here, we've sort of adjusted it to give the harbor $25,000 this year as a stakeholder there. We're not increasing their funding size. I think we're probably right sizing it to maintain the partnership, but not over relying on it. We want to fund them because they're an affordable workspace. There's mentorship. It's a real startup pipeline, and it's really one of the few places in Charleston that businesses are actually growing and being born right there, and it's right here in Mount Pleasant. The next thing is new, the Relentless Challenge Grant. So that is a competitive grant through the South Carolina Department of Commerce. It's focused on building local innovation economies. So $75,000 would be a match. And so what we would do is bring in outside funding to kind of grow the innovation economy here in Mount Pleasant. So that's things like startups or mentorships or resources that help companies launch and scale. I'm looking to work with a partner here in the community. Don't know who that may be yet, but as soon as we get it through the budget process, then I'll start knocking on those doors. I have a few ideas. So it's competitive. I think we stand a good chance at getting it because we've done a good job of getting our name out there as an innovation corridor in the state through the harbor, through what we've been trying to do here. So that's cool. And it's a new program we're going to be looking to unroll in the next fiscal year. So this is the whole budget at a glance here at a high level. This is grouped into 4 buckets that you see here: strategic initiatives, marketing and lead gen, data and tools, and then business engagement. Again, the only new item is the Long Point Road corridor consultant, and the entrepreneurial category is flat. It's just split differently, and everything else supports what we do here on an ongoing basis. So I went through that pretty quick because I know when the planning committee's knocking on the door here, but I'll take any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Mr. Rackmiller?
I do, thank you. On that match for the Relentless Challenge match, so are we putting up 75 and then you're looking for somebody to match it, or is there?
They match it, the Department of Commerce. It's a
They
one-to-one grant, and so this is leverages. We could theoretically get $150,000 with us and what Commerce has to do something innovative, new, creative here in Mount Pleasant that supports kind of what we're all about from an economic development standpoint.
And is that for one item, or can that be $3 $50,000?
It's one grant, so I don't know that we could necessarily.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's one grant. I will say if they chose to fund us at a smaller level, or even if they chose to not fund us, that's still $75,000 that we can deploy creatively to support innovation and entrepreneurship.
I just wanted to thank you as well on the Long Point corridor and continuing the Harbor Entrepreneur Center as well. And thanks for bringing that as a right sized.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Given the presentation we got from Trident Tech earlier, where he mentioned the industrial warehouse, I'm curious whether that's on your radar, and I understand not for fiscal year 2027, probably, but if that's something we should be keeping an eye on as a potential under our kind of economic development strategic plan that works with anything they might be trying to do.
You mean partnering with Trident, or
Yeah. So he just was talking about they have a warehouse space, is what he was saying.
I think it's a perfect partnership opportunity. I didn't know that till I heard him talking about it earlier today, but that's an opportunity. Trident would be a great partner for the Relentless Challenge grant. So it could be something we could do creatively. Could be a makerspace. I don't want to get into the weeds because then, you may not be that. But yeah, they definitely can reach out to Darren and figure that out.
Great.
Okay. So whether we get the grant or not, at least this would set aside $75,000 for us to invest ourselves.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
Motion to approve the to send the economic development budget to the budget committee.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion passes. And we'll adjourn. I hope y'all have no more further comments. Perfect. I was hoping you said all you want to say.
Oh, you're back. You got us back on schedule. Damn.
Sorry.
Something that's easel that's not white, or the entire white. And then it ends up going in the box on the left side. These lines for it. Yeah, pretty good. We were up in Greensboro doing the Southeast Conference of American Society of Civil Engineers. There's like a student chapter competition on the steel bridge, concrete canoe, just like kind of like different style stuff. And we judge concrete canoe for the University of A&T, North Carolina A&T this year. So really, I worked some questions, but the first week on concrete canoe. Yep. They supposed to float. Yeah. Yeah. No, you think about like in that ferry that's sunk off at a concrete. As long as you have like the buoyancy offset, but They're allowed to put. Does it have to be centered around the bottom? Not particularly. I don't have a great picture with this weekend, but I mean, some of them are better than others. Like this with the
Is everybody here? We ready? Okay. All right. We'll call to order our planning committee for Monday, April 6th. Next item is approval of minutes from the March 2nd meeting. If we have a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next item is public comment. If we have anyone to address the committee, we just need a name, address, and you have 2.5 minutes.
Take two. All right. All right. My name is Eugene. I'm the general manager for Parkwest Master Association. I'm going to read this letter again for you all. Sorry about that. On behalf of the Parkwest Master Association, which represents 42 sub-associations and more than 2,400 households, recently sent a letter to the town of Mount Pleasant regarding the proposed amendment to the Dunes West PUD by incorporating an approximately 7-acre parcel currently zoned PI1 and permit 43 townhome-style multifamily units. In this letter, the board voiced concerns regarding the impacts the development would have on the community. To be clear, the board still has concerns regarding the proposed development and believes that it's worth further deliberating whether the parcel should remain at its current zoning to encourage alternative development opportunities that provide much needed services in Upper Mount Pleasant. However, if the planning committee feels it is appropriate to move forward with the proposed amendment and to assign 43 of the 50 remaining multifamily units available to be developed within Park West to this development, the Park West Master Association Board formally requests that the planning committee condition approval on the new development submission to and compliance with the Park West Master Association governing docs. The board believes that some of the concerns it has previously expressed about the proposed development could be mitigated if it was required to submit to and comply with the Park West Master Association's existing covenants and restrictions that govern the rest of the community. The Park West Master Association covenants impose certain obligations and architectural standards that are designed to ensure consistency, protect property values, and promote the long-term stability of our community. We believe that requiring the new development to be bound by the governing documents will maintain standards across all phases of the PUD, ensure equitable allocation of common expenses and shared infrastructure responsibilities, and promote cohesive planning and maintenance of natural buffers. In closing, the approval of the PUD amendment on the new development submission to the Park West Master Association governing documents will safeguard the integrity of the PUD and ensure that all owners operate under a consistent framework. Respectfully, the Park West Master Association Board of Directors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have anyone else for public comment? Okay. Oh, yes, I see.
Hello, my name is Aaron Schmidt with Seaman Whiteside, here to speak on behalf of the George Browder development as well. The civil engineers on the project and a part of the team looking to develop the parcel on George Browder Boulevard. Just wanted to quickly kind of open it up, and then I think that there may be some others that will have some comments as well. And just wanted to speak to the parcel itself. I know that we've introduced the parcel and y'all are very familiar with the layout of it, and have provided great feedback, and we appreciate that. One of the things that we did want to speak just briefly to is the overall kind of layout of the parcel, and understanding as a part of some of the requirements, maybe some larger buffers. And we did take a look into these buffers, and unfortunately, due to widening buffers along the property line, it really constricts the site to then create larger impacts to the wetlands on site, which we are trying to preserve as much as we can and not create an issue there. In addition to, we've done a layout that looks to save as many of the grand and great trees on site as well. And
by pushing those buffers in, there could be larger impacts to trees that we're trying to mitigate as well and not have those impacts. So that's kind of the larger portion of these. Now, one thing that I did want to discuss as far as the buffers are concerned is we would be willing and want to hear y'all's thoughts on this, but we would be willing to work with staff for us to figure out a way to supplement these buffers. The one thing I do want to call attention to is, especially on the Life Park side, which there have been some discussions with Life Park on, is that there's a 10-foot buffer, but then there is a 20-foot drainage easement as well, leading those buildings to be approximately 30 to 35 feet off of that property line, and creating a pretty sizable setback, one that I think works well for that side. We also want to look at what does it look like to supplement that buffer with maybe some evergreens, working with staff to where we provide, let's call it enhanced buffer, if you will, outside of just your standard requirements that we obviously are going to meet. So wanted to just quickly speak on that. Again, appreciate y'all's time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Turner Rose. I'm with Center Park, the potential developer for the George Browder townhome site. Like Aaron said, appreciate the feedback so far. Definitely fan of the added path that you all mentioned to kind of better promote the interconnectivity between our site and the Life Park Church. Did want to clarify a couple items from the last council meeting. It was mentioned that we would receive a grant to lessen the burden of the purchase price with the church. That is incorrect. And any concessions given, we will unfortunately have to be negotiating on our end with the church to ensure the project remains financially feasible, not just for us, but with the church as well. Denise, who we've been working with on other projects as well, did provide a contact with us at the South Community Loan Fund who can provide gap financing of up to $2 million. This is a loan, not a grant. Currently, we don't plan to pursue a loan with them either, just because it's not part of our business model. We have worked on other affordable projects within the area as a GC, and we hope to continue to strengthen our relationship with Denise. We also wanted to reiterate the previously submitted renderings, which I know some people had some questions on, were from another project that we've done, and they were meant primarily to show as floor plans, not as a visual of what the exterior units will be. We know the town of Mount Pleasant has a robust design review board, and we look forward to working with them to make sure we have a high quality product delivered. In addition, I know there's been some concerns with Park West on the architectural standards, and we're happy to develop per Park West architectural standards enforced by the Mount Pleasant DRB. Lastly, we started this project negotiating the purchase of the land with only market rate units with the church. As you all know, after discussions, we are now offering 5 of those units to be affordable. Adding any additional expenses, such as requiring the community to join the Park West HOA, will harm the value of the land for the church and jeopardize the project. Even more importantly, I think it would produce an undue burden on the future tenants, not just in the affordable units, but in the market rate units as well. Many families already live paycheck to paycheck, and adding an unneeded additional monthly expense for an amenity that is not adjacent to the community hurts the projects that we're trying to help. Appreciate your consideration and happy to answer any questions during the meeting or afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. We have anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, we will move on to our employee years of service.
Miss Kara Browder's been with us for 5 years. She is not available to be in the meeting today, so we'll recognize her internally.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Item 5 is our budget review for
Thank you.
2027.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please turn to the plan tab in your budget book, please. Fairly straightforward budget. Just over $2 million. It's about 2% of our general fund. For comparison, the PD budget's $27 million. The budget's down this year. We're proposing a 14.3% decrease in the planning department budget. It is not a reduction in service. It's mainly due to contractual services and grants that were received. Money just not needed for the new year. If you go to contractual services, it's page 37. We lay out what that money is spent on. And on page 37, looking at 1, 2, and 3, you'll see area corridor and other special plans, money for that, consultants, peer reviews, and then the short-term rental software is item number 3. That's the cost of the software contract. As far as CMP, I can take you that way real fast. It's page 115. It's past the capital asset fund tab in your book. Wanted to highlight the increase of $100,000 in the tree bank canopy program. That's doubled from $100,000 to $200,000. And so with that, Madam Chair, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions about the budget? Mr. Tinker?
I guess the question is, and my understanding from our previous discussions is since the tree task force is still meeting and they will still be able to look at their recommendations when they come due and make adjustments accordingly. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget as written.
Okay. Second? Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
And anyone opposed? No. Okay. Item passes. Thank you.
Oh, it's underwhelming after Chief Mixon's beautiful presentation.
Keep it simple. That's nice. Okay. Next item, discussion of future land use comp plan recommendation as it relates to zoning regulations.
Yeah, I can start. This came about, I think it came about for a couple of things, but if you'll recall, when we went through our zoning code rewrite in 2024, we did a lot of, we made some changes to some things, and one of those that we made at a special council meeting had to do with where our density was established. The last comp plan before we adopted our update had the density in the comp plan. Your comp plan is your guiding document. Your zoning is what confers your rights, and your zoning typically would have your density. And some municipalities may have a density recommendation or a range in their comp plan, but they establish their density in their zoning. And the town didn't have that. So that was a proposed change with our zoning code rewrite. It was confusing. It was very unusual. And frankly, I'm kind of surprised that we were never really challenged on that, because if I had a zoning of R1, which tells me I have the right to build a residential unit, but the comp plan says something else, there would be some issues and some challenges with that. So we made it right. We put it in the zoning code, which is where it belongs. But where that has created not really an issue, but what we're starting to see is, particularly with those properties that are public institutional in our comprehensive plan. So the last 3 comp plans talked about and called out public institutional properties, but we never had a corresponding district to go with that. So they kind of labeled them in the comp plans as an existing public institutional. Well, in 2010, we created that zoning district. But when the district was created, the town never rezoned any properties. A few of the schools ended up rezoning later. We've had MPW has rezoned most of their pump stations. There's a few that they have not. And then the town, I think we rezoned a few properties. But for the most part, all of those properties that were designated on the future land use as public institutional didn't have the corresponding zoning. And so I want to talk a little bit about that, what that looks like. So right now, there are 162 properties that are recommended for public institutional in our comp plan. 33 are zoned public institutional, 12 are in Charleston County, 35 are located and designated within a planned development district, and then 82 have another zoning. So I'm going to kind of hit on those 82. The 33 churches, and if you can see here, it's kind of small, but I've listed what they are actually zoned other than their PI zoning. 33 are churches, 17 are town-owned properties. So the parcel we sit on right now is zoned R1, single-family residential. Alhambra Hall, zoned residential. So quite a few of the town properties. We still have 5 pump stations that are not zoned PI. We've got school properties, 2 library properties, the post office, 3 electric companies, funeral homes, the airport zoned R1. 2 private clubs, and then out of those 82, you have 7 that are privately owned. And so that's just, that's kind of a function of having that public institutional designation, but the town not actively rezoning these properties when that new district came on, for one reason or another. So that's kind of where we're at, and I wanted to kind of point that out. And Ms. Hyatt asked that we had put this on for discussion, and so I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Mr. Kinky, you said you
I
had
had a question. I believe that one of the properties that came before us for rezoning, based on what you just said, or was James B. Edwards School. Is that true?
I think they did rezone.
It was public institutional. In order to do what they need to do as far as their improvements, we made a change. And that change was what?
Yeah, they changed to public institutional, and a lot of our churches are permitted typically in residential, but schools, whenever they want to make a change, it's a special exception in residential. So the schools typically would have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals and get another special exception or a new one if they want to make any changes. And so that's kind of where you've seen those come in and request those PI zonings, is when they want to do something and they realize, wait a second, we have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Let's just rezone the property, make it what it's already as used as. And then anything we want to do going forward, we can just do it by right and we don't have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals. So.
And a follow-up question on that. I guess this might be a case by case. I know we've done it with MPW too, but on a case-by-case basis, but what is the really net effect of density with the change that you're recommending? As it is, can you say categorically it's more density, less density, or is it a case-by-case, and if so, how?
Well, density is determined, depends on the zoning. And so most of these, if they have a residential zoning, they're R1 or R2, that's 3 units an acre. R3 is 6 units an acre. AB, you're allowed to do live work units. So I don't have a total of what the density is. There's probably only about maybe 3 or 4 of those privately owned properties that are vacant right now. Everything else is being used. All those top properties are all in use. Those are not vacant properties. That's how they're being used. So you do have a few of the privately owned properties that are vacant. But the density would be determined if somebody wanted to change the use, do residential, and then depending on whether it was R1 or R2, R3.
So if it's the 7 privately owned properties and they're now under public institutional, what would be the change for those, and would their density go up? Would their density go down?
There's no change. They have been zoned that way for 20, 30 years.
Okay.
It's just that the comp plan recommends future land use, recommends public institutional. That doesn't mean they're used as residential. So the comp plan is the guiding document. It was thought at some point that they were going to be used as public institutional, or that would be an appropriate use. But zoning confers the right. So the zoning is R1. There's no proposal right now to rezone any of these properties. They are zoned what they are zoned. I think how this came up was, it used to be that if I had a R1 property, I couldn't, even though zoning says its residential use is permitted, the guiding document set the density. And we made that change with the code rewrite. So what used to happen was, if I had an R1 property vacant, zoning says I can do residential, but the comp plan says it's recommended for public institutional, I had to go make an amendment to the future land use map. And that was very unusual. Most municipalities don't do that. Again, the comp plan is a guiding document. Zoning is what rules and what confers those zoning rights. And so we made that change because it was just unusual to have it that way. So what brought this up, and perhaps Ms. Hyatt, you want to speak to it, is the fact that if I have an R1 property, I don't have to do a comp plan amendment anymore. I may still need to rezone or get a development approval. but I don't have to amend the comp plan.
So is this an unintended consequence of what happened? And so it's really an unintended, it wasn't ever thought of as it would be that these properties would have a public institutional use.
I don't think it's unintended.
Okay.
It just, these properties had a future land use designation of PI, and there are 7 of them that perhaps have not been developed.
Okay.
So I mean, a couple of things. You know, I'll let you discuss what you'd like to.
No, well, you can finish it.
I mean, I think that it's always, you know, in our corporation councils here, council can always take it upon themselves to rezone property. If the comprehensive plan recommends public institutional, a property can be rezoned to public institutional if it's already zoned residential. We could relook at the, you know, when we did the comp plan update, we didn't change a lot. If something had been rezoned, we changed the map, but it was just an update. So we could look at, should these future land use designations, should it be public institutional on some of these? Obviously the schools and the churches and all that should, but maybe we should look at the 7 that are privately owned. Maybe they should not be public institutional. So, I mean, you could do, we could do a couple of things depending on what council desires. So.
Do you have
It's like the McAllister Smith was zoned.
That's right.
They did all one.
Yeah.
Right. You didn't have any. When we say unintended consequences, I think when we passed the zoning code, there wasn't a whole lot of discussion about this part. We didn't realize we were changing it. So I think the biggest thing is formally they had to come before council because of for a vote, and now they don't. It just would go to, they could just submit to do R1 and develop it. If something's sold off, the underlying zoning is R1, they can put houses on it, and it won't come for a vote, whereas previously council had to approve that change.
Council had to amend the comprehensive plan for a zoning, even if the zoning was in place. That's correct.
So we pretty much took ourselves out of the loop. So the question is, would council want to look to changing the underlying zoning on these that are the uses are actually public institutional? Because formally we didn't even have that as an option. I think years ago, PI wasn't a use, and that's how they ended up being R1 and schools put on R1.
Yeah, I think because the district wasn't established till 2010, and many of these properties, the one's LI, 2 are R2, 3 are R1. Those have been zoned for 20, 30 years. So yeah,
right.
And there was no initiative to rezone them when the PI zoning was established.
Right. So would it be possible for us maybe to send this to Planning Commission and get their input if the committee would be interested in that?
Yeah, I'd like to move that it goes to the Planning Commission for discussion.
Second.
Okay. It would be good, I think, to get their direction, and then we can make our own decisions after what we hear from them. Okay.
And just for
Yes.
clarity, do you want to concentrate on the privately owned? Do you want to concentrate on all of them? Or maybe we present this and let them come back to you all with...
Yeah, I think presenting all of them, because there may be a mix of what they think. Maybe, maybe schools should be rezoned, and,
Sure.
like you mentioned, and maybe not the privately owned properties. So, we may just want to go back to the way we used to do it. We did it for decades, and it seemed to work. And I'm always in favor of more input from council. I mean, we're the voice of the town, citizens, and anytime we have input on what happens, I'm always in favor of that. So, anyways, okay. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes to send to Planning Commission.
Okay.
Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. So this is the continued discussion on the George Browder development. It did get first reading and was sent back to the committee for further discussion. I'm happy to answer any questions or talk about anything, but as it was mentioned, it's coming back to you. It does have first reading. They have evolved to include 5 of the 43 to be attainable housing, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay.
And the applicants here.
Just to get it up there for discussion, I will move to approve the plan development zoning as part of Dunes West PD with the conditions that 5 units are designated for affordable housing and that they have the enhanced buffer as described by the architect earlier between them and the church.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, second for discussion. Anyone else? Anything you want to say? Did you have?
Did we receive an email that stated from Denise from the housing development that they wanted 10? Didn't we? Like just recently?
We did. I think you did. I think there was a correspondence sent to council from Housing for All.
I just didn't know if that was okay.
So I think that's right in terms of from Denise. What I heard from public comment, and you guys, if y'all want clarification from him, was that what she said in one of our last meetings about the gap financing coverage was inaccurate. And so adding any additional affordable units beyond the 5 is going to, topple making this work in terms of how the financing breaks down. I would prefer to have the 5 affordable units as opposed to none. And I agree, as I've mentioned before, that this is an area that is good to have some density and some different pricing in terms of townhomes for our residents. And so for that reason, I'm in favor. And that was my understanding of the gentleman's public comments.
Mr. Tinky?
Yeah, my comments are we're always looking for a balance between development and green space. This is an institutional use today, but there's no guarantee that it would be more or less with an institutional use. This one does guarantee the 42 units and the 5 affordable, and it protects the wetlands area, which I think is critically important to maintain that not have that for future use. I think the buffer is an organic thing. So I would seek, and we see that sometimes, and so as versus taking the 10 feet on the Life Park side and the 20 feet easement and basically eliminating that, and then all the trees, existing trees, and then putting trees back. I would like to see that we have a plan to keep existing trees as on either side. We do that all the time. As much as possible and supplement as needed. And also look at the, I think it's, but I do really respect the fact that Seaman Whitesides and the others are seeking, and the developer and the church, to keep those grand trees. There are really a lot of wonderful trees in there, and it's real habitat. It's rare. If you look at an aerial, there's not a lot of green space in there, and maintaining that is really important. Next, I think it's important that we do that commitment to the multi-purpose path from the development, that the developer handles that to the All-American Boulevard. That's a critical link for for anybody. I understand that the portion to Publix, which is the more direct link, is actually owned by the Publix. So it will be important that, to the best of their ability, they can work together to link those two, because I think that's, from a safety issue, where one of the biggest issues are. I think the other one is, if there can be, at least on an internal pathway to Life Park Church from the backside around the pond area, just biking, walking, etc. That's an ingress egress that allows people to flow a little bit more. That maybe could come off the cul-de-sac or whatever. People smarter than me as far as development could do it. So I'd want to maintain that. The buffer, I'd like to see more information on how that buffer would be done on both sides. I understand the constriction if it means that you have to go and take out more trees. The argument is, if you're trying to save trees, but you're going to take out more, I get it. But I'd like to see that natural buffer maintained on the 20 feet. You have 30 feet there. And so why cut down the existing trees there? Because those trees act as a ability to collect the water for that development. So that I would add to it just the 20-foot buffer, maintaining the existing as many existing trees as possible.
No question.
Yes.
Michelle, I did have one question for you. I heard a couple comments from the public on this project around the proximity to the new townhomes in Carolina Park, the 100 townhomes that are going to be built, and the fact that these are actually pretty close. Even though I said the thing I said about this is a good place for density, I have heard that feedback from a couple of people who've heard me say that. So would like you to just speak to that in terms of any. My understanding is a traffic impact if we did something different with this site, like a daycare or something else, would be more than this will be. But can you speak to, in conjunction with the other 100 townhomes coming online, basically kind of around the corner and down the road?
Sure. Yeah, I think, and I know Brad with transportation is here as well. So if I see anything incorrect, I think he can speak to it correctly. But when the Carolina Park Townhomes Council considered that very thoroughly, and part of that approval included that Stockdale roundabout, and so I think that was the biggest concern. And while these are close in proximity, I think there are a couple things going on. You've got All American Boulevard here, which is a great access for this area. It's not as internal as the Carolina Park, having to come through on Park West Boulevard and through that Stockdale area. And so I think council's been very considerate with both of these and looking at the transportation impacts. And you're right. Having residential there is obviously a policy decision, but public institutional could allow some very intense uses as well if traffic is a consideration or a concern. And so I think that both of those transportation impact or improvement projects have really kind of addressed or helped with some of those concerns. And but that would be my opinion.
I agree. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Anyone else? I
We want to move to.
well, you already had a motion. Oh.
Would you consider, did your amendment have the 20 feet in there?
I didn't say specifically. I just said enhanced buffer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'd like to have an amendment to have the enhanced buffer up to 20 feet wherever possible. Maybe that's not a good way of saying it, but I'd like to have a natural buffer 20 feet and come back to us and see where that's not possible. That would be what I would say, without losing more trees.
Okay. Do we need a motion, or can that apply for the enhanced buffer?
No, I think you need to be specific.
That would be an
Okay.
amendment. I need a second.
Second. Okay. Do we
I'm
have
sorry,
a second?
who's second?
No, I said, do we have a second?
No, the amendment would be just to keep a natural buffer, number one.
For a 20-foot enhanced natural buffer along with preservation of trees within the buffer. That's what I have.
Yeah.
So they have a 35-foot buffer, right? Is that right? But,
And this is not an additional 20 feet. They've got 30 right there, but I want to make sure that that's not all the natural trees are not cut down to maintain that 30 feet.
Second that.
Okay. Just in general, as far as the motions go, I'm curious how we got that email that mentioned 10 units. I'm not sure that 5 is enough for me, but I want to look into that before our second reading, why that was mentioned. And I guess the motion is going to include joining.
No, I didn't. I didn't put that in there.
Oh, what was the part of the motion that had to do with the Park West?
I just said the plan. Sorry, do you want to read back the motion?
Yeah.
Is that-
What's your? Because I thought it
Motion
said
is for
join.
approval with an enhanced buffer as presented by the developer in his comments, 5 units of affordable housing, and that the property be included in the Dunes West HOA.
Oh, okay. I did not actually mean for that to be included in the Dunes West HOA. So
Okay.
You want to amend your
I can
motion?
amend my motion?
Yes, you can.
Excellent. I will amend the motion to remove that aspect. Thank you.
Then
And the second.
Then I'll second you taking that out, but I'd like to come back.
Okay. You have a further comment
Oh,
on the on the motion?
I think we can resolve the issue of consistency of architectural design and the buffer, the things that we're most concerned about from the Park West groups, and maybe reduce the cost to the developer and to the ultimate homeowners.
Right.
If we do that, I think that's a better solution because it solves the main issue without undue burden.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Mr. Tinky, because that was my impression, again, based on public comments, that they, understand it has to go before design review board, and they are happy to design according to Park West architectural standards. To me, that was one of the things that we heard from the group. So.
Right.
And maybe you just simply need to, if they're doing it to maybe it's understood that it's to Park West standards, but maybe to put that in the motion.
Do you want to put that in the motion? Design to the Park West standards?
Sure. I will amend my motion again to include design standards meeting those of the Park West POA, HOA, whatever it is.
Okay, second.
Okay. So we'll need to vote on the Mr. Tinky's amendment first, right?
Mr. Tinky seconded that amendment?
Yes.
Yeah, so the first vote would be on the
Mr.
amendment
Tinky's amendment about the buffer.
about the HOA.
Oh, okay.
Meeting the Dunes West HOA architectural standards.
Okay.
We go from the last one and go back.
Okay. Okay. So all in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? No. That motion passes. Next
would
item
be
is the next amendment.
removal of the inclusion in the HOA stipulation.
Okay. Removal from the HOA. Okay. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. That motion passes.
Next is the 20-foot enhanced natural buffer along with preservation of the trees within the buffer.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No? Okay. That motion passes.
And final is the motion for approval with the enhanced 20-foot natural buffer along with preservation of the trees within the buffer as presented by the developer. 5 units affordable housing, the not included in the HOA, and that they would meet the Dunes West HOA architectural standards.
Okay. So this is a recommendation to council for those
Yes.
items. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. Very good. Passes. Okay. Thank you. Next item, recommendations from the,
Planning
do we have the next item? Or was
We
the applicant
do.
requested deferral?
So this first one, 8A, the applicant has, it did go to Planning Commission. It received a public hearing. They have requested to be deferred to the May committee meeting. And this would be the PD to do the 85 townhouse units off behind Highway 17 North Retail Village. So they would like respectfully request a deferral to May.
Do we need to move to defer that, don't we?
Yes.
So do we have a motion? Okay. All in favor of that deferral?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. That item passes for the deferral.
Okay. We have one
Next
more item.
Item is Chapter 155 Land Development Regulations Amendment.
Yes. Good evening. This item kind of goes hand in hand with the density removal of that exemption of 1 acres. This originated with the Planning Commission, and they wanted to explore and investigate opportunities to improve standards for smaller subdivisions in particular. So historically, there's been not so many, I guess, putting it lightly, as larger tracts of land being developed now. So there's been an abundance, well, not really an abundance, but there is, the subdivision requests have been less than 1 acre mainly, and that's kind of the foreseeable future in Mount Pleasant. So one of the items that was undertaken was the subdivisions from access easement, which is kind of a flagpole configuration. And I'll have an exhibit to kind of further explain that a little bit. But in December 10, this was brought before Planning Commission as some options to consider when we're talking about easements being used for access across property. For other property, there were 3 options. They settled on the first and the third one. The first one being the minimum lot size of the burden lot, the lot with the ingress-egress easement, would need to meet the minimum lot requirements minus the easement area. Okay, so you would have the square foot area of the entire lot. You subtract the easement area. You still have to meet the residual has to meet the minimum zoning requirements for the lot. The third option was that they settled on was the setback measurement, and I think that's an important one as well. The ingress egress easement right now is measured from the property line, but if you have an ingress egress easement, it goes down the side of the property line. Currently, the building setback is still measured from the property line. They wanted it to be measured from the easement area over because it separates the building from the driveway of somebody else's driveway, and it preserves that open area where it's not buildable, so that character is restored in that neighborhood, and you don't have a driveway and then a house. This is.
Can you go back just a second?
Yes, sir.
Please.
And I do have an exhibit on the second slide, and I think it kind of brings everything together for you.
Okay, thank you.
So they recommended 1 and 3 and not to do 2. Is that
That's
what's coming
correct.
from commission?
That is correct. Number 2 was to allow the flag lot, but instead of the ingress egress easement, it be part of the lot in the back. So they did not like that option, even though I put it out there for them to discuss. They were like, no, let's not do that because that seems to encourage and imply that flag lots are okay.
Right.
So they skipped on number 2, and we settled on 1 and 3. We moved forward with an ordinance adoption or an ordinance draft, and this is the ordinance. What's in black is what's currently existing in our LDRs. What's in red is being proposed. This was tracking the same as the density exemption. They wanted me to come back and tweak some of the verbiage and keep flag lots shall not be permitted. They wanted to keep that in there. But as it reads, A and B underneath are just what I talked about. It's about the burden lot having the minimum square foot area, and then also the setback, the building setback being measured from the easement. And then this is the exhibit that kind of brings it together here for you. This is actually one of a proposed subdivision that they reviewed a number of months ago, but I think it's a great example. It shows the perimeter. The actual parent parcel would be the orange perimeter. What was being proposed is a 3-lot subdivision. The easement that was being proposed, the hatched area at the bottom. So take, for instance, lot 1 and 2 in the front, item A of the ordinance. Those 1 and 2 lots, the square foot area would actually have to meet the minimum zoning for a lot minus the hatched area. Okay. So, and then the second one was the building setback is the dashed lines. You see how it goes all the way up to the easement area? Well, that's measured from the actual property line. So what's being proposed is taking that measurement and shifting it up to where the building setback now is offset from the driveway. So essentially, you wouldn't end up with a house right next to somebody else's driveway. It makes a lot of sense, but they wanted to move forward with this, and we talked about it for a couple of months there, and they felt very comfortable and voted to move that ordinance forward to make that happen because this type of situation is pretty common at the Planning Commission, where lots are now becoming incorporated, and these are the types of lots that are coming before Planning Commission, these long rectangular lots that people are relying on this ingress egress easement for subdivisions. So,
Anyone have a question?
Mr. Mitchell, what was the vote?
I do believe it was a unanimous vote. Yes, sir.
And was this involving, in some cases, a cul-de-sac or not?
It was not involving the cul-de-sac. No, sir.
Okay.
This easement does not meet town roads.
Okay. Thank you.
So currently we don't allow flag lots at all?
Unless they seek a waiver and are granted a waiver from the Planning Commission.
And so now, will this still require the waiver?
Yes, ma'am. The
So we're not
waivers.
allowing flag lots randomly to happen as
We're
long
not
as they
going
follow
backwards.
this?
We're not going backwards. We're actually making the standards a little bit more difficult because now the lots themselves that don't have the easement on it actually have to meet the minimum square foot area to meet the zoning requirements.
Okay, so they're still going to have the it still matches up with having to go to the planning commission if you're going to do a flag lot. And
Yes,
then all
ma'am.
this is doing is changing the dimensions of what would be required in the setbacks.
First line I added without a waiver from the planning commission as defined by those criterias. And it says, a lot burden without the easement. So be subject to the following. So it'll apply to those front lots.
Okay. And previously, it just said flag lots shall not be permitted without a waiver from the planning commission. Period. Is that what it used to say?
It just said flag lots should not be permitted. Now, in the preamble of the LDRs, there was this waiver through those kind of standards. So it was already applied. It was applied previously in the same regulation ordinance. So we're not changing anything.
Okay. It just sounds like we're allowing flag lots to be easier rather than more difficult, but with standards,
Be more difficult.
Yeah. At least if they happen, they're going to be a better situation, basically.
It does make it more difficult to have this kind of configuration. We're
Right.
increasing the standards for this.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So do we have a motion on?
Second.
Okay. So this will go from here to council? It's already ready?
For first reading.
For first reading?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, all right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any
Thank you.
opposed? No. Okay. All right. Then that motion to send to council passes. And now we will adjourn if that's all we have. Thank you. All right.
Y'all gonna eat after? Y'all ate? Oh, good, good. I just ripped down a sandwich. No, I just ate. Well, you don't want me hangry chairing the meeting. That would not do.
Is there a closer bathroom back there? Yes.
Really? Is that you? Is that you? Yeah, thank you. I was holding.
Oh, that's fine.
All right. So we are at the special council.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find that. I'm trying to find the actual verbiage for the wetlands thing. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that.
I'm sure you have. That property out there is been taken care of as well. The gentleman, you're the same time, right? Oh, yeah. I had to double check, that's what I was saying.
And I do hope we have this to put it up on the screen. Great. Okay. I knew that, but I just want to make sure. All right. Let me call to order the special town council meeting for this Monday, April the 6th. And appreciate all the council members' hard work today. If you're not familiar, we're going through all the departmental budgets and doing that work, and then some other regular business items as well. So it's a productive day for us. Item number 2 for this special town council meeting is public comments. If you're here to make a public comment, please come forward, name and address, and you will hear when your 2.5 minutes is up, please.
Hello, my name is Bob Adams. I live at 35 East Lake Road in Mount Pleasant. And during the public comments section at the March 10th Town Council meeting, I spoke in favor of the wetlands ordinance. I am here today to point out what I think is a deficiency in the draft language. I don't think it was intentional. But as you are aware, the Supreme Court in Sackett v. PA ruled that the Clean Water Act only covers wetlands or other bodies of water that are fed by a continuous surface connection from a source that's regulated by the federal government, like rivers, lakes, things like that. That decision sets the outer boundary of the federal government. The proposed wetland ordinance states in section 155.054B1 that it seeks to cover areas not protected by the Clean Water Act. However, only, quote, vernal pools and seasonal wet surface depressions are identified in the draft. Unfortunately, both of those phrases are limited to temporary bodies of water. This means that permanent wetlands and other bodies of water are not protected currently under the draft language. As a result, they could be filled in and built upon. I don't think that's what the town council has in mind or had in mind. Therefore, please consider amending sections B1 and B3. For example, in B1, the phrase vernal pools and seasonal wet surface depressions could be replaced by wetlands and other bodies of water fed by water sources not protected by the Clean Water Act. And I think that's the intent of the language that I read to you earlier that's in there. That they wanted to protect everything that they could. Likewise, in C3, the phrase buffer to isolated wetlands and vernal pools could be replaced with buffer to wetlands and other bodies of water defined in B1. So I think that would get coverage of permanent and temporary. As for the meaning of the term wetlands, I believe Mr. Rambo, Councilman Rambo asked about that. Okay.
Thank you.
There's an EPA definition and a World Wildlife Foundation. Thank you.
Next, please.
My name is Lisa Schnipke. I live at 185 Mossy Oak Way here in Mount Pleasant. I support the wetlands ordinance that you're considering today. I've been to numerous community meetings over the past few months following the progression of this proposed wetlands ordinance. Mr. Mitchell and Maeve have done a great job explaining the reasons why this ordinance is important and how it may benefit the town and the residents. Wetland protections offer us more resiliency as a town. I support property owners' rights, of course, but I remind my neighbors that when you alter your property, you also impact mine. When you plant a tree or remove a tree, that impacts your neighbors. That's the same consideration with wetlands fill or destruction. Additionally, I'd like to ask Town Council to reconsider the use of artificial turf at the fields at the Gary Santos Park. In an area like this where you have wetlands so close, I can imagine that there would be microplastics runoff into the wetlands, which of course is a concern throughout the state. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Susie Carlson, and I am an attorney with the Southern Environmental Law Center and a resident of Mount Pleasant. My address is 423 King Street. I'm here today to support the town's proposed wetlands ordinance, as Mount Pleasant faces increasing risks from sea level rise and flooding. Protecting wetlands and their natural flood storage capacity is more important than ever. This is especially true in light of the reduced federal protections for isolated wetlands. I would also like to emphasize the importance of keeping the exceptions in the ordinance narrowly tailored. As currently written, the exceptions strike a practical balance without undermining the ordinance's core purpose of protecting isolated wetlands. Expanding these exceptions to include broader activities like home additions could lead to cumulative and significant wetland loss over time. Additionally, broader exceptions without clear criteria would allow development regardless of the size of the project or its impact on wetlands. For these reasons, I respectfully urge Council to maintain the narrow scope of the exceptions as presented in the current draft. Thank you for your time.
Anyone else for public comment?
May it please the council, Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Harriet Parker. I live at 156 Maple Street in Wagner Terrace, but I work in Mount Pleasant. I am the Director of Development and Stewardship at Charleston Waterkeeper. Andrew Wonderly couldn't be here today. He's out of town. I'm here to really speak on favor of this ordinance, 26022. As you know, wetlands are some of the most valuable infrastructures we have in the Low Country. They filter pollution, store floodwater, and provide habitat for fish and wildlife. And they do it all for free every day with no maintenance. But they can only do this if we protect them. The town of Mount Pleasant has long taken pride in protecting rivers, creeks, and salt marshes that make it such a special place to live and to visit. This ordinance is thoughtful, locally developed approach to protecting the wetlands within the town's jurisdiction that lacks state and federal protections. Charleston Waterkeeper supports the ordinance as written. Thank you for your leadership on this important issue for water quality and health and resilience in our community.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Michael Ramsey, 5006 Wetland Crossing, Charleston County. Never gets old coming over the new Cooper River Bridge, even though I do miss the old two-lane Cooper River Bridge for sure. We, on this ordinance, I would ask that you please consider carving out single-family lots already built and residential houses that are already built to potentially be excluded from this ordinance. New rules, new ordinances as far as new development, large developments. I think it will be, I could see where it would definitely make sense. But as far as existing single family lots and existing single family homes, I ask that council kick that around and consider excluding. Thank you so much.
Anyone else for public comment? If not, we will close public comment. Item number 2, and Mr. Paglioni, you may need to clarify here. For legal reasons, it's on the agenda as final reading, but we had agreed that we would make amendments and move final reading to the council meeting coming up next Tuesday. So I just wanted, if we have a motion, how does that motion need to be worded to put this into discussion?
Yes, sir. You can do it 2 ways, Mayor, and thank you for that. One is discuss, and you can do preliminary votes, what I call preliminary votes on any amendments so that they're solidified, and then bring them back next Tuesday. That would be one way. My recommended method is if there is a motion for final approval, then you can vote on the amendments, but simply not vote for final approval. Leave that open in the event there are additional amendments or discussion next week at council or some further meeting.
Okay, I think that meets the intent of this meeting.
Right.
All right. So would someone please make a motion along those lines, please?
A motion to what he said? I mean,
I think so.
Could you? Motion for final reading to be taken to the next council meeting, and for this to be discussion and possible action only.
Second.
All right. For amendments.
For amendments.
Thank you.
And we have a second. Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure we're doing all this properly. I appreciate the motion. I wanted to add something here real quick. I want everyone to remember that this is an amendment to an existing ordinance, that this would be adding chapter or section 155.055. This this whole chapter of 155 land development regulations is part of the Green Space Preservation and Protection Plan. And so we have 53 existing subsections, and we're amending 54 and adding 55. So we are not reinventing the wheel. We're not writing a whole new chapter on something. We are just adding this chapter and amendments to this ordinance number 26022, which is chapters 155. I want to point to everyone something that I looked up, and that was I just scanned the news to see when it first went out to the public that we were considering this. And the first one I found was from March 31st of 2025. Over a year ago, Channel 2 News, and it mentioned that Bluffton, the town of Bluffton, had lost 500 acres of wetlands. 500 acres of wetlands that town had lost. They were the first to do this, I think, with the help of the Southern Environmental Law Center. And fortunately, I got quoted in there, something that I want to restate today, is that you cannot wait on resiliency issues like this, because once they are lost, they are gone forever. Once those wetlands are lost, we're never going to get them back. The Clean Water Act was in force for half a century. Before the Clean Water Act was passed, I remember as a boy, others of y'all may remember, we had open sewer that was not from the town of Mount Pleasant, I don't think, but open sewer. You did not swim on an ebb tide in Charleston Harbor, because that's when the raw sewage went out. And I remember that. I remember what it smelled like. I remember what it looked like. So the Clean Water Act we owe a lot of our health and our enjoyment of the low country to that. So this has been not only to two committees, planning and flood resilience, and police, judicial, and legal, I do believe, over a course of a year, but to the planning commission, to the green commission. These are appointed citizens commissions. And am I leaving anybody out, Mr. Mitchell? I know it went to those two. Thank you. So I've lost track of how many public meetings this has been on the agenda, how much public input we have gotten, or at least asked for, whether a lot of people showed up or not. And I commend everybody for being here today. So, and not wanting to rush this through or give the appearance that we called a special meeting so we could pass it when the public wasn't there, we agreed to do this and make the amendments so that what goes up next Tuesday will hopefully be in its purest and most final form. So that having been said, I know that members of the Flood Resilience Committee, I think, Mr. Tinky, you have an amendment that you want to suggest. If you would move to amend this ordinance and start with that, please.
A brief preamble first. Very few things in the town and the state have 70-80% approval rating, and one of them is clean air, clean water by the Clean Water, and it's universal. It unites the whole community. It's also the distinctive factor of the Low Country, is our wetlands and our tidal streams and rivers and harbor. So it's beautiful that this is 70-80%. I also think that we as a council should live by the council and the town should live by the same rules as everybody else. So I'm in favor of this. I'd like to move for approval with one amendment, that D2 be stricken from this, because it basically allows, as an exception, the Director of Engineering Development Services to include parks, recreation facilities, capital improvement projects, critical infrastructure, and emergency activity necessary to provide public safety and service to the general public. All those are important, but I think it's important that this goes through the regular process of everybody else. I can see discussion around critical infrastructure and emergency activity as something that would be time sensitive to do, but my amendment would be at this point to approve with the exception of D2. D as in dog. D as in dog. It's under exceptions, D2.
Okay, when the alteration of these areas serves an overriding public interest as deemed by the Director of Engineering and Development Services, this includes but not limited to parks, recreation facilities, capital improvement projects, critical infrastructure, and emergency activity necessary to provide safety and services to the general public. So do you want to strike, or is your motion to amend that or to strike that?
I would amend it to leave in critical infrastructure and emergency activity.
Okay. So critical infrastructure
and
emergency would remain.
Right. And I do think in the discussion that we would have, I think it's important that instead of one person being able to rule on this, it goes through the normal, some normal process.
What normal process?
What's that?
What would be the normal process?
No, that's all right. No, just leave it the way I said.
I feel like we'd be better suited to kind of go through the presentation before we get to the amendments, right?
Okay.
I would agree with that statement, unless.
Well, I'll just clarify then. D exceptions D2 as read by Mayor Haney to allow critical infrastructure and emergency activity. Okay. I do think it's important that we strike it, the rest of it.
All right. Well, we do have a motion. We have a second, and we have discussion.
We didn't get a second.
Okay.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, as the motion was reworded, to leave in critical infrastructure and emergency. and for emergencies. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I feel like we're kind of doing this backwards, going to amendments right off the rip. I guess I'll start with the question: what is the normal process? So something that's exempt or that's no longer exempt, what is the process that's going to go through as the result of this amendment?
Mr. Mitchell?
As kind of part of the presentation, what we've got prepared for you today is the Planning Commission sees subdivision requests, and they would be the normal body that would be reviewing any kind of amendments to that. So one thing that was pointed out at the Planning Committee meeting maybe 2 months ago or so is that ONDA has the ability for a property owner or the town or whoever to submit an impact request application, and it be reviewed by the Planning Commission, and then they rule on the merits and details of what's being planned. So that could actually be part of this ordinance by just easily adding some sort of alternative procedural process to this. So if that would help, then the Planning Commission would be the rightful body to go to.
Do you have a presentation planned for today?
We do. We got about 10 slides. It elaborates a lot more than I did on the first meeting, and it goes into our GIS tool, which we would be using. I also have a slide of what I just talked about that we can kind of expand on too. It wasn't really part of the original presentation, but I do have it just in case of that discussion would.
I'd like to ask you to go through the presentation, please.
Sure. Yeah, we're glad to.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Great. It's not going to take too long, maybe 5-10 minutes, but I think it's got some really good information to share. Clicker. Mr. Mayor, I think you did a very, very good job of covering where we've been with all this. We've started, in 2025 under Flood Resilience Committee. Under their guidance, we went to the Green Commission. There was a working group that was included in the Green Commission, went to Flood Resilience Planning Committee. Planning Commission held an unofficial public hearing or a public notice. This is a land development regulation, so the public hearing was actually March 10th, Town Council, when it went to first reading. But there was been a lot of touches on this, and you did a good job of summarizing that, Mr. Mayor. Hitting some of the key highlights now. This is a slide that y'all have seen before. Just to clarify, this is for non-jurisdictional wetlands. This is isolated wetlands. This is wetlands that are not covered under the Army Corps of Engineers regulations. Now, the expertise that is going to be required to determine whether or not these are isolated or non-isolated wetlands, we will be requiring a 5-year field experience and training, use of the 87 Federal Manual, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Federal Manual of Identifying Wetlands. We will be using the regional data sheet that's specific to this area. It will apply to all subdivisions and single-family activity. There will be a buffer that's being proposed. It's going to be an average of 10 feet with a no less than 5 feet and a no greater than 20 feet around the isolated wetland. The Planning Commission is one of the conditions. They wanted to have a caveat of them having the ability to increase the buffer width when deemed necessary. We know that most of the impact is going to be for smaller type of developments, but when we have that lot development, a development that's many acres, they actually have the ability to look at the quality of the wetlands, evaluate the justification of it, and then deem it being the buffer increasing quadruple or even more when deemed necessary. Some of the exceptions, that's the D2 part of this. I don't have verbatim on the ordinance here, but that overriding public interest is also written in there to be decided upon by the Director of Engineering and Development Services. Also, the exemption is very similar to Bluffton's exemption. That's the less than 5 acres, and you have to have no traces of previous wetlands on your property or susceptible by the mapping tool, which we will discuss in just a second, The owner has to provide an affidavit saying he has no knowledge of an isolated wetland or wetlands on their property, and the proposal cannot increase the density on the property, aka subdivision. So so that kind of covers that aspect, and so those are the exceptions. Now, one slide that I did add that I think it's
Excuse me a second.
Sure.
Please. So, can you go back a slide, please? So, is the owner's required to have a study done, or are you just the owner's just doing an affidavit?
just an affidavit. If they have knowledge of any previous delineations, or if they suspect wetlands or whatever, then they would be required for a fill.
So we're assuming a landowner knows what a wetland is. I mean, I'm just.
Well, if they suspect the wetlands, then that would be part of it. But if they have no known knowledge, then they would be able to sign an affidavit. This is taken straight from other regulations and other municipalities that are moving forward in the same direction. But also, if there's no historical traces, so the owner's acknowledging that he's not aware of any wetlands, there's no historical traces of wetlands, and we could use our GIS mapping tool to determine whether or not there could be a wetland there or not, and they're not increasing the density. So all three would have to apply for them not to have a wetland expert evaluate their property.
Not increasing density means
Subdivisions, adding the units. Yes, sir.
not. What about adding onto their home? Is that increasing? That's not increasing,
not increasing
density,
density.
technically.
No,
Okay.
sir.
Adding an ADU is increasing density.
You're adding another unit. That's the way it reads.
This
So,
what?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So adding an ADU would increase density, correct?
Yes, and that means
Okay.
we would require them to have a wetlands professional say that there's no wetlands on their property.
Okay. And will this GIS map be public?
It can be available to anybody who wants to see it. We are using data sources that are on the website, so those data sources we are using are readily available on the internet. But our GIS tool and how we're using it will be internal, but it can be, it can be presented in a public or whoever requests information from it.
There's just a lot of good maps out there where you can look things up. So I was wondering if that wetlands map would be technically
It
available.
will not be on our website right now,
Okay.
but it eventually could be,
Okay.
and it could easily be put on our website. But as Mabel
you.
will tell you, it's still kind of evolving and refining itself. We're using it at a very high level as a tool. That's what we're calling it, as a tool as applications come in. We're going to use this website that's got 3 or 4 different sources of reliable data that we put together and overlay, and we'll determine whether or not it's suspected of wetlands being in that area.
So the three things is affidavit,
Yeah.
no proof when you guys look on the map, basically. And what was the third thing? Sorry.
No increase in density.
No increase in
added
density.
units.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Great questions. I added this slide just to kind of double down on making sure everybody's clear on the rules and responsibilities of what this ordinance does. The Planning Commission, they review and decide on subdivision requests. That, of course, will determine the layout as in relation to any isolated wetlands on what's being requested. The buffer, as mentioned, they do have the authority to increase buffer when necessary, the width of the buffer when necessary. The property owner, they're responsible for any awareness, historical knowledge, disclosing previous delineations. They will be responsible for employing wetlands professionals, and that's exactly like we handle most everything else. That's the stormwater compliance. The property owner hires a civil engineer. He does the stormwater calculations. They ensure that they're in compliance with the ordinance. Tree removals, the owner hires the arborist. The arborist does an evaluation on the trees, and then they provide that to the town as their technical expert. The wetlands professional will do exactly the same. So the owner will be responsible for hiring a wetlands professional, meeting the criteria established with 5 years minimum experience. They will also be responsible for ensuring long-term protection of this isolated wetland. Staff administration of the subdivision single family permits. We'll be using the wetland tool, which we'll be talking about in just a second, and ensuring design compliance, making sure that buffer's shown on any of the plans, making sure they're not impacting the buffer or the wetlands with their design, and investigating any unpermitted impacts as well as reported. I can jump right into the MABES with the GIS. Unless
Sorry,
there's any questions.
Go ahead.
So there's a critical line when it comes to wetlands. This OCRM, is that correct?
That is a saltwater critical area. So
Okay.
yeah, that's saltwater. We're talking about freshwater.
This is more all freshwater, so this has nothing to do with the OCRM
No, sir.
whatsoever. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna turn this over to our our environmental expert here. I guess our GIS person here. I guess. I don't know if I'd say GIS. Our environmental manager, Miss Meg. Yeah. So.
Good afternoon, Council. So many of you saw this when I presented at Planning Committee and Flood Resiliency Committee. So I just am rebriefing everyone on this, but to go into where I pulled our data sources from, we have a hydric soil layer, and that is from the National Resources Conservation Service through the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And then we have a national wetlands inventory through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. So this is from 2011. It is a very helpful tool, but it is not comprehensive and not indicative of where wetlands may be expanded today. And then we have our sink layer or depressions in the town, and that was found by our GIS team at the town, and they used our parcel map and topography data from 2025. So to go into how these layers interact with each other, this is a screenshot, and this is our first layer, the National Wetland Inventory through the USDA. And this is, again, from 2011. Very helpful tool showing us where wetlands were then, but not necessarily indicative of their entire, where they are today. And so we can see that with how it interacts with our hydric soil and our sink layer. This is the main layer that we will be using when we apply this tool, because hydric soil, which is soil in aquatic conditions, wet conditions, and sinks, depressional areas in the town that can hold water, are 2 out of the 3 main indicators of wetlands, the third being vegetation, but we do not have a data layer of vegetation in the town. So we can see that some areas it overlays, and then some areas it actually expands. And to better see that, we have our third layer, which is red, and it's the National Wetland Inventory and the hydric soil and the sinks, where 3 of those interact with each other, is going to be red, showing how our data is interacting with the NWI data and where our data can be indicating additional wetlands, filling that gap since 2011. So some areas we may see it is here, over here, here, really just filling in those gaps of where they may have expanded today.
Yes, Ms. Rambo.
So are those like large ponds right there in the middle? Like 4WD Road?
Those are ponds. Those are not wetlands. Those are stormwater ponds. And I'm going to get into that in the next couple of slides.
Okay, so if it's a man-made stormwater pond or retention facility, it's not considered a wetland.
Correct.
Okay.
So that brings me to this slide. We have inventory of most stormwater ponds in the town. So we took that out of our hydric soil and sink layer. So it was less confusing when looking at this tool. At first, when you put it on, and all of the stormwater ponds, because we live in the Gold Country, there's a lot of stormwater ponds, are showing up on the map. It's quite overwhelming. So now when we apply that layer, those ponds are no longer included. The percentage of acres I presented at committees is still accurate. It's just under 9% of the town, because I took that out of the calculation last time, but now I'm showing it on the map. So I just didn't get a chance to update the map last time.
So a question for you real quick.
Yes.
So let's say I've got a single family home. I'm not increasing the density. I just want to add on to my home, or build a fence or a pool or whatever it is. And doesn't look like wetlands in my backyard when I look at it with my untrained eye, but it appears in blue on this map. What happens at that point?
We would ask that you hire an environmental scientist to get a delineation. And I have some examples of what that might look like. So this is a parcel off of Pine Hollow Road off of Shem Creek. So we have our NWI wetlands down on Shem Creek, which makes sense. But then we go up to the parcel. We've put on our hydric soil and our sink layer. We see there's 2 areas where that shows up. So I wanted to see what that looked like from a Google Street Image view. And there's 2 standing areas of water here and here, hydric vegetation. And we know from our map that it is both hydric soil and a sink. So that's pretty strong indicators that there could be a wetland there. And we would ask them to go get a delineation before building there.
So let me ask you a practical question, since you and Mr. Mitchell work in this every day. Just looking at that picture, generally, does the average citizen, when they see that, think, gee, I might have some wetlands on my property? Is that a pretty good interpretation for the layman to make?
I believe the average citizen is smart enough to realize that that is a wetland, yes, sir.
So there's not a secret sauce into seeing that and knowing that you probably have a wetlands issue.
There's no secret sauce.
How about contractors? If they were to hire a contractor to come do something there, is it likely that a contractor would see that standing water and those types of plants and say, I think you've probably got a wetland here?
I would agree with that, yes, sir.
Okay. Because I don't work in it every day. I just wanted to
it's
see if
fairly
that's
obvious.
what you see out there on a day-to-day basis.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And a quick follow-up while you're up there, how are these, I guess, civil engineers or wetlands experts to come out and delineate and certify? Are they readily available? And if so, how much does something like that cost?
Well, we do have somebody here that could probably expand a little bit more on that. Mr. Derek Myers with Newkirk, and he could share a little bit if you'd like. But typically, the range of someone going out to visit a property would be about $1,500. Now, it all depends on the conditions and the field data that's being collected. Whether or not this is a jurisdictional wetland and it's not showing as a jurisdictional wetland, they may need actually the Corps involvement. So I think the range would probably start from $1,500 to about $2,000 for the first data sampling and collection. I don't know if Mr. Myers would like to expand on that, or if you would like to hear straight from someone from the wetlands profession at all. But that's about what it'll be.
Yes, sir, Mr. Rambo.
So I appreciate that question. So I think, to me, this is like a really obvious example of, clearly that looks like a wetland to me. If this was on my property, it would not be a surprise. But can you please go back to that map? Because there are some properties that have like a very random, one little random blue dot, right?
Yes.
So one, and even in the previous slide, I think there was a couple of where it was looked like right in the middle of a front yard. There's like a random blue dot. Maybe those aren't, I don't know the Google Street Views on those. Maybe those aren't obvious. But so I guess what we're saying, I'm trying to get an understanding here. So if you have one random blue dot at some point anywhere on your property, before you get a building permit for anything, you have to hire somebody to do a survey.
Well, this is a tool. This is not an ordinance. There's nothing in our ordinance that says a random blue dot would require a wetlands person to evaluate it. We'll use this as our tool, and if it's on top of a building or in the middle of a road, it'll be very obvious that, okay, this is just one of those outliers of all this data being put together, and we'll say, no, you won't need to have a wetlands professional.
Okay.
So,
all right.
So no,
that
this
does
is
make
not
me
a
feel
hard
better,
fast
because I just wouldn't want somebody to needlessly spend $1,500, $2,000 on a mismarked dot. Or
we wouldn't either. We wouldn't want that to happen either.
And I'll add, in our work on this over the past year, we did not prescribe to staff how to enforce this any more than we tell the police how to enforce the speed limit. And it is up to staff to do best practices. And like with any ordinance, if we start hearing we need to clarify this or specify that, we will. But at this stage, we did not presume to dictate to our staff exactly how they were going to enforce it. And that's very consistent with everything else we ever pass.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so as sort of going along with Mr. Rambo's question, if the blue dot is in the front yard, but they want to add on to the back, are they still going to have to jump through hoops, or we understand that the potential wetland is in the front and not where they want to do the work? Is that going to be like a staff level decision?
That will be a staff level decision where
Yeah.
we'll use a little common sense.
Mhm.
We'll realize that, we'll use, like she used the street view map. We may visit the site. We also have guys that look at it from the stormwater and tree perspective too. We can ask them to take a look at it when we're out there to be able to make a final determination. Again, it won't be a hard fast. If you got a blue dot, then you got to go hire somebody. This is going to be, we see that there's some areas that are collected in a certain area that you're trying to propose to build something. So, and we've been out there, we looked at it, we're familiar with it. We think you need a wetlands professional to say those are not isolated wetlands, so you can move forward, or they are isolated wetlands and you need to protect them.
And I also just wanted to clarify that all of the blue, they're data points. And so under a road, the parent material of soil is most likely hydric. And then they're counting for a closed contour, so where there's a depression. So again, like Kevin said, if we see it's on a road, it's not a wetland and it's showing up because maybe there's a closed contour there and the parent material underneath the pavement is hydric.
All right.
I do have a question. I thought with part of the 3 determining factors was you had to get an affidavit and then no wetlands showing your GIS map. So it is a tool you have to check all 3 boxes, not to get a professional.
Yeah,
Just said,
the determination will be, like you said, the affidavit, the owner saying, there's no obvious wetlands that he's aware of, and there's no previous delineations. There's nothing suspecting of wetlands on the property. The next kind of evaluation will be looking at our GIS tool, backing up and supporting that person. If they say that there's no wetlands, then obviously there will be no blue dots or anything in the general area. If there are, then we can go back to them and say, well, we suspect that there's going to be wetlands there. So you need to go hire a wetlands professional to do a kind of a once-over evaluation and then come back to us and say that there's not.
I'm sorry, I thought you just said you didn't have to if it had a blue dot.
Well, if it's suspected and we do our internal review, just like stormwater, trees, everything, if we suspect that there are wetlands on their property, then we'll flag this and we'll say that we think that there's wetlands because we have this mapping tool, and from there we'll evaluate whether or not they need to take it to the next level and get a professional to say yes, there's not wetlands there. So.
Yes, sir.
It's a long discussion. Sorry, but 2 things. Number one, I like it to be a little bit more black and white, and I can see. If you go back to that to that neighborhood, that's obvious. That one's obvious. We got you. I think everybody. I'm not going to speak for everybody, but that one's pretty obvious. But if we go back, I think this is where, I think staff created an overlay, kind of old school style. I don't want to give my age, but we did I asked for, what was that thing called with the projector? You put the clear sheet in the clear sheet and you build up. I actually had that printed real quick. I could pass that down, but that was given from staff. So that was, and there's one for the clerk as well, but that was, here's a piece of property. Here's how much you could build. Put the tree ordinance on it. Here's how much you can add to your property. Put the staff already emailed this to council. Put the setbacks in. Here's how much you could build, and it just chipped away at the person's personal property. Obviously, now I just want to state I am for protecting the wetlands, but I do think that we need to consider when you look at this map. I think that's where the public is. When I interact with the public, sometimes, staff's out to get me, and I'm out there defending you. But when they look at this, they're like, well, my friends got blue dots on their property, but they got to build a pool. I got a blue dot on my property, but I'm not allowed to build a pool. So I'd like to see a little bit more black and white, I guess. And I don't understand what a delineation. I understand the definition of a delineation. So that means you guys are taking everything into account and then giving permission or not giving permission to then build on that blue dot. Because and the red is serious, right? So the red, we saw the red earlier. That's a whole compounding thing, but the blue's a little bit questionable.
So there are all three main indicators of a wetland,
Okay.
and the town of Mount Pleasant is not defining what a wetland is. The federal government has already done that, and that's through the 1987 Army Corps of Engineers Wetland Delineation Manual, and these are their three objectives. I can go through them if you'd like, but out of that came hydrophytic vegetation, hydric soil, and wetland hydrology. And within those three groups, they have to meet certain standards, but those are the three main indicators of a wetland. So if you have a depressional area in your front yard and it's turf grass, it's probably not a wetland.
So it might be a blue dot indent.
Correct.
But it doesn't have these three things. Okay.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I feel like I heard a couple different things. Like I was kind of going back to my original question. So you have a random blue dot. It's part of your yard. Maybe it's a tiny depression. I don't know how it showed up. So we would or would not require them to get a wetland survey, because I felt like I heard we wouldn't require that, and then later on I felt like I heard we would.
Sorry for the confusion. If the blue dot is indicated on somebody's property, then we look at it a little bit closer. Okay, that tells us staff that we can't just say, hey, well, there's nothing on that property or in the surrounding area. They can move forward and get their permit approved. If there's a blue dot, that indicates to us that we need to go and take a closer look at it. And if our field guys say, that, yeah, it's an obvious wetland, or there's some vegetation that looks like they would be in a wetland area, then we would work with the property owner and say, hey, this area we suspect is an isolated wetland. So you need to get a wetlands professional to say it's not or it is. And if the wetlands professional goes out and says that it's not, then he really has done no work. So it would probably it will be on the low end of what he would charge their client. But if he actually has to do the delineation, which is surrounding the boundary and taking the soil samples and looking at where the definition or where the boundary of it is, then that's where the cost will start increasing. But if he looks at it and says that he's not, it's obvious, there's just the expense of the trip out there.
Okay. As a couple of follow-ups, just again, thinking of practical applications, right? So let's say I have a deck currently and I'm going to replace my deck. Does it matter if there's wetlands anywhere, if you're replacing or building or doing something within the same footprint that's already there?
If the deck's not in a wetland, I mean, obviously if it is in a wetland, we will not let you build the deck back.
I thought there was also a 50% rule as far as like when we do zoning changes or things like that. If you're not increasing the value more than 50%, or you're not doing a value of work greater than 50%, you could essentially renovate or things like that.
Yeah, that's specific to building code, meaning if your deck was built under the 2010 IBC or whatever, and you're under 50%, you don't have to meet the higher regulation. If you go above, really, it's not for a deck; it's for complete structure.
It would be for structure, but why wouldn't that include a deck?
Well, the zoning code also has the 50% rule too, is what Brad was saying about the building, the IBC code. The actual zoning code has the 50% rule as well. This is in chapter 155. So this is in a different chapter.
On that map, like there was one blue dot that literally went into probably the foundation of that person's house, so they could do nothing to their house ever.
Well, we would hope that would not be an isolated wetland if they have their house in it, or it would be an old isolated wetland they've excavated out, and this is old data. So if that's the case, then we would not, I mean, there would be no more isolated wetland there if it had been filled in or removed.
All right, one more is that if let's say you have an isolated wetland on your property, and you're just doing you're doing an interior renovation or something, and so it does require a building permit, but it has nothing to do with changing the footprint. Yet again, does it matter, or you're going to have to still get a delineation and fence it off somehow, or
if you're doing non-land disturbance
Yes.
activity, you're not going to be
Then you wouldn't be
subjected
required.
to this. This
Okay.
is for land disturbance activity
got it?
only.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Tinky.
I'd like to, as we ask the questions, but I'd like to see the rest of the presentation because having seen it before, it's really quite good, and you've done a lot of very detailed work, and I think it'll answer a number of questions for people, if that's okay with my fellow council members.
We do have a lot of, about 5 or 6 other presentations to get into a little bit more of the science of the wetlands and stuff, but to keep the time short, this is going to be our last main slide, but we'll be happy to elaborate on a couple more slides if you would like.
I was just answering the question a couple of our members had when you showed that rectangle with the area, and I think you drilled down a little bit more, didn't you, at one point to show what you could and couldn't build? There was an example. I think you gave an example, 1 or 2 examples that showed what you could and couldn't build.
Oh, I think what you're referring to is the parcel examples.
Yes,
I had
yes.
just pulled Pine Hollow Road
Okay.
since there was other topics and slides we were going over.
Do you have the Pocahontas one in there?
I do not.
Do we think that people in Mount Pleasant right now have active wetlands under their deck or at the corner of the foundation of their house?
No, sir, I don't think.
I mean, they have bigger problems than compliance with our wetlands ordinance if they have a wetland under their deck or at the foundation of their house, right?
So they have some big problems with a wetland under their house, yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, y'all, we've been at this an hour on something that we've been doing over a year, and it's kind of going where I suspected it might, is try to cause death by 1,000 bites. But, you know, let's let them finish the presentation, and then we have a motion on here to amend to at least make the town abide by what we're asking our residents to do. That shouldn't be too hard to get a vote on.
And I don't think asking practical questions of how it's
But let's see
practically
let's see it
applied
in
is
total.
inappropriate in any way.
See it in total, and then go back and ask the questions, because we haven't
Some
even
of y'all
gotten.
on other topics ask questions for days and days, but I have a few questions, and now you have there's issues. I mean, I
think
it's
we
a little
ought to
bit
let them
ridiculous.
finish the presentation.
And a motion was made before presentation was given. So I think that's what prompted the questions.
Okay, so the reason the motion was made was so that you could see, as you look at all of this, that you would know that we expect the entire town, that we expect the town to abide by the laws we make for our citizens, and then we can have all the amendments. So there was really nothing nefarious about that, Mr. Icefano. All right, would you please finish the presentation?
Would you touch on the other slides?
Okay. Yep. And to clarify one more thing that I think might be helpful, I don't have the example up here, but in some areas where there might be some random little dots, again, those are data points, so it could be picking up a drainage easement in between a house. And these pixels are enlarged somewhat in order for us to see the data on here. So, because I talked to our GIS team, we saw some in between houses, and I said, hey, why is this kind of showing a little bit on the roof? And they were actually able to show me there was a drainage easement in between those 2 houses. So those instances may occur, and again, that could be an instance where staff does a little deeper dive. So all of the environmental scientists that are going to be out in the field looking at these isolated wetlands are trained with the Army Corps of Engineers Wetland Delineation Manual, and this lays out the definition for hydric soil and when it's present, the definition for wetland hydrology, and the definition for hydric vegetation. So the objectives of the manual are to present technical guidelines for identifying wetlands and distinguishing them from aquatic habitats and other non-wetlands, provide methods for applying the technical guidelines, and provide supporting information useful in applying the guidelines. And also note that since this has come out, there are regional supplements that are used. So the one for our region was published in 2010, and that is really what environmental scientists are using, and that is the Atlantic and Gulf Coast Plain Regional Supplement created by the Army Corps of Engineers. So it's the main delineation manual and then the supplement specific to our region. And then again, I have some more in-depth technical slides that I can go through about the definition of each of those if you would like, but that's really up to you guys.
Mayor?
Yes.
I just want to commend, again, we did this at committee, but coming up with the tool was really smart, you know, in terms of what you guys have used, the layering that you've applied. I think it's the best way we have currently, based on even, you know, some of the outdated data, to have the starting place to look at and see whether the potential exists for this to be an isolated wetland area. So appreciate the conversation, appreciate the questions, because we do need details, but I just want to commend staff for coming up with a really smart tool to help us enforce this ordinance. So well done.
Thank you.
Mr. Browse?
Yep, I'll concur with that. I do have a question specific to the buffer to isolated wetlands. Actually, two questions. Understand the width averaging 10 feet, no more than 20 feet. It's the other part. Additional area shall be required when deemed necessary by the Planning Commission. What would be their criteria, or is there sort of a criteria that they would base that on, or is it just kind of whatever feels right to the commission members?
They didn't want criteria added. They would like the liberty to be able to add more buffer width when they deemed it necessary. Criteria can be established at a later date if it is deemed necessary, but your standard would be the 50-foot, 75-foot buffers for much larger tracts of land. And they would just go on the specifics of where the wetland is in relationship to what the developer or somebody would like to do with their property, to make sure that they're working with the people that actually want to develop their property and not be too much of a hindrance.
Gotcha. Second part is, and that second part of the buffer area, and I just didn't understand what it's going for. It says, as such, no owner shall introduce or plant other forms of invasive species, get that, or non-native landscaping within or adjacent to the buffer or wetlands. Am I reading that to say you've got the wetland, you've got the buffer around it, that we're also dictating what they can plant outside of that buffer area? Or if I'm reading it incorrectly, what's the intent of that phrase?
Right. The intent was to protect the isolated wetland. So we really don't want to introduce anything that would actually harm that wetland, because the buffer is an average of 10 foot, which isn't much. So so that just adds on a little bit of leverage for the town to go and prevent anything from the property owner that can possibly do to impact that isolated wetland.
So if I wanted to plant grass, like leaving the buffer, I get that, but around the buffer, plant grass, would that be something permitted under this or prohibited based on it kind of being a non-native landscaping item?
We would have to work with the property owners, and you know, we wouldn't be very heavy-handed in this application at all. I mean, we understand they have to use their property, so as long as it's not encroaching into the buffer and it's not impacting the integrity of the buffer, we wouldn't really pursue that from an enforcement perspective.
Yeah, just thinking it might be cleaner to remove the adjacent to the buffer, just to simplify it, because it's just if you sort of read it in one way, you know, everything's adjacent to that wetland buffer, and you know, at what point does the town kind of need to butt out, for lack of a better term?
Amendment. I'd love for you to make that. That'd be a good amendment.
Yeah. To do that.
Thank you.
Sure.
I just
Any
have
other question?
a last question, and thank you, by the way. I know there's a lot of questions. Some of us haven't seen all this. It's a great presentation. With the motion on the floor, does that include current projects like Gary Santos Park? And I'd like to hear from town administrator, how, and obviously, we definitely want the town to be following the same types of ordinances that the citizens do. But I was just curious if that's going to affect Gary Santos Park in this motion, and what other kind of projects that will affect that are currently ongoing, if any at all.
As to the first question, Santos Park's under construction's under contract, so it wouldn't have any impact in my mind on that project at all. Future projects, trying to think real quickly, sir. No, most of our future projects are already roads, which are exempted. They're already existing type stormwater. They're areas like Pitt Street Bridge, which is already built and is not a wetland. So I can't imagine any impact on our projects up until the next time that there has to be some kind of council deems it necessary years from now to do another recreation park.
Okay. Thank you. I just didn't know if we had anything on the books that would be affected, especially since it's budget season.
Yeah.
And how many more staff are you going to have to? Are we ready for its budget season? Or you're going to have to employ quite a few more staff, I'm assuming, to be on the field?
No, sir.
No?
We're not. We're prepared to start implementing this ordinance as soon as it's adopted.
You get your boots on to go out there?
I'm out in the field sometimes too. So
Thank you.
we've got very capable staff that travels all throughout Mount Pleasant looking at trees and buildings at the same time. So if it does become a burden or whatever, then I'll raise that to our department manager, and we'll address it.
Yes. All right. Yes.
Thank you again for the presentation. It's really informational. You guys have spent a lot of time on this. To speak to Mr. Adams' point, he was in public comment changing, I think he said B as in Bravo one. I don't have the draft in front of me, about amending from vernal wetlands to not protected by the Clean Water Act. Can you speak to that?
Sure.
Yeah.
We did look at the language. The language is sufficient as is. Nevertheless, if someone is reading it to that effect, I take that very seriously, that is what someone is gaining from that. Excuse me. The proposed changes certainly do not hurt. They're helpful. And we would certainly considering adopting them, as Mr. Adams said. I don't have any issue with that.
And it's kind of a matter of perception, because as many times as I read it, I didn't interpret it the same way. I think the same way Mr. Adams does, but I thought it was saying that that the Saget decision says the Clean Water Act does not protect these. And I think if I heard him right, he was thinking that we're saying we're not protecting those. What we're saying is they're not protected. They're an example of something that because of Saget, right, Saget was a sitcom actor. Saget, that they're not protected under the Supreme Court interpretation of the Clean Water Act. Right.
That's right. And ma'am, if you just want to include those just as an amendment, we'll rewrite it.
Okay.
It'd be good to change those words.
Spell it out, because as
I agree.
Not a lot of people are understand what wetlands are.
Okay. Yes,
sir. Just going back to the amendment that's on the table, Mr. Tinky, would you mind restating that so that I can kind of jog my memory about what we'd be deleting versus keeping?
Could I ask the clerk to read what it was?
Okay, it's my understanding that Mr. Tinky wanted to amend the ordinance to have D2 stricken except for leaving in critical infrastructure and emergency emergency activities.
Okay, just a quick question about that, and I think it may have been answered already. Would that include roads, sidewalks, like let's say there's a fire station that needs to be expanded? All those things would fall under critical infrastructure and emergency activity?
Yes, sir. I mean, to me, that's critical infrastructure. I think that the area that's excluded would be a new active recreation park.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. As amended, as I understand it as well, it still includes the language, includes but is not limited to. So that still leaves it up to the Director of Engineering Services, I assume, to figure out the public interest and where it's overriding. Okay. Then I'm good.
Well,
It's striking the capital improvement projects and the parks and recreation facilities. Right, Mike?
I was just leaving in critical infrastructure and emergency activity. I
So
was
that's
not,
what it strikes.
but I was not having any of the other portion, meaning when the alteration of these areas serves an overriding interest as deemed by the Director of Engineering and Development Services. I had all that left out as well, so that we would go back through the normal process that we talked about before.
And we stated the normal process would be through planning commission.
Right.
So we don't need a motion for where it would go.
Correct.
It would
Correct.
just go.
That
through,
is the normal process.
Correct.
It would go through planning commission.
Correct.
Okay, so there's oversight.
Forgive me, sir, Mr. Mayor. Just want to make sure I'm understanding you. Does that mean you're taking out the staff member for critical infrastructure and other things? Does that mean every capital project is going to have to go through the process that council approves? Or are you leaving in the EDS director?
I'm leaving in critical infrastructure, emergency activity. I believe capital improvement projects go through a process, do they not?
Yeah,
we can talk more offline.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry.
If I may add, when these were jurisdictional wetlands, we would have had to mitigate, right?
Yes, sir.
We would have had to get approval from the Corps of Engineers, and we would have had to mitigate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's really, I mean, we're filling wetlands for Santos Park on Rifle Range, but those have to be mitigated in some way.
Yes, sir.
So it's not like something that didn't already exist. We are just replacing a local ordinance in general for what for years and years was interpreted to be protected under the Clean Water Act. So it's not like the town has never had to, apply to the state and to, I guess, the Corps of Engineers to fill wetlands for a capital project.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So I guess my understanding of this is incorrect. And I thought if it was impacting under a certain amount of land, that it didn't have to go through the Army Corps of Engineers. If it was non-jurisdictional and it impacted under a certain amount of land. And I say that because I remember sitting in some of the Santos Park meetings, and it was like a certain number. They were like, we just can't quite get under that number to where it didn't have to get federal approval.
Right. There's two different levels. There's the general permit and there's the individual permit when it comes to the Corps, and that does have the threshold. I think it's a half an acre, but that's a whole separate issue when you're talking about jurisdictional wetlands and what you have before you today. This is something that the Corps will not protect and will not permit. They'll just deem it non-jurisdictional. So, and then our ordinance, the intent of this ordinance is to protect that area from being impacted.
So in that case, it was jurisdictional, which is why it had to get an Army Corps permit.
No.
Because the Army Corps permit took like a year and a half.
It was jurisdictional. There were isolated and jurisdictional wetlands on that particular property. So those components that were jurisdictional had to go through the Corps of Engineers to be impacted by that.
Can I make the question a little easier for me? Did Gary Santos Park go to the Planning Commission?
No.
Okay, and then if a yes vote on this amendment means that a Gary Santos Park would have went to the Planning Commission? Is that correct?
I believe so.
If
So I
there
think
were
it
isolated
kind of,
wetlands.
well, but then it kind of, to me, it could get political to me. So you guys handled Gary Santos Park on your own. You mitigated, you went through all the right things. We trust staff to do that. Any project like Gary Santos Park that we approve on council will then have to subvert staff and go to Planning Commission. Okay,
That's the way I understand it. If we
All right.
strike through the Director
Thank you.
of Engineering. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Crosby.
This is for 5 acres or less, so right? This ordinance? So that's wouldn't even be an issue because it's 5 acres or more.
There's an exemption for the 5 acres or less if you have the 3 criteria.
That's for that.
Yeah. So this is across the board. If you have 500 acres and you have an isolated wetland, this ordinance will protect that isolated wetland.
And again, we're not doing final reading. We're suggesting amendments for next Tuesday. I know we're beating this horse to death, but you can always amend the amendment next Tuesday. So, go ahead, Ms. Rambo, you have the floor.
So, is there an opportunity for someone to essentially appeal the planning commission and then come to council?
That's what I was talking about at the very beginning. Town of Allendale has a pretty good ordinance where they allow the property owner to submit something to the planning manager, and then the planning manager takes it to the planning commission for applying to impact the buffer or the wetlands. I'm prepared, and I do have a slide actually that has that I could, as an ad alternate, include that in the procedural changes of the ordinance if that makes more sense. And I'll be happy to show you that slide and we can kind of go through it real quick. And,
Well, I mean, it's a lot of authority to kind of put on an elected body, a lot of responsibility, and including I have a lot of heartburn about them having a final say or not on a council approved project that council would have already considered these things. Yikes.
That's not what I'm saying.
But that's what the process would be.
That's not what I'm saying. I think it's important that we have a full process and review all these projects and not, maybe I'm reading this incorrectly, but not to leave it in the hands of one person.
Right.
And so I just think it needs to go through the process. If you have something that shows the process, that'd
sure,
be great.
yeah, I'll be happy to. I was kind of anticipating this, had heard it from a couple other concerns here. See on the left side, we got the town of Allendale. It's a very simple process. You apply for the wetlands impact application. It goes on public notice in the agenda, and then the planning commission actually makes the final decision. On the right side is something I drafted up. It's very similar, a lot more details, which I took the details out of Allendale, but it basically says the same thing. Like under B6, documentation justifying the impact and remedial measures of the isolated wetland, or if they were impacting the isolated wetland. So this is a procedural component. It doesn't materialistically change the intent or the purpose of the ordinance is to protect the wetland, but it does give that, Mr. Rambo, that opportunity to have the applicant apply to a appointed board, planning commission, to review the justification for doing any kind of impacts to those wetlands. So, that this could be a possibility as an ad alternate to the ordinance if it's needed.
Okay, I was going. I don't like the idea of a council approved project can then get denied at planning commission. I don't think that's appropriate.
Well, it would be the design that would change, and it would have to be amended. The design would be amended, and when council does review these sort of
However,
matters,
that design could create large increases in capital required to do the project. What could be accomplished with the project? I mean, that's sounds great, but the practical application of that could be quite expensive or result in a project that was not the wish of council to include the things it needed to include. So
switching over to a private landowner, and let's say they go through planning commission comes up with the buffer, and there's still disagreement. Would that then be appealed via the courts, or would that come to us, courts?
Circuit court, yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. We have a proposed amendment from Mr. Tinky. We have had over an hour of discussion. Do we need to read them? We just did it at your request. We just read the amendment. So all in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, do a roll call, please.
Mr. Chapman?
Aye.
Mr. Chapman votes yes. Ms. Crosby? Aye. Ms. Crosby votes yes. Ms. Hyatt? Ms. Hyatt votes yes. Mr. Icoffano?
No.
Mr. Icoffano votes no. Mr. Rambo?
No.
Mr. Rambo votes no. Mr. Tinky?
Aye.
Mr. Tinky votes yes. Ms. Whitaker?
No.
Ms. Whitaker votes no. Mr. Brownstein?
No.
Mr. Brownstein votes no. Mayor Heaney?
Aye.
Mayor Heaney votes yes.
Motion carries by 5-4 vote. So that does that officially amend what will be put out Tuesday night, or are we only well? I guess it has to. We just voted to amend what's before us. Yes.
Yes, sir. It will
Okay.
Upon the vote on final reading.
Right.
Unless there are any additional amendments made today or next Tuesday. Remember, it's left open for potential
Other
additional
amendments.
on
Yes.
Tuesday.
Got it. But when that is presented for final reading, since that just passed, that will be in that.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, sir, we're not going to physically, so council and the public understands, we're not going to change the language
In the
as
draft.
notice before next week.
Okay.
Because that can only happen upon final vote on all the amendments.
Okay. All right. So now that we have been in this for this period of time, and the purpose is to get final reading next week, does anybody have another amendment that they would like to do today instead of waiting until next Tuesday?
Yes, sir. On the buffer section, I'd like to remove the term "or adjacent to" from 3B.
Which reference is that?
It is C1, 2.
Is this
C3B.
I see it. Yeah.
Second.
So it would just be
All right, we have a motion and a second.
removing "or adjacent to."
Okay.
Okay, so remove "or adjacent to."
Yes.
Okay, or adjacent to the buffer of wells. I see that. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yes.
Adjacent means, I mean, the reason we put it in was that means physically touching the buffer, right?
Well, in close proximity where the wetland could be harmed by whatever's right there next to it.
So if you plant some
Kudzu.
Yeah.
thing, it could invade
Ivy,
into the
yes.
wetland and damage the wetland. So the point of it was to protect the wetland.
That was the point. Yes.
Yes, so that makes sense. Okay, thank you. Why would we not?
Yes.
Also, just to point out, I mean, there's no permit required for yard work, right? I mean, because that's what we're getting into. It seems silly. I mean, it seems very.
No.
I don't know. I just don't like having a rule that's completely unenforceable. But or do I have to go to get a permit every
The
time?
question was
I'm planning
yard
this
work.
area?
No, sir. There's no permit for yard work. No, sir.
Okay.
I wish there was, and I would be able to do less of it. I don't have a permit.
Oh,
I
yeah,
got to
sorry,
play golf. Yeah.
I would just say by including it, it's a good way of educating the public. I mean, if they don't know any better,
It is.
they could go behind us and do anything. They can add a kitchen to their garage if they want to, and they're not supposed to. But you know, it doesn't mean we don't pass an ordinance because we think people won't follow it. We don't follow speed limits either.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right. Roll. Who are the noes?
Yep. No.
Okay. Four. So the motion carries 5-4. Any other amendments? Yes, sir.
I don't necessarily have an amendment. I'm not sure, but I do have a question. So when it was Bluffton, Beaufort, why do I get those?
Bluffton City.
Bluffton.
Bluffton.
Did Bluffton include existing single-family homes, lots, or did they exclude
Yes,
it?
they did because we mimicked their ordinance for the 5 acres and less. The 3 criterias, they have the very similar ordinance there.
Okay. And have they had any legal challenges on it?
Not that I'm aware.
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of. No, sir.
Okay.
I have not reached out to them recently, but I've not heard.
We could do that before Tuesday if you want.
I would just like to request a legal brief. I would just like to request a legal brief on before next Tuesday of enforceability or
Yeah.
any holes potentially that opens us up.
All right. Anything else? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I think we're going to learn a lot once this is implemented. My fear is that we've expanded it to the existing single family homes before we've learned the lessons that we're going to learn from it. So I'd like to make an amendment to, for now, exempt existing single family homes from this ordinance.
Second.
Exempt existing single family homes.
Would that also include if they're expanding density or just single family homes that, you know what I mean? Well, I thought those are two different questions.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'll withdraw my second.
Yeah, I think we exempt single family homes where they're not adding density.
I will second that for discussion because I would like to see, there's the obvious wetlands, and I'm just afraid of the blue dots. Afraid the blue dots are going to haunt my dreams. But I mean, I'm all for preserving our wetlands, and there's the obvious. I'm afraid of those single family homes where they're not going to meet the three criteria and having a bad day or something. But anyway, go ahead. I'm seconding for discussion.
Yeah, I mean, my point is that I just think that we're adding a lot of hoops for people building additions, fences, pools, swing sets, decks, before we've really rolled this out and gotten some results and some feedback for how it's working. And so I think where it makes the most sense is with the subdivision requests and the commercial projects where things can be moved around. But if you're already in your existing single family home, there's not the ability to move those things around. And so my preference is that we started on the commercial and the subdivision side, learn some lessons, and then look at expanding it from there.
Ms. Hyatt.
I would say we had this discussion in our committee, and the point of this is to protect wetlands. I don't care if it's in a yard. I don't care if it's on a commercial property. It doesn't matter where it is. It needs to be protected. So there's no reason for us to give exceptions. The point of this is to protect the wetlands. And as the mayor mentioned earlier, once they're gone, they're gone. We don't need anybody to be filling in wetlands for any reason, really. So I don't see a reason to make any exceptions for single families.
Mr. Tinky.
I concur. Anytime if we allow this, we're continuing to reduce the amount of wetlands that we have, which as one wetland at a time adds up. One tree at a time adds up. One incremental cut at a time adds up, and then all of a sudden you don't have it. And that's our most valuable resource. 70-80% of the people really want to protect our wetlands and our space and our waterways. And a lot of the problems that we have is when there's been the filling before the wetlands that have really hurt the adjoining property owners. Thank you.
Didn't we already pass something about fill and build, because that is the classic fill and build after you have built new construction? And I'll say what I say like I'm a broken record. Vote for this amendment if you think over the last 20-25 years there hasn't been enough development in Mount Pleasant, because the vast majority of our citizens are begging us to cut back on the amount of building, to be more sensitive about where it is. And if you think they're wrong, go ahead and vote to let the existing single family homes damage wetlands around their neighbors. There's no way I'm voting for this amendment.
As the person that seconded, just real quick, I need more understand. I would love more understanding and set some time up with you about understanding the neighborhoods and stuff. So I'm going to go no on this because there's the clear wetlands and then there's the perfectly manicured lawn. We don't know if it's a wetland or not. I don't want to stop a person from getting a pool in there. So thank you.
All right. All in favor of the amendment to exempt single-family homes where they're not adding density, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. How many ayes do we have, if you'd raise your hand? 2? Okay. 7 to Mr. Chapman? All right. 7 to 2, motion fails. Any other exemption? Any other exemptions? Any other amendments?
Can I ask a
Been a long
procedural
time.
question?
Sure.
Just a procedural question of, so these amendments are now on the table for a potential final reading. Could there potentially be amendments to the amendments that were already made?
Yeah.
Or
Yes, sir.
Yes.
okay.
Yes, sir. And
This is a
of
good
course, in the
discussion.
interest of the way this was set up, as the mayor set it up, it is for amendments today that are voted on. And if there are any changes, additional amendments and the like, those can happen Tuesday or any other time council sees fit for that to happen.
Okay. I'll also request in the legal brief to dive more into the legal implications of a council approved project being denied by the planning commission
Very well, sir.
and the mechanics of that.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Because then we'd be suing ourselves. But anyway, I'm not.
It would
Yes.
create it very well. No, sir. I mean, for clarification, it could very well create a scenario where we're defending in court or prosecuting in court something that could be adverse to town council's wishes. Yes, sir.
Ms. Hyatt?
I would make that amendment with the, as Mr. Adams suggested.
Yes, sir. Just the language specified in the correspondence is sufficient, and
Yep.
we'll deal with
Okay.
it.
Make
I'll
amendment-
second.
Okay.
Say that again?
Amendment for, I believe, B1 and B3 to
Okay.
amend vernal wetlands to include not protected by the Clean Water Act.
Okay. Is that your second?
Yes.
Okay. You're just talking about cleaning up the language of, okay. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Anything else before we adjourn? All right. And this will be on the agenda for next Tuesday night. I want to thank Kevin Mitchell and his staff. Y'all have done a very good job on this. Thank you. Mr. Morrison, thank you so much. And Mr. DeMora, thank you. Y'all staff has done a great deal of work. Thank you very much. If there's nothing further, we stand adjourned, and let's take a 10-minute break before we resume committees.
No, not shame on you. We need to get the difference between subdivisions that have been approved. And have already gone through the process of going through versus existing owners. Now they've only going to because we need to if you already have your single family or property that don't take subdivision approved, you shouldn't have to do legal to find out.
No, well, you're also, or you're 10 foot, you're within the 10-foot buffer.
You just move it over. But the point I'm trying to make is, if it has already gone through a process, it is in a subdivision that was already reviewed, you shouldn't have to, as a property owner that already had your site removed from being in and then I'm going to not if you got to do it twice. There are a lot of areas now that have had subdivision approval. Okay? I know. And I was going to amend that to say those areas. No, it's not significant because it's dated. It's dated. The old village is an example. And they didn't get a subdivision because it was not a subdivision. That's where I'm coming from. It was not a subdivision. PJAO.
Do you mind if I keep this?
It's all yours.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's
This is what I heard from YouTube. Keep watching it 5 times. This is what came out of that.
No, I'm good with that. Good.
Yes, sir. I've got a minute before the community. If it's an isolated wetland, you can move forward. You don't get a building permit on the site. You would not be allowed to build. Building permit, site plan permit, subdivision. They have it. They have Say no shingle roofs, and you get a permit from the state to get a shingle roof, but you have to get a building permit.
Okay. Oh, no.
We got executive session.
I think so. Mike said. Well, I wanted to hear all the stuff about the difference between single.
All right, let me call to order the 1:30 p.m. meeting of the Police Judicial and Legal Committee. Thank y'all all for bearing with us as our special town council meeting went very long. Item 2, approval of the minutes from the March 2nd meeting. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second? All right.
Mayor.
Yes.
Under comments, I did make a Scrivener's error correction.
Okay.
With the clerk.
Okay. But we don't need a motion.
Don't
for
need
that.
a
You
motion.
okay.
Scrivener's error.
All right. All in favor of the motion to approve, please say aye.
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 Minutes are approved. All right. Item 3 is public comments. If you're here to make a public comment, please come forward. We need name and address, and you will hear when 2.5 minutes are up. Yep. Come on up, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Trevisani. I live at 1192 Sharpstown Court and serve as president of Portraits Preserve at Oakland Homeowners Association. I'm joined by fellow board members and residents. First, I'd like to thank the Mount Pleasant and Charleston County leaders and commissioners who've met with us, attended town halls, and visited our community. We really appreciate that engagement. However, we are here of a serious safety issue related to the Route 41 bypass project and Billy Swales extension work. The combined impact of this work will create conditions that make it unsafe for residents to enter and exit our community. Based on Federal Highway Administration guidance, the current design presents a clear and preventative risk. What are we asking for? We're basically asking for the formation of a joint Mount Pleasant Charleston County task force to develop solutions and options, and we would like to be represented on that task force. We've outlined some viable options, and we provided that to you guys in a handout. There are 3 critical concerns. First is unsafe entry and exit. Portraits Bluff Road will become a 3-lane, 45-mile-an-hour roadway with significant increased traffic. Today, there's over 100 cars an hour. To turn left from Bella Oaks after construction, drivers will need to cross 85 feet, 2 lanes, a sidewalk, and a 28-foot wide median before attempting to make a turn. Visibility is also compromised by the community sign since the current stop sign has to move back by about 20 feet. According to Federal Highway Administration guidance, crossing 80-plus feet through 2 lanes of traffic and 45-mile-an-hour road is considered unsafe with increased likelihood of serious accidents and injury. Our only alternative is only one way due to a median that prevents a left-hand turn, unlike a nearby community, Moore's Landing, that has full access. This is not a theoretical concern, it's a predictable safety hazard. Second, there's no safe pedestrian or bike crossing across Porches Bluff Road and Morgan's Point near a major shopping center. The intersection has a history of accidents, limited visibility, and no signal. Today, pedestrians cross 2 lanes. After construction, they will be forced to cross 3 lanes and a large median through increased traffic at a 45-mile-an-hour zone. This will put our residents and others that live in the community crossing at a risk. Third is cut-through traffic. Non-residents already use our neighborhood as a cut-through, often at unsafe speeds. This will significantly increase during and after construction. We're a residential community with children and narrow streets. Increased high-speed cut-through is unacceptable from a safety standpoint. In closing, these issues are foreseeable, measurable, and solvable, but they require coordination action now, not after an accident occurs. We really appreciate your time and ask for your partnership in addressing these risks before they become incidents and we're ready to work with you on practical solutions. Thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else for public comment?
I'll take any questions.
We can't have a dialogue. It's just public comment. Thank you. Yes, sir.
How you doing, sir? The name is Thomas Goodwater. I'm from 1173 South Shadow Drive, Hickory Shadows. And I'm here to complain about not having a speed bump in the community. I am a 22-year firefighter from Mount Pleasant, retired. And I lived in Hickory Shadows for 40 years or more. And we have speeders coming through there, and I have grandkids coming to visit, and I have to build a fence to keep them in from going in the street. But we have had vehicles coming through there turning over. I've had Mount Pleasant Police Department standing by for a week, and everything cooled down. They give enough tickets out, and everything starts again. But we are sick and tired of it, and it's a hindrance. And we was told to have 90 signatures, but it's terribly hard to get that because we have a lot of transient coming in and out of there. People don't stay there. And by the time they go to the house and get a signature, they're gone. Each family member in the neighborhood got about 2 or 3 dogs. And some dogs will bite you if you go across the line, But is any way possible we can get it? That's why I'm here. And we have Ms. Kylie Patton. She's a member of the community. You want to speak? Come on. Come on.
Hey, Kylie Patton, Hickory Shadows, 1185 Shadow Drive. I just want to reiterate what he's saying. We've had people out, we've had reports run showing that people are speeding repeatedly in our neighborhood. 55 miles an hour in our neighborhood. And we just wanted to see if there's anything that we can do other than trying to get the signatures. I've gone different days, times to try to get signatures, but this isn't the 1950s. Nobody wants to answer the door to cold calls anymore. And I know some of the neighbors, but it's just pinning people down. 2, nobody wants to answer the door. And 3, like he said, we have a lot of short-term rentals now in our neighborhood, and half the people aren't even home anymore. We used to have an HOA back when the neighborhood was built in the 70s.
Time's up, but we got it about the signatures for the speed bumps.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
We got it. Thank you. Thank y'all. Anyone else for public comment? All right. This moves us to item 4, Police Matters Budget Review. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and handle it. Good to see you. Members of committee, please flip to the Police Department tab in your budgets. And once you do, you'll notice a 0.7, less than 1% decrease in the Police Department budget. It is not a reduction in service. We have...
Give us a second to find the tab.
Sure, yes, sir.
There it is. Thank you. All right.
It's down 0.7%, not a reduction in service. It's due to grants not getting rebudgeted this year. In fact, this budget proposes 3 new positions that the chief will outline with you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, committee members. In keeping with the recently approved strategic plan and the police department's effort to maximize our service delivery by civilianizing some positions which are currently occupied by sworn officers, we are asking for a civilian public information officer, a civilian crime scene position, and a criminal intelligence specialist. 2 of these positions will enable a sworn officer to go back into the operational and enforcement role. The 3rd one is a new one, and that 3rd one is the criminal intelligence specialist, who will work alongside the PIO and the crime analyst to help to provide more proactive real-time information to the community about crime and crime threats. Happy to answer any questions about any of those positions.
And
Any questions about this? I think it's great. I really, given my background and all, just want to applaud about having a civilian PIO. It's up to y'all who to hire, but that's a very different profession than law enforcement, being a sworn officer. And I think taking one off the street to try to do that is probably not the best use of a highly trained, highly skilled, and experienced sworn officer. So that'll be great, and I think you'll reap the benefits from that as well.
I hope so.
Any other questions on that? All right, Mr. Moore.
yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd ask you to move to page 48, just a couple pages back, which is a listing of the contractual services for the police department. I'd like to point out agencies that are receiving funding. Number one on the list is Charleston Animal Society. That is for the facility and for population prevention. The contractual amount for this year is the $337,000 number. Item number 10 is another organization receiving funding, and that's the Coastal Crisis Chaplaincy for $30,000. And while we're here, two other items I'd like to point out. One is number 8, veterinary costs for the canines. It used to be in our healthcare fund. And
Really?
We've now moved it to the police department, where is the best place, the appropriate place for it. And number 13 is Chief's initiative to protect mental health for our police department, for our police officers.
Where's that? Oh, I see. 13.
Yes, item number 13, yes. And then, if I could ask you to flip to 121, so go to the Capital Asset Fund tab, and flip a few more pages to 121. And this sheet lays out the asset replacements for the police department proposed for next year. The top line is a Bearcat armored vehicle, and that is to replace the armored vehicle we currently have that's has outlasted its functionality. And these Bearcats, Chief can explain it better than I can, but they're more maneuverable, better at protecting our officers, our SWAT team. And so it's time to replace the armored vehicle that we do have with this one. And then just after that, there are 25 replacement vehicles. You see them here, $75,000 a copy. I remember days when they were less than 30,000 a copy.
If we laymen were to see a Bearcat, would we think it MRAP? Is it like an old?
So
MRAP?
that's the mine resistant vehicle was built specifically to deal with IEDs on the side. Right. It's huge and it's extremely heavy. It served its purpose. We got it from military surplus.
Remember.
So, but a practical application in a suburban community like Mount Pleasant, it's difficult to use because of the size, the height, the noise, especially training and driving. Whereas a Bearcat, we can actually have more personnel in the Bearcat, and it's much more maneuverable to use. It's a much better platform for what we need here.
Super.
And so, sir, and members of committee, if you flip to page 123, just a couple more pages. Under equipment, it lays out asset replacement, additional asset replacements for the police department, and they're listed at the top, 1 through 4. This is the body and in-car cameras is number 1. The cloud service that supports them, number 2. I'll come back to number 3 in a second, but a new K9, which is number 4. That's the cost. And then we're starting our investment in mobile vehicle barricade systems, which you see more and more in use around the country to try to alter and restrict vehicles from entering large-scale events. I think the police department would be the first to say, if you have a large-scale event and someone is intent on using a vehicle to get through, typically they'll find a way. But the more we can restrict opportunities like that using these barricade systems, the better off we'll be. And so we're taking steps in this budget. First installment's $100,000 to start acquiring some of those systems. And sir, open for questions. Anything you'd like to discuss?
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Chief, in one of our other committees, it was mentioned that Pet Helpers is receiving funds. And we knew that police department had already been doing work with the animal, it's an animal shelter. It's basically countywide. Is there any reason we couldn't accept the Pet Helpers into what we're already doing with the
Animal society.
Animal shelter?
So that's certainly up to you all. The Pet Helpers, separate organization, same mission, if you will.
Exactly, same exact mission.
So, slight different. I mean, the Animal Society does a much broader level of service.
Right.
But that would certainly be up to you all. I don't see a reason why you couldn't.
Well, that was my thought. And when you've got two groups doing the same thing and getting paid to do the same thing, it just doesn't make sense. So we could somehow, let staff figure out how to do it, but somehow do that, then that takes one segment out of our budget. A small segment, but we really need to look at trying to do both with the same amount of money.
Any other questions? All right. Yep.
Quick question.
Sure.
That I honestly just don't know. How often do we replace these police department cars? If they're
So it depends on the vehicle and how it's driven. So the fleet manager works with our folks to determine the annual cycle. For example, a canine vehicle might last 3.5 years because the engine is always running because of the climate to protect the dog. Whereas a vehicle like mine that's driven, to and from work might last 6 years, 5 years. So really the cycle of a standard police vehicle varies around 4 or 5 years ish.
okay. And that's the ones we're looking at here, like the 2027 SUVs and hybrid ones. Yeah.
Right.
And then with the Pet Helpers question, that's in regards to them picking up dogs, like stray animals, or
That's Charleston Animal Society, right? They
We're
do
paying-
intake. I don't know that we ever take them to Pet Helpers.
No, I don't know that we do. Yeah.
so that's where the money we're paying both organizations to do
Well,
stray.
We're paying Pet Helpers a lot more.
No.
No, not it, just the
Charleston
opposite.
Animal Society.
Charleston Animal Society. The majority of the money. I think was it $3,500? What was the number for Pet Helpers?
I can find that
That's
momentarily, sir.
Ms.
question.
Harneskine.
I believe it was 25,000, and that's in the community investment funding. That's where they apply every year.
I know one answer to that question. Ours with Charleston Animal Society prevents us from having to invent and keep up and build our entire, animal.
I fully understand.
I mean, are they ever over capacity and can't take an animal that our animal control has to take to them, or
It can happen. I don't think it doesn't happen regularly.
Okay.
Deputy Chief, would you? Yeah, I can't think of any.
whereas Pet Helpers, our residents are sometimes maybe their animal comes from there or is, ends up there by accident if our animal control doesn't get to them. And I can see both, but Pet Helpers is not one that your officers in animal control can take them for intake, right?
No, not regularly.
Okay. The other is, is actually part of our law enforcement.
And then my other question, again, I'm new to this, so forgive me. It says contractual services for 1.559. What is that? What is that for? On the police, page 45.
Oh, 45.
It's like right in the middle. Other ones say like opioid settlement or, you know.
I see that. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Which one are you referring to?
It's like halfway down. It says contractual services. Right above opioid settlement.
Oh, are you on the main budget page?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm
Page
sorry. I was looking at
45,
contractual
sorry.
services.
So yes, ma'am. So if you flip to a couple more pages, we detail all of the items included in that one line item.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that's page 48, breaks down in detail what encompasses that larger number.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, yep.
Big portion of that is those first two, obviously.
Yeah.
First three, really.
Yeah, Charles Anderson.
You don't realize till you look at a budget how expensive the TASER program is.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And so, Mr. Mayor, if you, members of committee, are comfortable, we'd appreciate a positive recommendation in Budget Committee for the Police Department.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor of recommending this to the Budget Committee of Council, please say aye.
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 All right. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so for judicial, Lori could not be with us today, and so we have her deputy, Larry Robards, here. There's Larry.
Hey.
And if I could ask you to flip to the tab that says Court.
Got it. Page 26.
Page 26, correct. And this budget is down nearly 6%, credited to software upgrades, helping us not eat as much manpower for the department. And so that is what is responsible for the cost reduction, not needing to support as many employees in municipal court. Also important to mention, if you flip further to page 28, there are two items I wish to point out. And the first is the very first item, number 1, public defender annual contract for $30,000. You know, we must fund a public defender, and so we do that contractually. You see that there. And number 4, the use and need for interpreter services is growing here in Mount Pleasant, and so you see that number under number 4 for interpreter fees at $1,400.
So to get down to the minuscule, just because it's funny, number 8, we still have a manual typewriter that's being used.
We do have one in the office, yes.
I guess it's probably needed for certain
Very rare.
forms, but
Yes.
wow. A piece of history in our midst.
Yeah.
Yes.
And sir, good budget. If you're comfortable moving it on, that would be wonderful.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And I know Mr. Pagliarini is here for
legal,
the legal budget, and I believe Mr. Pagliarini has some things to discuss. Overall, it's up 9%. We are requesting a staff attorney. There's some volume that they're having to deal with. I think I'll leave it to you, sir, to take over.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the committee. We're pleased to present this budget. It does call for a request for an additional attorney. This would be a novice or new attorney, meaning relatively little experience. The request generates from our current needs, which are primarily related to a substantial increase in our FOIA, as well as our tickets issued. And the position, as I envision it, would be partially to assist our prosecutor and partially to assist on the civil side as well. As you can see by the slide, you'll see that our FOIA requests continue to increase at a substantial rate. Last year, we reported 2160. This year, 2317. We've broken those down by department just for more information. If you look at our municipal citations and warrants, starting in 2021, you will see total of 11,700. Up until last fiscal year, 19,000. So a significant increase on an annual basis. We have essentially handled those. Ira Grossman has been our prosecutor for decades, and he handles almost exclusively on his own. We do have an outside contract to assist with trials for DUIs, but that is the main portion of the request before you. Of course, it is against all of our efforts to request for additional help. What I will tell you on the civil side for FOIA review is that mostly it involves review of significant documents. And so that is pages and pages that we are required to determine if there is any privilege or we need to redact any portion thereof. So that is the primary purpose for the request.
Okay.
And I'm happy to answer any questions about our additional budget. Nothing has substantively changed. You will note in our budget that we retain a fund for hiring of outside counsel. I would like to believe in the best case scenario. It is likely true that with the various appeals from our boards and commissions, we do every bit that we can to keep those in-house. And with the additional pressure taken off our assistant attorney as well as me, that in all likelihood would reduce that amount somewhat. I can't say it'd be a dollar for dollar, but I do think it would assist on that side as well.
Okay. Any questions? Do we have a motion to recommend
Move
this?
for approval to recommend to the budget committee the budget for legal.
All right. Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries. Brings us to item 7, executive session, legal matters, legal advice related to Deerline et al. Versus Mount Pleasant. B, review and approval of the issuance of $20 million of Public Finance Authority bonds for the benefit of Crown Leadership Academy. And C, legal advice related to Lonnie Melissa Evans versus the town of Mount Pleasant. Is there a motion to go into executive session for the reasons stated and published?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Are we going into two?
Yes, sir. Courtroom B, sir.
We can go either way. I usually go this way.
Yeah.
Convened from executive session, no action was taken, no votes were cast. Do we have any motions resulting from the information received?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion on item 7B. I'd like to make a motion that council has met its obligation and not to move forward.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion regarding item 7B, that council has previously met its obligation and that this not move forward, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries unanimously. There being nothing further before this committee, item 8 is to, excuse me, let me turn the page. Item 9 is that we adjourn. Is approval of the minutes from the March 2nd meeting.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. The minutes are approved. Item 3, public comments. If you have a public comment, please come forward, give name and address, and you'll hear the beeper go off when you use your 2.5 minutes. Anyone for public comment for transportation?
He needs to come up.
Yeah, you're welcome to speak again. I know you spoke at the last meeting. There's nothing wrong with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you all again. Good afternoon again. My name is Ed Trevisani. I live at 1192 Sharpstown Court and serve as president of Porches Preserve at Oakland Homeowners Association. I'm joined by fellow board members and residents. First, I'd like to thank you and the Mount Pleasant and Charleston County leaders and commissioners who we've met with, attended our town hall, and visited our community. We really appreciate that engagement. However, we're here because of a serious safety issue we have related to Route 41 bypass project and Billy Swales extension work. The combined impact of this work will create conditions that will make it unsafe for residents to enter and exit our community based on Federal Highway Administration guidance. The current design presents a clear and preventative risk. What are we asking for? We're actually asking for the formation of a joint Mount Pleasant Charleston County task force to help us develop solutions and options with representation from our community. We've outlined some of that in a handout that we provided to the committee. There's three critical concerns. First is unsafe entry and exit into our community. Porches Bluff Road will become a 3-lane road, 45-mile-an-hour roadway with significant increased traffic. Today, we've counted over 100 cars per hour. To turn left from Bella Oaks after construction, drivers will need to cross more than 85 feet, 2 lanes, a sidewalk, a 28-foot median before attempting a left-hand turn. Visibility is also compromised because our community sign, due to our community sign, because the current stop sign needs to move back by about 20 feet. So to turn left to go through a 85-foot feet, we have to go through 2 lanes of sidewalk, a 28-foot median to make that left-hand turn. According to the Federal Highway Administration guidance, crossing even an 80-foot 2-lane road at 45 miles an hour is considered unsafe with increased likelihood of serious accidents and injury. Our only other alternative is one way due to a median that really prevents a left-hand turn, unlike a nearby community, Moore's Landing, down the street that has full access. It's not a theoretical concern, it's a predictable safety hazard. Second, there's no safe pedestrian and bike crossing at Porches Bluff Road and Morgan's Point, where there's a major shopping center. This intersection already has a history of accidents, limited visibility, and no signal. Today, pedestrians cross 2 lanes. After construction, they'll be forced to cross 3 lanes, a large median with increased traffic and 45-mile-an-hour cars going by. This will put our residents and others at crossing at risk.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else for public comment?
I'm back for the first time. The name is Thomas Goodwater. I live in 1173 South Shadow Drive, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. I lived in Hickory Shadows for 40-something years, and I'm tired of all these speeders coming through there, not paying no respect, to the people who live there, and running stop signs and all that stuff. But I would love for y'all to please help us to get some speed bumps in there. It would be a great help because I have grandkids, and I'm just scared for my grandkids and somebody else's kids because it's just too dangerous to be, dealing with that. Sorry about that. But I would really like for y'all to help us. I would really, because it's just a pain. It's just a pain. Sometimes we call the police, and they stand by for a week and give out a few tickets. But it doesn't do no good. They'll come back and do the same thing again. And I don't want to take the law in my own hand as far as I almost did a few times because it gets me mad to see how people disrespect other people's neighborhood. And it's not about that. It's we all want to live a decent life and just, just go out decent. But like I say again, could y'all please help us? I mean, if you can, because the petitions, it doesn't do no good. Because we have a lot of transient people coming in and out of there, and every 2 weeks you might see a U-Haul truck in and out of there, and they don't stay long. And as far as some of the families, we go and collect petitions. We have met with dogs, and I've got bitten with, by a dog a few times, but it's not a good feeling, and I don't want to do that. And some people don't want to come to their door and all that. So
that's tough, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your service to Mount Pleasant as a firefighter too.
Yes, 22 years.
Thank you very much. All right. Item 4, budget review, engineering development services, general fund operating expenditures.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll give it a shot, and obviously Mr. Morrison is here to answer questions. Please flip to the EDS tab in your budget. It is page 70. The budget is proposing a 0.4% reduction for next year, not a reduction in service. There are no new positions. The overall decrease is mostly due to current fiscal year contractual services that are not necessary in the proposed budget. Speaking of contractual services, flip to page 72. They are outlined. And I will highlight 2 items. The first is money to implement, it's number 1, money to implement the safety action plan. And also worth highlighting is item number 10, which is some survey traffic counts and traffic studies in neighborhoods that you're aware of. That is number 10. And Mr. Mayor, as far as the members of committee, as far as capital improvements, I won't flip you to the back. You know what they are. I think you've heard them twice now, once at the retreat and the other time when the budget was first presented. But it's top of the list was the town access management. It was more money for Stockdale section. And it was the project involving exploring enhancements at Patriots Point as far as roadways and trying to find some additional parking, which we have not started yet, but that's proposed in the budget. Those are the CIP. I would like to show you CMP, page 117. You can find that past the Capital Asset Fund tab. Page 117. It's worth pointing out when you get to that page, the item at the very top is pavement preservation. This budget proposes $2.5 million next year for pavement preservation. And so, Mr. Mayor, committee members, this is presented to you. Ask you, unless you have questions that need to be answered or concerns, for a favorable recommendation to the Budget Committee.
Any questions?
No, sir, but I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to the full budget committee the EDS budget proposal.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
And was that was A and B, wasn't it? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, this brings us to item 5, discussion regarding Porsche's Preserve at Oakland Neighborhood Vehicle Ingress and Egress. I guess, Mr. Aton, you look like you're teed up and ready to go.
As
you're
much
at
as
Augusta. All right.
as much as I can be. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to present this this concern from the Porsche's Preserve neighborhood. We've got an aerial of the neighborhood shown here, and I'll just give a brief background. Of course, the packet that was sent out was mentioned as part of the public comment. So our staff has been working with the HOA over the past several months to describe and at least provide information on some of the concerns that have been brought forth, as well as help to coordinate with Charleston County's design team for the 41 widening project in a meeting that was held a few weeks back. So there are currently two access points. One is a right in, right out on Billy Swales. As you recall, Billy Swales is an access controlled roadway. This is intentional. It helps prevent and ameliorate conflict points, improve safety, as well as maintain the operational efficiency of the roadway as a major collector roadway. The other access is onto South Morgan's Point. It is a full access. It has a left turn lane. There is a median refuge for folks making left turns out of there, and currently lacks a little bit of pedestrian infrastructure, those of which will be addressed as part of the 41 widening project, which is shown on this graphic. So what the county is proposing to do is to widen this section of Porches Bluff to 2 lanes. The left turn lane into the neighborhood will remain, and then also work to install the Mount Pleasant Way 10-foot shared use path along this side of Porches Bluff from the existing path on Billy Swales up to the Kenny Mile Trail portion, which is, we opened bids on that for Wednesday. And then, of course, the remainder of the 41 winding also includes Mount Pleasant Way. So a critical connection piece for that, for bike and pedestrian safety. Currently, the intersection of South Morgan's Point does not meet warrants for a traffic signal. This is something that the county's team looked at and DOT has reviewed and has concurred with. And so those are really the existing conditions and the proposed improvements as part of the 41 widening. And we'd be happy to answer any questions.
What was the last part you said about the stop sign, the warrants?
So at the intersection of South Morgan's Point, which is the rear access to the Oakland Market Shopping Center, those volumes currently do not meet, at least the projected volumes do not meet the warrants necessary to install a traffic signal at that location.
So they would not put the state would not put a signal there?
No, sir. We have had conversations with county staff about the potential of essentially an unsignalized crossing for pedestrians with RFB devices, very similar to what is out front here on Houston Northcutt, and we're working through that as part of their final design package. And it does look favorable that some crossing like that would be implementable at this location to provide a sort of a bridge gap for pedestrians that wish to access the rear of the shopping center instead of going up to the US 17 intersection and utilizing the Mount Pleasant Way that's planned for that section.
Okay, so that would be the rapid flashing beacons there, and then something like we have the other places, we have those, right? Markings on the pavement or whatever.
Yes, sir. In my last conversation with the county's design team was that they were going to pursue the RRFB in this design, and really the only sign off they would need would be the DOT, and I think that this road kind of meets those criteria. So it, as James mentioned, it looks very favorable that they'll end up with that as a part of the design. That would be implemented day one with the improvements.
Just a point of clarification. So is the pedestrian crossing then going to be down where coming from the neighborhood or going across where the commercial is?
It would be at the commercial access at South Morgan's Point.
I think that's better for it anyway because it's the path, right? Yeah.
Be somewhere in that general vicinity.
Okay.
Follow-up question on that. One of the issues there was lighting. Apparently it's very dark there at night too, and so whether that was lighting, street lighting, or some lighting around the tree areas where people would see them, would that be included too? I guess you got the flashing beacons, which is wonderful. You'll see that, but to the extent there can be more lighting in that area where people go across, that would be great.
There's a couple things there. The devices themselves, you can actually purchase the lighting for the device. It's down lighting, just like a street light.
Okay.
And the once again, Michael Darby with HDR indicated they were looking at additional street lighting in that area up to that point.
That's what I understood from him as well.
Yes, sir.
That's good.
So when the county redoes Porches Bluff here, how will people, they will be able to still come out and turn left in that little refuge area is still there?
It's a 2-stage crossing, so it's actually better than a single stage, meaning I can look to my left, find the gap, move into the refuge area, then determine, just like I do at a roundabout, I'm only looking at one direction. So I look to my right, find the gap into the traffic.
Are they anticipating an increase in daily traffic on this after the 41?
Yes, sir.
The whole thing is, and by how much?
I do not have that number.
Okay.
That's something we could certainly look at with the county, but they do run level of service analyses for these types of things, and I don't anticipate that you would have a level of service issue at this location because you'll have the signal providing gaps right upstream at Porches Bluff and Billy Swales Boulevard. So that's a positive thing once you place a signal there. And of course, that facilitates anybody coming up Billy Swales going to the neighborhood take a left, then a left right into the neighborhood.
So that signal will be put in when the whole 41 project is completed, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That is the intention, that intersection will be signalized as part of the 41. It's something that we plan to look at as part of the Billy Swales widening project. Right. Should those two projects not line up timeline wise, but it is designed and it is permitted based off of those projected traffic volumes.
Okay. So in other words, we feel confident that that's going to get signalized right there. Okay. Yes. So I can see that would give you some relief to come out down here. Now over on the on Billy Swales, it's not in this picture, but where the right in, right out is now, because we know that's got the median down it, so that's going to stay right in, right out. Is that correct? Yes, which was always the design for that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Question on that. Doesn't that also keep people? They're less likely, because they can't do it, to turn left and go through the neighborhood.
Theoretically, yes. As far as cut through traffic is concerned, there is no access to make a left and bypass the signal. So yes, there
would have to come all the way up to. Yeah.
I mean, to your point, Mr. Tanky, this is a common question when we have a new road come in, and in Primus back at 6 miles, very similar to this, and there's many examples over time where the network changes, and that's a concern. But if you design the road correctly and you have the right operations, signals, etc., it's very unlikely. I'm not saying it's not impossible, because they can physically do that, but they're going to take the path of least resistance, which would be staying on a 40 mile an hour or whatever, 35, 40 mile an hour type of facility and using the signal versus going into the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
I heard that it was 80 feet to get across. Where is that 80 feet?
I assume, the lane use that they're proposing, they being the county, as a 12-foot wide lane. So we're talking about two 12-foot lanes, so that's 48 feet. And then the median, again, is a refuge area, so I wouldn't necessarily consider that as a negative distance to travel. It actually helps the folks leaving the neighborhood. And that will remain as is as far as width is concerned. I know that the stop bar is proposed to move further internal to the neighborhood because it has to be placed before the Mount Pleasant Way crossing. So there's an additional 20 or so feet with that. But once you stop and there are no pedestrians in conflict, you can proceed forward through and sort of wait in the crosswalk area if you're not going to be blocking.
And that's state law. We have to have that cross stop bar 4 feet in front of the pedestrian area. Once it's clear, you have legal authority to go into that area, and that's where the sight distance issue, it would not be an issue. It's going to be like 400 or 500 feet for this location, so I don't see that. It's pretty clear at this point. That's when you make your decision on whether you have a gap or not.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where 80 feet were. Where is the next median opening on Billy Swales from this neighborhood?
On this photo, about, I would say, a quarter mile or so south or planned north here towards Lang and Jenny Moore, there is a neighborhood that has full access. That is their only point of access, unlike this neighborhood, which has both South Morgan's Point, Porsche's Bluff and Billy Swales. But it is about a quarter mile on planned north here.
That's Moore's Landing.
Correct, yes, sir.
So next month, this is as a discussion item, so there's nothing that we can vote on today anyway, but can you bring us back how we're proceeding on the RRFB and how that looks? And then I just want to make sure that we aren't surprised about the signalized intersection there. To make sure that that's actually going to happen. I think that's key to the whole thing. Council members, what else do we have to work with here? The right in, right out can't change.
I think the front entrance, there was some, the front entrance will have to be some signage moved. Is that correct? Or some different things happening?
We could report back on that because I'm not exactly sure. I do know that the county, and there's a swale out front. I do know that they went ahead and worked with the neighborhood to go ahead and pipe that ditch. So it didn't have to be piped. It actually is really probably more for the pathway and the aesthetics in that area, but it'll work better. Excuse me. And they've committed to do that. So let me follow up on, as a third item, kind of how the sign issue worked out.
Okay. And I think it's important to note that the sign, if it does need to be moved or not, it will be in compliance with the sight distance triangles of this intersection. So even if it remains as is, that is because it is not creating a visual impediment to entering or leaving the neighborhood.
Okay. Will y'all give us an update on all of those things when
Yes,
we
sir.
meet next month?
Happy to do it.
Okay. Thank you. All right, let's move on to item 6, and if we can get sort of a condensed version of all of these, given the late hour, and there's still another meeting afterwards.
Yes, sir. I will touch base on some of just the highlights here. There are a few projects on this page as far as the mobility action plan and operations that are going to construction. Some of that is Mount Pleasant Way along Mathis Ferry at Von Colnitz, so you'll start to see some activity out there over the coming weeks near the senior center. And then the Harry Hallman pet improvements at Waterfront Park, those are installation of those RFB devices. That is also going to construction this month as well. Billy Swales, we are in the process of scheduling the pre-construction meeting with Gulfstream, the contractor, as well as with the local DOT staff for our LPA requirements. But that will happen this month, and so construction could begin as early as next month. Safe Streets and Roads for All, these projects are all under design and underway. I think the important thing to note is here at the bottom, we do have a town transportation fair on the 30th at the end of the month here at Town Hall to go over all of these projects, as well as receive input for other general safety action plan items, which was referenced in the budget as a plan that does need updating this year. And Park West at Stockdale Roundabout, this project is still in the right-of-way acquisition process and going through our design review team. 516 Coleman, this is still going through DOT revision to the permit to remove some of the underground storage and align better with our CIP budget. Several Mount Pleasant Way projects under design. Most notably, the Kenny Mile is out to bid. We opened those bids on Wednesday. So we did have a mandatory pre-construction meeting where I think over 10 contractors attended. So there was a lot of interest. So we're looking forward to receiving those bids and beginning that project construction. And then a number of sidewalk improvement projects, probably most notably Lazy Lane, will likely go to construction this month. And we've wrapped up the Center Street Extension sidewalk and then a slew of other new design sidewalk sections that are under design now.
So do I read this right that up from where we did our last RRFB on Mathis Ferry, we're looking at another one there at Wakanda? Is that what this?
That's correct. Yeah. So that is permitted by the DOT, and we're engaging with Public Services on-call contractors to receive quotes for that.
Okay.
And I would anticipate that we'll begin construction on that in early to mid-May.
In maybe an unfair question, but in round numbers, what are we looking at for those cost-wise?
It's about $10,000 or so per device. So if you have two at an intersection, you're 20,000 or so. And there's a lot of factors that go in. Is it solar, direct power?
Right.
Mathis Ferry is direct power, so it's a little more expensive. But in general, 10 to 15,000 per sign is after
And then
all said
pavement
and
marking and
yeah, I think that includes generally that, especially the $15,000 mark is material, labor, and installation.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Oh, can you remind me where we are on this signal at 17 and Snee Farm entrance?
Yes, ma'am. So that is still tied to the Safe Streets and Roads for All projects. That's one of the intersection improvements. We are in design. We do have a preliminary design, and I think we're looking to schedule a field meeting with the consultant in the next week or so to progress that through and get in front of DOT for their cursory review.
Okay.
Right.
And there's the issue that Mr. Goodwater brought up is not on our agenda, but would y'all get us the information on that for next month and just tell us kind of where that fell short and what options we might have there.
Yes, sir. And I have that information now if you'd prefer it, or
Sure.
we can send it.
While he's here, I didn't know if you knew about that in advance or not. Okay.
Yes, sir. So they did meet the criteria for the speed requirement. It was above 30 miles an hour as an 85th percentile speed, and I believe there was about 80 homes that required a petition signature, and they did receive about 35 of those. And unfortunately, the applicant is unable to has some mobility issues and is unable to really get in touch with all of the residents. So they met the criteria. They have fallen short of the petition component of it. And so we have been in touch with Mr. Goodwater and told him to come today to speak on that point. And
okay. Thank you for that information. What typically happens when we have that situation?
So of course it's at the discretion of the committee to waive the petition component, but typically it's a 2-part requirement, a speed requirement that then allows them to move to petition, and the petition has to meet 75% of the folks within that area.
And this is atypical, Mayor. We typically have it the other way around, where we don't meet the speed criteria.
But you have
There's
that.
plenty of petitions, so I really think that if they could get that petition finished, we would not on our side hold any kind of timeline, because we have the funds budgeted for it. So if it's the will of the committee, we could just give them more time to get those. We could just do that.
Yeah,
But-
that would be great.
I make
I'd
a
be happy
motion
to-
that we do that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to help with that.
Yeah, we might come walk the neighborhood.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you need action by us to give them more time, or
I don't believe so.
just you heard that? Yeah, give them more time.
I think so.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I know that it's beach traffic time, and so I know y'all do a lot every year, and I know the mayor's getting ready to meet with the other 2 mayors, and so for those that aren't that familiar with it and they want to know what's happening with beach traffic, and you have right on the top of the agenda signalization and beach traffic type of things, briefly, could you mention what's happening as far as beach traffic?
Yes, sir. So, of course, we do have signal timings that are in place for those higher volume periods coming to and from the beach, both Isle of Palms and Sullivan's. So those have been implemented. Of course, the weather is always when do we really pull the trigger on it? And so they were implemented several weeks ago. And then again, we continue to fund the Carta Beach Resurfaces. I believe that's within this recommended budget this year. And then last year, what we did as well, and it still is in place, we do have an emergency beach flush timing in the event that there's some reason that we would need to get folks off of the beach in a quick manner. And that's a quick 5-10 minute call to our traffic signal folks at Rhythm, and they will make that immediate change if an officer isn't able to get to the site and automatically override the intersection. So all of those things are working together in tandem to mitigate some of the additional traffic that Coleman, Ben Sawyer, and Isle of Palms see at this time of year.
And
And
Mr. Chapman,
on the beach reach, we are waiting to get ridership projections for adding Fridays to the Saturdays and Sundays. Y'all probably saw the press coverage of that. It is a significant cost increase, up to, I believe our share would be $18,000. What do we pay? What's it in the budget for now? 10?
10.
10. And that would go up, that would almost double, which I know in the grand scheme of transportation, $8,000 is not a whole lot of money. But we don't know what the projections are for how effective that will be. My stance as a member of CARTA, and I have championed this all along, is I don't want the whole thing to get scrapped because of the extra day. And somebody saying that cost per rider is not worth it, let's get rid of the whole thing. So I've got a wait and see attitude, but we don't have those numbers yet, do we? So
No, sir.
hopefully we'll have them next month.
Thank you.
Just wanted y'all to know. Yes, sir. Did you have another item?
No, it's okay.
All right. All right. Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate it. That concludes item 6. Item 7 is we will adjourn. All right, you got public service. Yes. No, that's
We spoke on
you
the
got
phone, so I
that.
really appreciate you taking the
I'd like to call the 3 p.m. Monday, April 6th Public Services Committee to order. First order of business is approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Second item, third item on the agenda is public comments. If you have comments, please come forward. You give your name, address, and you have 2.5 minutes. Any public comments?
Where do I sit?
Right here, man.
Okay. Thank you. Name Nancy Zettler, address 712 Natchez Circle, Mount Pleasant, in Lake Hunter Commons. Ours is pretty much a senior occupied development, and water's going to go where water's going to go. The ditch beside the library, that ditch has been there probably forever. All of these waterways are connected. There's a pipe that goes from behind Queensboro Shopping Center, the Publix. There's a pipe that runs under Anna Knapp and empties out over next to the library. The library was built in 92. And then in 21, it was renovated, and they tore up the whole library parking lot, put in a new parking lot. The county of Charleston came and trenched out that ditch, put in more stones, more pipes. And so that was Charleston County that did that. I feel like to say we own a ditch is like saying we own rainwater, or we own the ocean, or we own the hurricanes that come through here. These waterways are all connected. It goes on over there to the Palms, which had flooding not too long ago. And we don't own the water. We don't own the rain. We don't own the ocean. And to say we own a ditch that was already pre-existing is something that I don't understand, and I hope somebody can explain it to me. Thank you.
Any further public comment?
Hi, I'm Jim Miller, 708 Natchez, and I'm kind of new to this. My mother bought this place in 1999, and so I own it now. She's deceased, and and so I only found out about this morning. My wife said, "You need to go down there and talk to these people." And I said, "Well, I don't know much about it," so I did a little bit of looking, but from what I read and was in your minutes before, there's no rainwater going from the complex to this ditch, and it is a ditch. They call it a pond, but it's just a ditch, but there's some commercial buildings right behind my mom's unit on Anna Knapp, and that drains in there, and then the library drains in there, and I'm not sure what else drains in there, but there's a lot of stuff that drains into that ditch, and Lake Hunter is a small percentage if it goes there at all. Your minute said that it doesn't do that, so it seems strange that we own a ditch that other people discharge stormwater into, and we have to pay to maintain it. If we own it and have to pay to maintain it, and other people drain to it, then they should be paying us to drain to it. Or we shouldn't have to maintain it. It should belong to the city or something like that. I don't have a lot more information than that, but it just seemed a little unfair to take a small community that say, you guys own a ditch, you're going to receive everyone's rainwater, and you're going to pay to maintain it.
Any additional public comment? Seeing none, we'll move forward to the budget review, number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, good afternoon. Please flip to the Public Services tab in your budget document. It is page 62. I'll provide some commentary on some highlights. Mr. Weiss is here to answer any questions that you might have. You'll see at the bottom of that page, the budget is proposed to increase 5.7%. There are no new positions. The 5.7% increase is due to things like new facilities like the Carolina Park Recreation Center, new Public Services Operations Center, as well as increases in contract services and utility expenses. Speaking of contract services, if you'll flip please to page 65, I'd like to highlight a few of those with you. At the top, also good to see the total cost of some of these services or that must be provided. Number one, under contractual services, page 65, the cost of right-of-way maintenance. This also now includes additional properties, $1.362 million. Just underneath it is the cost of our yard waste, our transfer contract at 6 Mile, just under $1.1 million. And some new costs this year. Scroll down to number 19, please, middle of the page. And that is methane sampling and monitoring at the new Public Services Operations Center. That's going to be $15,000 a year. Recall a portion of that property is built upon an old landfill. Mount Pleasant, many decades ago, used that property as a landfill, and it requires us to monitor it post-construction. So that is contractual services. Other expenses include, back on page 62, include water expenses along with electrical utilities. There are rate increases along with additional locations and additional usage for us. And then electrical expenses, same type of argument. Please flip to page 115. It's in your Capital Asset Fund tab. Flip to that, please, and then go to 115. This page tells an excellent story about the good work being done by Public Services Department. Right in the middle of the page, you'll see Public Services highlighted on page 115. Some more significant numbers here is that you'll see field and court renovations that Mr. Weiss and his team are ultimately responsible for. That total is $750,000, important to keep up with the renovations of our assets. Right-of-way maintenance, $500,000. And keep going down a little bit further, you'll see sidewalk, curb repair, and replacement, $500,000 to replace and keep up with our sidewalks and curbs. And a little further down, under maintenance, here are some larger numbers. Very first one, town-wide facilities maintenance. Maintaining all of our facilities town-wide, $2.4 million. A little further south of that one, you'll see bridges and dock maintenance, $750,000. And almost close to the bottom, stormwater repair and rehabilitation at $2.6 million. Recall during the budget presentation that we have moved for the second year now beyond brand new capital and into maintenance of our assets and facilities and roadways and stormwater lines and facilities and things like that around town. And that is exemplified in the comprehensive maintenance plan under the Public Services Department. I won't ask you to go to CIP, which is page 130. You already know the projects. The first one is the Pitt Street Bridge and Boardwalk rehab. We're looking to combine those projects into one. It looks like we have a slide for it. But the new project that I'd like to discuss with you, I referenced it somewhat incorrectly at the budget presentation, was the Miriam Brown Community Center. And, we spoke of it at the retreat. It found its way into the budget through the CIP. And we're looking for a contribution of funds to get that project started. What I'm thinking of is $150. Obviously, that won't handle construction of a facility. $150,000. We've been at this since 8 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Tinky. $150,000 for that facility. It will go towards a consultant specializing in capturing the rich cultural history that is reflected in that building and in that property. I think it's important to do that now, as many of the individuals involved are aging, and we really want to capture their knowledge and their history and what they think of that property. We could do that, Chairman Tinky and members of the committee, we could do that, hold the information as we start to compile money into the budget to one day redesign and replace that facility. We can do it in a way that is founded in the comments that we receive from the individuals that are interviewed. And so that is not the last item with the budget.
I have a question. Sorry.
Yeah.
What is one day? Meaning, is that 5 years, 4, 3? Is it?
Right now we do not have any money for capital construction or design of that facility. And so even if you started next year, I can't imagine, given the requirements for roads and stormwater, that we'd be able to fully fund the construction of this project for a few years.
And you feel the construction's 150K or just to
bring in the cultural assessment.
Right, just to bring that. So, okay.
Yes. And then along with that too is, I think it would be smart, and this amount of money could help us reach this, is collect the information. And then perhaps we'll have enough money, I believe we will, to secure an architect to be able to do some type of conceptuals of the facility. And it would be nice to share that with the individuals involved, and of course, certainly with you as a town council. So that's the idea of the $150,000 contribution towards that project. It's not in the budget now. We would ask that if you're supportive of it, that it will go as a positive recommendation to the budget committee.
Just like to make a couple comments. One, thank you so much for getting this moving along and getting this in place. You know, this location is, and how it's been used in the past, is no different than how it would be used today to bring community together and have a safe place for people to come and gather. But this is a particularly sensitive area that we want to celebrate, not only in the programming, but the architecture. And if you look at the Lang School, I know we're late in the day, but I just wanted to read a little quick thing from the excerpt of this book, Smashing Obstacles, Building Legacies, Lang School and Freedom Schools. Lang School was founded by a bold young Quaker lady in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, a year after the Civil War ended. The rich history of Lang School's 150-year journey is unique. The dramatic way it was founded in 1866, the cast of characters who always showed up on the scene to meet the needs of the school, the dedicated educators, and the long, extensive involvement of the Quakers are all part of this compelling story. Over the course of its existence, the school provided a safe place for children to grow and flourish during racially challenging times. Thousands of descendants of the enslaved of the plantations of Mount Pleasant were educated in classrooms of this much beloved school. By placing a continual emphasis on the importance of education and achievement, educators instilled a confidence in their students that enabled them to go out into the world and find success in life. The history of the school is told through the eyes, words, and experiences of their female principals. Lang Schools is part of a much larger American story. This book and resulted from that created the historic Freedom Schools movement that resulted in thousands of schools being started for the newly freed people. Lang was born of this historic movement all over the country. It was one of the first. Mrs. Hancock actually was at the right hand of Lincoln. This book reveals some of the interesting history, and it talks about their courage in difficult times. Well, you know, that story is an important one, but it brought everybody together. And today we've grown. We look different than we did before, but we have communities and we have kids in the streets and kids in middle school areas, and this that we talk about on e-bikes, and how do we have a safe place for them to go. My 3 boys are now 40 to 49, they grew up playing here as a safe place to be. And so I think this can provide a basis for that. And with these funds, we can listen to Miriam Brown's daughter, grandson, and the families around them that will know about it. But we also can talk to neighbors and all the stakeholders and decide how to best utilize this. So I'm bullish about it. And do we need a motion or why not?
Well, I've got a question. We did a fundraiser for Magwood statue. Could we start one like that on our website? I mean, I have no idea. We don't have to get into it. Maybe you guys can get back to us on that.
We didn't do the fundraising. We housed
Housed
money.
it?
Yes.
Okay. But fundraising can start at some point. We'll talk about it, I guess. Yes.
Any questions? Do we need a motion or just move on?
Well, sir, one more quick section to cover in the budget, and then perhaps you can pull it all together. Page 122. Important to review. It's in the capital asset fund page 122. And at the top, items 1 through 18, we are proposing 4 replacement garbage trucks in the budget this year. Note that they're expensive. They run roughly $500,000 a copy now. And we have loaders and backhoes and F-250s, and Mr. Weiss's department, as you very well know, is charged with many things, but primarily the maintenance and upkeep of the town. And so we have several of those vehicles in here. And now, Mr. Chairman, those are all the highlights that I have having to do with the budget. Appreciate a positive recommendation to the Budget Committee. If committee so chooses the $150,000 addition to study Miriam Brown, it would be appropriate now, sir.
Any questions?
Do you need a motion to amend that for the 115,000?
I think we would need a motion first to put it on the table.
So I'll make a motion to put the Miriam Brown funding into the budget.
Second. All those, any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the budgets under budget review FY 2027 A and B?
Motion to approve the budget.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to discussion regarding Lake Hunter Common, pond maintenance responsibility. Could we start with our attorney who's done some research on this as to legal responsibility of this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. In the fall, we received a request from our public services group to review the title history in this area. We heard about a ditch in the library property, and our task was to determine legally whether the town had any responsibility for ditch maintenance or any pond maintenance in that neighborhood as well as surrounding areas. The ultimate answer is that we were unable to find any nexus or any responsibility for town to retain maintenance of ponds in that area. It appears that, as in most communities, the developer leaves it to the residents and then go from there. The pond in question, at least that we heard about during public comment, is utilized by the library, Charleston County. We did locate a maintenance agreement that Charleston County is responsible for maintenance of a portion of that area. My opinion, we're not a party to it. It is very difficult to have a maintenance agreement for a part of a pond. I would say that that agreement is likely insufficient and not helping anyone. But again, that is as a third party. The town is not involved in that, and nor do we have any legal ability to intercede or change that agreement. So that is the overall opinion. I'm glad to answer any questions as to that you may have.
So one thing you mentioned is that this was part of a larger project. I won't give the name of the developer, but it was part of a larger project that Lake Hunter Commons was a portion thereof.
Yes.
At some point, from what you've been able to gather, it became the easement or the drainage ditch or the pond became part of the Lake Hunter Commons. And is there any document that you've been able to find where the HOA assumed that or voted to assume that?
Well, we have not done, I've checked title. I don't have anything in the title does not reflect that. Of course, the covenants and restrictions of any, this is uniform probably throughout South Carolina and the U.S. Developers in there maintain covenants and restrictions, responsibility that the HOA has. And then it is simply a matter of who controls the HOA. It goes from developer run to resident run. And so by that operation, so I wouldn't expect to find any formal declaration. There may be a vote somewhere in the HOA records, but nothing that I would able to locate in the county records to that effect.
My experience with this is the developer was like to turn over the amenities at some point.
Yes.
And some of them turn it over better than others.
Yes.
And in many cases, they turn it over where the residents are completely unaware of what's happened, and it may be in some HOA documents or it may be in the covenants. But in this case, it appears that all the other development was finished, and then this was turned over at some point in the year in the early 2000s at some point by the developer. Is that correct?
That is what we found. Yes, sir.
And so then the question is, what often happens is when it's turned over like that, the amenities are in great shape, but 20 years later, like in stormwater ponds, and all of a sudden now you have to deal with it. And unfortunately, I hate to say it like this, but the development ends up holding the bag on that. And so then we have to figure out how to best address that, whether the Lake Hunter Commons deals with the developer, going back to try to track that and see if they have any legal recourse would be one. But the issue at hand is the maintenance on the pond. And so we do have an agreement in place from the library that they are to maintain some portion thereof.
Charleston County.
Charleston County. And then we do have an easement as well from Mount Pleasant Waterworks with an existing sewage line that goes out that was there prior to this drainage ditch or pond being deepened. So they have some play in it. And then the issue really is from the adjoining commercial properties, whether there's any piece to be played in with that. So it appears, and the end result is neither side is well maintained. So it's a poorly maintained area. At the very least, there's at least three parties that are involved with it that we could legally say have some involvement in it. The commercial is no legal standing that we can see. So just to cut short on this, but with the questions to folks, it seems to me, Mr. Pagliarini, if you could take it upon yourself to bring those three parties together to see about a joint use agreement, or a joint maintenance agreement between the three, knowing that the town doesn't, from what we can tell, has no obligation to this from a legal standpoint, but these three do. And so, and I think more importantly, it would be good to come up with a standard of care, because one side is completely denuded and taking the trees out, and the other side is completely overgrown and it's unsightly for everybody. So it'd be a wonderful service on the part of the town to at least bring people together and see if we could make something happen out of that. But I'm going to shut up and ask for any questions or because some of you have been there and you've looked at the facility and whatnot?
Is it functioning properly at this time, or
I'd have to turn to our experts to determine whether it's functioning well. I don't know.
It drains, but I mean, it holds water. I don't think it's really supposed to hold water per se. I mean, it's a pond, but I think it's more of a dry pond by design. So it could use some maintenance.
I just wondered how it's, what the real issue is and what the extent of getting it in proper care would be.
I think that's well said. So thank you for everything you said. I think, and I would agree with passing off to Mr. Pagliarini, but I think as council members, we know who to call at the county, and we have Will and we have Jake on water, so we can ask them. So I think we could do our part as well by calling the county and putting those that are involved with the water to have a conversation. So maybe you could reach out and we'll reach out as well and see what we can do as well, because we're the conduit.
So the homeowners know. I've spoken, and one of our council members who's in the audience has spoken to the county to get them at the table as well. General Manager Alan Klum of the Waterworks is standing ready to assist in this area, and between them they have a lot more knowledge than they'll ever have as far as the most effective means of keeping up a drainage area and a ditch, and then from just a coordination and getting it maybe reduced down to an agreement. That would be a wonderful thing if Mr. Pagliarini, you could assist with that, if that's the approval of the committee. Do we need a motion?
Sir, I understand the instruction. We've already made inquiries and will continue to do so. If you feel appropriate to vote, happy to accept that.
Well, let's make a motion to do the what was just mentioned. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Number 6.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. This should be a quick presentation. So this is for a partial drainage easement abandonment, public drainage easement abandonment. So this slide shows the location. This is between Long Point Road and Paul Foster Road. It's a little hard to see, but that strip of green in between the Bell Station commercial development, where the Planet Fitness and Finn's Car Wash are, and the Point development where the Chick-fil-A is, and the proposed Fifth Third location. That green strip in between is the drainage easement. It's 25 feet wide and it has an existing ditch in it. I'm showing dark blue flow arrows going through it because it drains from the Long Point Road side to Paul Foster Road. So there is a proposal to abandon part of this drainage easement. I'm showing the approximate limits in the red box. So for orientation purposes, this is shifted 90 degrees clockwise from the previous slide. So the drainage easement, the whole thing is shown on the bottom of this plan. This is an existing plat that's recorded at Charleston ROD. Like I said, the entire 25-foot wide ditch drainage easement is shown in the orange box, and the approximate limits of abandonment once again are in the red box and red shading, and this drains towards Paul Foster Road. I want to make clear that this ditch only drains these commercial properties that are showing the Bell Station and the Point. It does not drain anything upstream, and it does not drain any runoff from Long Point Road, so just these commercial properties. The easement was likely put in place for planning purposes back before these commercial developments were actually built and developed, and it was recorded in Charleston County before the properties annexed in. So this is a draft proposed easement plat. This is zoomed in a little, so from the previous existing plat. Once again, the portion to be abandoned is shown in red with the hatching. And I want to make it clear also that the remaining 25-foot wide drainage easement in blue from Point B to Paul Foster Road, that will remain as a public drainage easement. We are coordinating with staff. Staff is coordinating with the applicant on replacing that public portion with a private probably pipe system. We're not quite sure yet, but probably a pipe system, and it will be a private easement between the development and Bell Station, some of which their properties also drain into this existing ditch. Staff does not have any objections with this request, as commercial properties typically have privately owned infrastructures and easements anyway. But I'm here if you have any questions, and I believe the applicant and their engineers are here as well.
Well, let's hear from them.
Good afternoon. My name is Chip Wyatt, project manager and lead designer at Barrier Island Engineering. I think Marissa did a great job as an intro here. Pretty straightforward little exercise. I do want to just kind of make a little bit more detailed points regarding the existing flow through this drainage easement. So that portion to be abandoned there, you may ask why does that need to be abandoned? Well, initially, as Marissa said, that ditch just kind of lined that property there to catch any runoff and just convey it downstream. We think likely before any stormwater management regulations were in order. So this particular parcel is slated to be developed, and as is common with these parcels, there'll be a BMP, a stormwater pond, that will be put on this, that will be relocated towards the rear of this parcel, so plan right. So the downstream conveyance that will actually convey the stormwater runoff from that pond down to the outfall will remain in place. It'll just be that small portion up front that, again, is not really currently catching any drainage. That is the portion that would be proposed to be abandoned.
Any questions?
Do you go underground with that, or I mean, we don't know till we know that. Is staff stating that there's no drainage needed there at all?
So the downstream portion that will still convey will still be an open ditch system
Down there, right?
Oh.
But it's not.
Right, that'll stay an open ditch, and then they're going to put a piped private easement that will serve. There's a couple flumes that come from the car wash, and then the system that they're going to put in that he's talking about to meet all of our stormwater requirements, state and town requirements, that will tie in either to the existing ditch downstream that will remain, or the pipe system, depending on how their calculations look. We're still vetting that with them, but there will be something in place to pick up the runoff in its place, just privately owned.
It's going to handle all this. Yeah.
Right. It'll be sized for that, and their pond will hold the peak flow rates, not to get too technical, but it'll be sized correctly.
Currently, the Public Services Department maintains that ditch, and it's been coordinated with us, and we're good with abandoning that portion of the ditch, having it be piped, and then we'll continue to maintain. We have access from Paul Foster, and so we'll be able to maintain our portion of the ditch, and then their stormwater pond will be worked into the greater stormwater drainage system of the area.
And I guess the other component is that area will still need to be maintained. We're just shifting the responsibility from the town to the property owner for that small portion.
You have a question?
Yeah, and that'll come with a plat and an easement agreement between the property owners for a private easement.
Okay.
Well, go ahead.
So I assume they need to pipe this and cover it because you need the property for. What's the reason?
The concept plan we've seen shows a driveway in the location where the ditch is right now. So yes.
So they need that property to do the development. So they need to pipe.
I mean, I'll let the developer speak to that. That's just the concept plan they've submitted so far.
I'm just assuming there's some reason why they need the property for their own use.
That's what triggered this. The concept plan came in and they were showing features in an easement that aren't allowed in an easement. So that's what triggered this.
Okay.
Happening.
And there's a car wash. I guess that generates some water, but there'll be a pipe there.
Right. So they'll have to coordinate with the car wash, the owners of the car wash, on the private easement.
Well, this is a discussion only, but right now I'd like to have a lot more information before I'm ready to move it on. First, it's car wash, and that's a lot of flow out of there. Where is that water going? How's it being carried on? How's it being tested?
Oh, the car wash is existing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if that's confusing.
No, I know it's existing.
Okay.
That wouldn't go into the stormwater system. That would go into, I would imagine, Mount Pleasant Waterworks sewer.
Correct. Yes,
so
that is
that's a completely separate issue. This is just a stormwater ditch. So generally, the commercial properties are responsible for, running their own stormwater, and then it feeds into the town system or whatever, just like every other commercial property. So this ditch catches commercial properties, and then it goes into Paul Foster, and I think we've got a stormwater pond down that direction, and then it eventually works its way to the outfall.
Yeah, to Foster Creek. Yes, and every development has to meet our MS4 requirements, which have a water quantity and quality component. I know in the concept plans for the proposed Fifth Third Bank, they are showing a water quality unit to capture sediment before it enters the ditch.
Well, it'll be helpful to see what that is and how that's taken care of, and at least for me, before we move forward, or at least because this is discussion only, was the idea that this would move on to town council or not?
No,
You'd have to release property, so it'd have to be a council vote.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct, sir. That would be a council function. Legal would want to see a fully executed agreement with responsibility and maintenance, all of those requirements before I would recommend to council to release an easement.
Okay.
in that.
Well, I'd certainly like to see those documents and that information before we would. Sir?
Mr. Tinky, my name's Randy Cooper. I'm one of the owners of this property. I want to first thank Kevin and Marissa. They have done a stellar job. They have spent a lot of time working with our engineers. I'm not sure if y'all recall, but our property, can you show the big tract?
And it's the highlighted one.
All that area in light green is owned by a limited liability company of which I'm a member. And this property was located in the county. And I don't want to repeat information, but I think it's good to get some background. But we early on met with Kevin and Marissa maybe 2 years ago to go over this. We did not want to get in a situation of annexing into the town of Mount Pleasant without some agreement in place regarding the abandonment. And so we spoke with Kevin, and Kevin, like I said, has done a great job. And he said that, based on what we've shown him, that would not be a problem. Today, all we're asking is a recommendation to go forward. As council said, that this has to be approved by a full vote of city council. And at that time, we will have and I should say, I prepared an easement agreement. I am an attorney, presented the easement council for the city. He's had a chance to already look at that and make comments. So we feel we're at that point that we should be able to seek a recommendation of approval at this time.
Thank you, sir. Any comment? Do you have, what's that? Mr. Pagliarini, the documents that you have attached, is that what you're suggesting for potentially if there's a recommendation for Tuesday?
I'm not sure what documents you're reviewing, sir.
When the gentleman was up, the property owner,
Yes, sir.
yeah, you had stated you'd be. I think you stated you'd be ready to present when the documents are done, or you said you have all the documents.
We drafted initial set of documents. Now the final plans, the engineering plans, have yet to be finalized between my group and the city.
I think you can ask the Mr. Chairman here, but I think if we move forward with it today, it would go to council Tuesday, and you may not have your documents by then. So that's I was just trying to get some clarity on that.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you say you might not be ready. You might not be ready. I don't know, but might want to be ready if it goes to council.
So let me be clear what, at least from a legal standpoint, what we would want. Complete release and responsibility. One, that's the legal part. Two is our staff satisfaction at whatever stage their plans are. I'm not in a position to say they'll need full plans or some, but whatever that is, and with those conditions, then I could bring it to council.
Right. Yeah,
That's what I would want.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'd, same thing you heard.
Right. That's the suggestion was that this would go to council Tuesday, so that's why I was wondering
If we moved it
Mr.
today,
Taglerini
it
would
would
be
go.
able to get all that
Yeah.
together between now
I
and Tuesday.
guess we'll seek a deferral. Is
Yeah.
that what you're asking?
Well, we're,
That's
I'm
what
sorry,
you
I'll
would
let
prefer.
Mr. Chairman talk. No, we're saying you probably don't want us to push it right now. It's from what I just heard.
I think from my perspective, if I have concurrence, I'd rather see more information of those pieces, parts. This is for discussion only on this agenda, and so I'd rather discuss some more and get all the information tied and ticked, and then we can move forward at the next meeting, at the next committee meeting.
If I can just add a little word just to make sure everybody's clear on this. The drainage system is not going away. So everybody feeding into this system is going to continue to feed into the system. The only thing that's changing is the obligation of the town to maintain that system. So this is just something we inherited when the annexation occurred. So I just want to make sure it's just as simple as we no longer will be maintaining this system, and it's just a function of providing a plat saying the town is not going to maintain the system any longer. There will be a drainage system on there for everybody to use. It'll just be privately owned.
And that's very clear. I just want to make sure when we say we're not doing that anymore, that it's being taken care of effectively. So we don't have any liability. Anything else? No, I think that's it. Number 7, review of the Public Services Department FY26 fourth quarter project updates.
Yes, sir. This is about a 50,000 foot view of a lot of the things we have going on in the Public Services Department. Per a conversation we had, what I guess I'd like to start doing is a quarterly update showing you what we've completed the previous quarter and what we're trying to do, in the upcoming quarter or the current quarter. And conveniently enough, it's April. So it's fourth quarter of FY26. So capital improvement projects. As we've talked about previously, a lot of most of my projects are capital maintenance projects, but I do have a couple capital improvement projects, being the Public Services Operations Center and then the Pitt Street Bridge. Public Services Operations Center, we're in quarter 3. We've started to do the punch list for the Public Services Operations admin building. And furniture is supposed to arrive here this week and start being assembled. So we're closing out. Again, we've been doing the punch list, and we're closing out in the fourth quarter, and we should occupy that building here by the end of the month and start moving in, and hopefully be full in by mid-May, probably at the latest. We have looked at phase 4 due to some of the changes we had to do with drainage to make the admin building work, like Mr. DeMora said, because of the prior landfill that was there. We had to redo some of the master plan for future phases. So we have started that, and we received conceptual plans in the third quarter. We've provided comments, and on the 16th of the month, we're expecting to get the draft comments back with an update to the master plan. And the final CIP project we have going is the Pitt Street Bridge. And based off of the guidance we received from council at the retreat, and that we are no longer moving forward with trying to get a phase done here this summer or prior to summer, and trying to put it all into one package, and then doing the substructure, the superstructure, and the seawall and everything all in one package. So in the right now we're scoping the project and looking at our on-call engineers to determine who the best fit is to do all the design work and everything else. So that will be our focus for the upcoming fourth quarter. Looking at the comprehensive maintenance plan, we'll start with the stormwater projects for pipelining. In the third quarter, we completed about $900,000 worth of pipelining. And for the fourth quarter, we're looking at completing about 500,000 in pipelining. And the projects and the locations is on the left-hand side of the slide, with the estimated costs there in the middle, and then with the notes of what we're actually doing on the right. For replacement, pipe replacement, in the third quarter we completed 531,000. In fourth quarter we're looking to get 235,000 done. And then for structure repairs, in the third quarter we completed almost 176,000, and for fourth quarter we're looking at $737,000 in repairs. And this will wrap up a large portion of our stormwater funding for the fiscal year, and we'll be rolling over a little bit, but not too much into FY27. For our ditch maintenance, third quarter we completed 59, almost $60,000 in projects, and fourth quarter we're shooting for 133,000 in ditch projects. For kind of a miscellaneous stormwater cost, we'll be finishing up the pump station improvements, which is 2 new pumps at the pump station. There will be a change order for this for a jockey pump that goes down there, as well as some updated controls, but that comes in at 261,000 plus once we get those change orders done. Bridge and dock maintenance, we've been doing our yearly inspections. In the third quarter, they completed the field work, which was a little over 31,000. And then the bridge and dock maintenance for the fourth quarter will be all the reports that go along with that for almost, a little over 44,000. And then the David Simmons dock repairs, which went to BMP last month, are at about 286,000. We are also starting to look at the replacement design for the Shem Creek Boardwalk in that, which we're still waiting on a price for that once we get it going. But that will be considerably an expensive project over time, which will be part of the bridge and dock money, and we'll be looking at doing that in phases, over the next few years. Sidewalk repairs, third quarter we did 92,000 in repairs, and then fourth quarter we've got 134,000 planned. This was approved in BMP this morning, and that's Rivertown on the Wando. For facilities maintenance projects, for third quarter we did about 100,000, and then for fourth quarter we got about 425,000 planned for fourth quarter. This includes some parking lot work at Alhambra Hall and Edwards Park. For right-of-way maintenance, this is our landscape replacement on Highway 17. We're still waiting on some DOT permitting and things for that, so it's been delayed a little bit, but we're still working with the landscapers for that. We're also looking at redoing landscaping in the Veterans Circle and then the Children's Circle as well on Rifle Range Road, and those will continue into the fourth quarter. And then our street sign replacement program, which is transitioning all the signs to the new retro reflectivity sign regulations. We're trying to finish that up. We finished Area 15 in the third quarter. It cost us about 48,000. We've got a couple areas left within Area 14 to finish in the fourth quarter, and then once that's done, we'll just have a few neighborhoods left and tying up some loose ends to hopefully finish that project. The other project, this is kind of a miscellaneous, it was a grant project originally that the town had to match to an extent, and then we made it a little bigger and took some townwide CMP money in order to make this building, put it on a generator that would power the entire building instead of just a portion of it. And then the current generator that was here is being moved over to the gym, so we'll have this whole complex on generator power. And this building is about 95% complete. There's a couple little things we have to finish, and then the gym project will finish here, I think, in May. But the grand total of that will be about 1.3 million. About 711 came from public services CMP funding. The rest was grants and things like that. And that includes my project update.
Mr. Weiss, that was outstanding. Thank you and your staff for the incredible work. It gives you a lot of confidence to see the kind of work that's been going on. People can see it. At some point, we'll be posting some of this so they can see it. But thank you so much. With that, we will adjourn.